Trackadia ist das größte Gaminghaus Europas und soll eine Heimat, ein Campus sein für alle Gamer. Ob in Deutschland, aus Europa oder weltweit. In der Arcadia gibt es alles, was das Gamerherz begehrt. Hotel, Hostel, Events finden hier ständig statt. Turnierserien, Bootcamp-Räume für Amateure, für Profis. Wir haben ein Profiteam hier mit den Unicorns of Love. Jeden Tag, jedes Wochenende passiert hier etwas. Dann haben wir aber auch Business-Produkte, Business-Pakete. Da versuchen wir der Businesswelt die Community vorzustellen und sie näher zu bringen. Wir haben digitale Innovationen hier, neueste Technologien, die wir hier vorstellen und in Anwendung bringen. Und natürlich immer eine gute Party, einen anstrengenden Spieltag auch ein bisschen Spaß zu haben. Unser Motto ist Pixel by Pixel, Stück für Stück dieses Gebäude zu transformieren und zu einem Gaminghaus zu entwickeln. Und zu Silvester diesen Jahres wollen wir das erste Mal die Arcadia so präsentieren, wie wir sie uns vorstellen.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
We are live yet again here at Trackadia, here at Arcadia Hotel in Hamburg, Germany. Good day to everybody who is watching. I also have a special shout out to my mom, who is also watching today. Happy birthday to my mom. I'm happy and I hope that she has a good birthday today. We are at Trackadia. We are going to be doing our top 64 today with our double elimination bracket. And we have some exciting matches for you today. We have some great casts going as well along with that. But before we go over to them, we are going to shout out our sponsors today. First off is Vibroacoustic. They are our MVH Solutions Auto Solutions company. And we have also OPL, the tournament bracket software that we have been using. 28 Black, it is the official energy drink for Arcadia. And then also Arcadia Hotel, the largest gaming house in Europe. And those are our sponsors. They have been doing a great part in helping provide us a fantastic event for everybody here that has attended so far and all of you viewers who have been watching. And thank you so much for that. So, again, we have a very busy schedule today, top 64. We are going to be doing several matches throughout the day. We're not going to be able to catch all of the matches, unfortunately, but we're going to try to highlight some of the most competitive matches that we can for you. And I think our friends over at the caster desk, it's going to be today, Turbo and G-Geek, and I have a feeling they are going to do very well, and it's going to be a fantastic start of the day. With that, I hope that you enjoy the rest of the show, and G-Geek and Turbo, we're going to head over to you.
Much important. Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Trackadia tournament. I'm Mr. aka G-Geek, and with me, the one and only Lucas Toby. Turbo, super nice to have you here at the casting booth, man.
Yeah, very great that we are casting again here at day 2 from Trackadia. But firstly, happy birthday, of course, to Import's mom. I hope you will have a good day. And yeah, we're gonna kick things off today. We have a look through the bracket. It will be a double elimination bracket today. So if you lose a match, you will drop into the lower bracket, and then you still have a chance to make the rundown for your life. I think after day 2, we might be left off with 8 players. something like that.
Something like that. I think we're still going to be able to check it out, of course, over the course of the day. But yeah, this is where very much the fun begins, quote unquote, because this is where we're going to see the field slowly shrink down,
exactly.
and really the cream of the crop is going to rise up top, and that's going to be very interesting, especially given that it's a different kind of setting that we have. Yesterday we were playing in rounds mode for the qualifiers. This time we're playing in cup mode with the added pressure of winning the finalist status round, which is a very specific thing that's unique to the cup mode itself. And yeah, I feel like it's going to be pretty interesting to see how some of these players react to playing cup mode in condition on LAN.
Exactly. I mean, the first couple of rounds are working like that players have been seeded into their bracket, so it cannot be possible that the first 8 seeded players or even first 16 seeded players will play against each other, because the bracket just go down like that. But we definitely can see a lot of close matches that we, in the first couple of rounds even, and we took the match between Coco, then we also have Voltais, Dank, and also Famazo, because we just thought that this match will be interesting because there was not like one player in our eyes who would really fall behind.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it could still very much be a somewhat close race together, with maybe a fair bit of an advantage to Coco from what I'm personally feeling like and what we've potentially seen in the qualifier runs yesterday. But the battle for the second place, remember, only 2 players make it through to the next stage of the winner bracket, so it's very important to be on it right from the beginning and get those points, but also to finish the round properly. But despite Coco, I feel is going to be able to lock that first place. I feel like whoever's going to be in second, it's going to be a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, and whoever is in the lower seed here, I don't think that those players are contenders to be eliminated very early on. So if you drop down to the loser bracket, you of course have to play more matches. So it will be a long day for you if you drop down. We will be live at 12:25, so 2 minutes to go. The players are already on the server, are warming up right now on Interdiction, and I think we should jump into the game and see how the players are doing right now.
Yeah, pretty much. As we said, like just a few minutes to go before the match itself starts. We have got a bit of a preview on our end from what we can expect. Of course, Coco coming in from France, player and manager from Easy Dream as a Trackmania division, having had a pretty good track record on LAN himself, finishing in 3rd place at the FRA Trackmania Cup back in May this year, and also having finished in 3rd place as well in the mixed tournament at the Gamers Assembly. So he's very much well accustomed. He's very well accustomed to LAN environments and to competitions like this. And yeah, I'm looking to see what the Frenchman is going to be able to offer us here today.
And also don't forget that he also traveled the Arctic Gaming Experience, where he also has qualified himself to see. He was one of the 16 players who went above the Arctic Circle. And yeah, what you can say to sum it up, this guy has a lot of experience, the former TMGL player.
Exactly.
Still has a little bit of motivation to play this game, and I think he's the clear favorite to win it here. But don't neglect the other players, Famazo, Dank, and then, of course, we also have Mr. Voltais, who's coming from a tech background. That will be a very close fight. So Famazo, of course, known to be a skinner in the game, and also kind of the ambassador of
that is true.
Whole Arcadia event. I mean, he really helped out organizing it to just pull the strings behind the scenes.
Exactly, he's been one of the key people to getting this event together,
Yeah, and then of course we have Voltais as well, old school player, played back then in HPD. It was a well-known tech team. And then of course, Dank. From Ireland.
Yes.
I mean, great to see that he's here.
Yeah, Dank, the only representative of the British Isles that is currently entered in this competition. It will be interesting to see how the Irishman will be able to go as we get started soon on this first match. We get a little bit of a warning, and we are soon getting live. We had the match being reset. We have one warm-up round, and we should be good to go. And it looks like we're going to be starting on Agent Whiskey and Ski Freaks Yitelski.
Yeah, Yiteski. I talked to Whiskey yesterday. He also has a tech map, and he told me that he has built those tech parts and also the first part of the map, and then Ski Freak took over the next part of the map. The world record is a 48.920 from feet. Nothing changed. I checked at 4 a.m. this night if some of the world record have changed, but that wasn't the case. Very tight map, though. A lot of wide drifts, though. On the other hand as well, I mean, you have that hole at the beginning where you have to go very close to minimize your staying movement and also to not get airtime from it. So I expect close rounds here because this map is very, very rewarded if you just push and don't make a mistake.
Exactly. As we are about to begin, I think we are ready to go in game now, ladies and gentlemen. Match starting in 10 seconds. Coco, Voltais, Famazo, and Dank are about to duke it out for 2 places further up in the winner bracket. We are getting underway right now, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck, have fun. May the best man win.
All right, let's go into the first round. So, of course, we're playing Cup mode. Point limit is 120, and there was one warm-up that we have seen. We have already spotted the first mistake, the second mistake as well. Coco and Famazo have fallen behind, so Voltais and Dank now in the lead. And also Voltais here with a good line, but had to release a bit, I think, by the looks of it. But good fight between them. Voltais, however, 7,000 per second behind. Good line, but touches the wall there. And we have seen 3 mistakes. Look at that, Coco already catching up.
And Famazo as well, taking advantage of the mistake from Voltais, going a little bit too early to the apex. And yeah, with the big slowdown, Famazo getting a little bit close to the outer wall before that jump where he tried to minimize airtime by trying to go for a bit of a side jump, trying to get the car to get a little bit further towards the right-hand side as we get toward the final turns. And Dank took the inside curb and got launched onto the other side of the track. Coco is free to win this round now with the risky fin. Famazo with a bit of a twist at this end, 50.258 to kick things off.
I mean, that is not a bad time here, considering that Coco has made a mistake and caught up. He definitely lost more than half a second by clipping that ramp at the start. Very important to go very diagonal over that ramp due to the fact that you else will not have as much. You need a lot of airtime there. So you see Dank going very wide there in order to make that jump. It's not easy to nail. The first mistake has already been spotted here. Coco and Famazo leading, Dank on 3rd position, and then Voltais is already falling behind, but comes back quite nicely, overtakes Dank. But let's go with Famazo and see how he makes that one. Coco going very wide, they actually outside pull to gather up more speed than the others, or maybe just takes it safe because he feels more comfortable with that line. That's just personal preference, but Famazo behind, Voltais on 2nd, even though he has made a mistake.
Yeah, the Famazo slowdown was a bit of a wall brush as he got a little bit too close to the apex, even though it was a middle apex rather. Meanwhile, Voltais and Coco, Voltais has got quite the gap to make up, and he hits the wall on the outside. He barely hit the wall, and that was enough to slow him down. Coco with a second of a buffer to play with. He's going to be able to make his run to the finish and makes it in 49.3. And I feel like we're going to see low 49s. It's pretty much the range that we can expect from good rounds here from some of the top players there, given the low WR dips just below the 49 range.
Yeah, my prediction is that a lot of players have actually practiced offline, and that we see probably 4 new world records. I don't think that the track of the day will be beaten, maybe by someone like Binks or someone who's just really fast. Maybe Massa as well has the opportunity to beat it, but players will push it even more. So right now it is Voltais again falling behind. Coco on 1st place, so Coco with 20 out of 20 points, but then we have a close fight as we were expecting between Voltais, Famazo and Dank. Dank with 7 points, so 3rd and 4th position for him right now. Not looking that good, but maybe in this round he can maybe snag away those 6 points here from Famazo, but Coco already 7 ahead. Great run. Now this drift, very important to get it well in order to, you don't want to release there, and also this approach is very important because you can either clip the inside or just go too wide and just hit the wall there. But Coco will win it again if he survives the risky ending, and yes, he will do so. 49.4. Then we have Famazo 1 second behind and Dank 1.5 seconds behind. So he takes only 4 points in this round.
Only 4 points in this round, but every point matters in Cup mode because even though when you reach the threshold, you're not out of the woods yet. You reach finalists and you have to absolutely win the round if you want to secure your position. And this is where some players can stumble, even no matter online or offline. We've always seen players that reached pretty easily the threshold and did finalist status, but then when it comes to actually concluding the match, it's a whole different ball game, and we've seen some people completely stumble and get eliminated because of this particular trouble trying to get the match concluded, as we're already running with round number 4. Coco having taken the advantage of a Voltais. This time Voltais manages to negotiate the corner cleanly, moving up into 2nd position, currently sitting around 2 tenths behind. Then a further few tenths behind we find Famazo, currently halfway through the map, going through the jump here, nicely negotiated. Pretty much a smooth landing from Famazo and from everyone else all around. Voltais still keeping tabs on Coco. He's not that far behind as we're heading to the final part of the map. Voltais takes a little bit again of that little beveled edge on the curb there on the inside. Coco, in the meantime, runs away with it once again. Round 4 is for him. 49.334. Again, we're running in the pretty good range of time. Running in the lower half of the 49s here.
Yeah, Coco very consistent. I mean, his first one was his worst one so far, but he has won every round. I think it was a 0.3, a 0.4, and I think he also did a 0.3 or 0.2 in that second round. So great performance from Coco so far. Consistency is of course key, and if you play in cup mode, you have to consider if you want to push or not, if you want to take those 10 points, if you want to avoid. But Coco going so close there to the hole, that's what I mean. This line is very, very risky, but also rewards you with so much speed. Coco already 0.1 ahead of a second. He goes also there so close, but now the Cass's Curse is kicking in yet again as he makes that first major mistake that he cannot really recover from because he's more than 1 second behind, as you can see here. But now the 10-pointers up for grabs between Voltais and Famazo. Good fight and important points now, because he can make up more than 4 points, but Voltais had to release here, and Famazo is coming close because Voltais has clipped, and that will of course spice the match even more because Famazo can get those 10 points. Will he survive the ending? It's looking good, and Famazo will take it. 50.14.6 out of Dank, who also takes second place, and Voltais probably the loser here in this round because every player has caught up to him. I mean, Coco's already 20 points ahead, not anymore, but still Coco has already secured himself sufficient points for the first map.
Exactly. A bit of a close call at the ending for Famazo, I gotta say. I was fearing that he was actually going to be going full stop into the arch of the finish there and not be able to complete the round, but good on Famazo for getting 10 points. And that's kind of like, kind of exemplifies what I've been wanting to say. Once the main favorite is out of a particular round, the gloves are off of whoever takes the 10-pointer, and that's what makes it a little bit interesting to follow that fight for second place and the fight to continue on in the winner bracket as we switch maps to what was basically track of the day at one point in time in Trackmania. Oxygen by Kiesler.
Yeah, Oxygen by Kiesler. World record from Dexter, who's unfortunately not here, 102.12. And yeah, this map you have a lot of different lines here. I just talked to Granadi about it. You have now the dirt part that is coming up here. Maybe Coco will show us the line because you can go outside here of the pillars to gather up more speed. This line is super risky, but you gather up so much speed. So I'm looking forward to see maybe in the later matches if a player will go for that line. But right now, of course, we have a warm-up. So 1 minute of warm-up after every map switch, and then we have 5 live rounds to play. So that means yeah, all 5 maps will be played.
All 5 maps will be played. One rotation of the whole map pack within condition equals to 25 rounds of play, which is pretty substantial. And yeah, I do agree with you about the dirt line. It is very rewarding, but very, very risky. And I feel like I can totally get with you on that. We're only going to be seeing it when in the deeper playoff runs are actually going to be coming into play, because this is very much a very tricky one to execute. We've seen some people execute it in rounds, and they fell flat on their face trying to execute it perfectly. So very much a advanced strat as we're already underway. Famazo going a bit wide, not touching the circle on the inside to get in the grips, so he's get down to 4th position. Coco and Voltais are very close to each other. Dank a little bit further behind in P3, 3.5 tenths down as we're heading to the dirt part that we were talking about a little bit earlier. From the perspective of Voltais right now, let's see if he goes for the risky line. No, he actually goes a bit too wide and hits the outside wall, so he's going to be jumping down to 3rd place with Dank taking advantage of that, and Famazo taking advantage of that, moving up into 3rd position as we're heading into the 3rd sector, the final third of the map, as I like to call it. Coco having pulled a clear advantage on Dank, 8 tenths of a second ahead on the Irishman, then the Famazo a little bit further behind. Oh, Dank barely touches the outside wall. That's enough to do some damage, and that allows Famazo and Voltais to catch up big time on him as we head to the final few corners. This bank part is very tricky. You can go very wide very easily, and Famazo also got Voltais in his clutches. Oh, Famazo goes a bit too wide. Voltais moves up into P3. The positions will be as is. Coco will win with a 102.555. Dank 2nd, Voltais and Famazo 3rd and 4th.
But all the remaining players are only 0.2 of a second apart from each other.
Yeah.
They're running for their lives. Of course, we have seen a mistake here from Dank, but still a great fight. 4 points are tearing them apart. Famazo right now having the upper hand, also due to that very important first place that Coco gifted to him due to that mistake in the last round on the previous map from Ski Freak and Whiskey. But let's go ahead into this round. Very important to hold your gear here. This turn can be very tricky, because if you drop the gear, you will lose a lot of speed. And also here you can hit the penalty surface there to initiate a slide, and then you just get a better angle. Let's see Coco and Voltais right now running for their lives. Oh, Famazo going so close there to the wall, had to oversteer, but he's still in the race. 0.4 behind though, lost a bit of time. Coco in the lead. Let's go with Voltais and see if he can maybe come a bit closer. Goes wide here. Good approach, but he's 0.2 behind. Coco looks strong. Very good line here, entering that third part. And now we approach the ending section. We also have some tricky lines there where you can use that elevation to your advantage, that you clip it here to the left to get a nosedive, which Coco did to minimize airtime, and Coco will take it. Also a good time, might be a 102.4 probably. Yeah, there you go, 102.4. Voltice 0.5 behind, but very good ending from both players, and Voltice also shows that he has the pace.
Yeah, he shows that he has the pace. By the way, good guesswork on the relative pace that we had at the finish line there. Good work.
Thank you.
All right, quick recap of the points. As you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, we're already at the halfway mark for Coco. 63 points collected out of the 120 that are required for finalist status, remember? And yeah, the battle for second place is very hotting up. Oh, as we say that, of course, we ended up kind of cursing Voltice on that one. Sorry about that. We are just going to switch perspective to the Irishman, Dank, moving up into P3 as a result of that mistake from Voltice and battling neck and neck with Famazo, who had a bit of a wonky line going for that downhill and then moving back up section there before the dirt part, going onto the dirt. Everybody going for the conservative line. Nobody trying to push it just yet. Coco certainly doesn't need to push. He has got a 6/10 buffer to play with. Famazo taking advantage of a worse line by Dank to move up into second position as we're heading into the final sector there. Dank going to go a little bit further to the inside, but Famazo with a bit more speed, sticking to the outside line, retains that second place. Here's the dirt uphill. It's very close to the wall here for some of the players. Famazo still retaining that second place, but you can see he's always a little bit all over the shot, a little bit wider than everybody else. Dank with a bit of a better exit speed coming from the banked corner. Now into the final dirt turn. This is where Famazo lost his ground. Watch out for Dank. No, it's not going to happen to say. It's going to be Famazo staying in second, Dank third, Voltice fourth, Coco winning with a 0.4 again.
Yeah, 3,000s behind his former set time. Very nice time from Coco. Also being consistently 0.3 behind the world record. We have seen that yesterday, but right now it just seems that Coco's just cruising into the ending. So 73 points for him. 5 more victories and he would activate the finest mode, and then he has to win one more round in order to make it into the winner bracket. But 41, 36 and 34 points. The match is not over. We've seen 2 mistakes here. Coco and also Famazo have made a mistake. So Voltice and Dank now up for grabs, or can get that 10 points. And right now it looks like Voltice will take it, because he was also the fastest from the remaining players on this map.
Yeah, exactly. Voltice and Dank. Both of the mistakes from Coco and from Famazo happened at the exact same corner, almost consecutively, within the exact same 100th of a second, I'd say. We witnessed both of them touch the ground. Coco trying to limit the damage. He's in damage mitigation mode right now, trying to collect a few more points for himself. Currently sitting in P3, catching up to Dank. Hand over fist as we're moving on to the final few corners of this map with the banked right-hander that we've been witnessing before. Voltice has an advantage of half a second to play with here. Dank gets reeled in slowly by Coco, who's got much more speed before the jump. That's a nice jump from Coco. He will be able to secure that second place, I wager, as Voltice will win with a 103.022. Coco second, Dank in third. Voltice a 103.0. Still not a bad time, all things considered.
Yeah, Coco with a good comeback here, 103.57. I mean, due to his mistake. He's now at 79 points, so not the best spot. If he would win all the rounds, he would get the face slap, you know, 119 points. But it is Voltice capitalizing from that. And now Dank is falling a bit behind. 8 points now between him and that second position. So guys, top 2 will move on into the winner bracket round number 2. And the bottom 2 will already go into the lower bracket, into the loser bracket. So you can lose one match. But we see another mistake here, and it is Coco again. So Coco with 2 mistakes in a row. But let's see who takes it. Famazo with a very aggressive line and gets himself a lot of speed. Dank had to oversteer here, so it will be Famazo versus Voltice in that round. Let's take a look. Voltice with a good setup for the drift, but Famazo is having a bit more speed, and now we approach that very important section. You can actually gear up into 5th gear just before that drift, so that's why players go very inside in order to not gear up, because then you will gear down in that turn again. But who's gonna win it? It's such a close round. Coco also comes out of nowhere here. Let's take a look how Coco's doing it. Very good line here. Also holds that gear. It is safe to say that Coco might take those 10 points. Voltice with a good approach here. Maybe he can stop it at the ending. Let's take a look. Coco with a great line, and Coco will take it. What a comeback from Coco. 103.11, exactly 1 second behind the world record. Famazo takes second, and it's 0.2 between the top 3 players.
Never discount Coco. That's the lesson that we learned here. He might have hit the apex a little bit going too early before checkpoint 2 or 3, But with the trials and tribulations and with the sheer pace difference and pace advantage that he has compared to the rest of the guys, he's able to mount those comebacks, and he's able to come back in out of nowhere, as you said, into Sector 3, and being able to just make a 2-for-1 deal on just one single corner, overtaking 2 people at once. As we're already on our next map, it is going to be Funny's Switcheroo.
Yeah, Switcheroo is the next map for me. The most unique map out of this competitive map pack, because you have a lot of unconventional transitions. I mean, just look at that one. It's really hard to get. Then you have a lot of bumps here where you can just gear down into 3rd gear. You have to minimize airtime there as well, and it's just a very hard map to drive.
Yeah, it is a very hard map to pick up and to kind of grasp the concepts of the transitions that are there, because as you said, many unconventional transitions such as this one react to boost into a bit more of a platform, but you're landing on like the top, at the apex of the curve, so you have to very much manage the placement of your car to be able to actually somewhat make sure that you're going to be able to have enough speed to then transition over the jump again. It's very much a heavy transitional map, but not really in the conventional sense that we've had over the past in Trackmania, that's for sure.
It uses a lot of like different wall combinations. For example, that outside dirt turn that we have seen. Usually we see those Colbert dirt turns, but this one has not been used so often in a competitive map, and also the mid part really reminds me of a TMGL map.
Yeah, it definitely has that kind of TMGL, like official competitive vibe to it, as we're already getting started. 89 points for Coco, 50-50 for Voltize and Famazo, 41 for Dank. So Dank, even though he's currently sitting in last place, he's just 9 points apart, and with just one mistake from either Famazo or Voltize, he can actually catch back up, as Coco has completely been stuck at the start. He has made a critical mistake at the beginning, so he's going to be out of the running for good now. He's over 2 seconds down. Voltize and Famazo are very close. Yeah, we picked the wrong time. Yeah, we don't talk about this. In the meantime, Voltize currently leading and trying to pull a gap, trying to pull a fast one on Famazo, trying to make a run for freedom up ahead. But Famazo is actually managing to keep himself within check. The player from Team Gravity actually looking pretty good so far, going toe-to-toe with Voltize on certain corners, but so far Voltize with a pace advantage as we're heading into the final few corners of the map with the dirt part first, then a little bit of plastic beforehand, and then you have to make sure to actually exit properly and set yourself up for the full speed finish that's coming up right here. Oh no, Voltize! No way!
Throwing for skins here. He completely bricked that ending. Dank capitalizes from that, and Famazo even more. He will be completely happy about that, because now he's up to 60 points, and Voltize even gets overtaken by Coco, who we just spectated and had to respawn.
My God.
That is a terrible round, or a dreadful round for Voltize here. His mentality is probably down, but let's take a look. How's it going? Pad wasn't working. All good for Coco. I hope he's fine now. He has made a mistake. So Pat DC, XDD in the chat. You know it. But let's go ahead and see who's getting that first position. It's Famazo with a mistake. Also, Dank, I think, didn't get that gear too well.
Yeah, so Dank had a bit of a wonky line. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right, but let's take a look. Voltize, Coco, first and second. Voltize with a very wide approach, setting himself up very nicely for that turn, but it's Coco leading by a comfortable 0.15 of a second.
So far, Coco looking pretty good. I mean, the Pat DC would explain the 2-second deficit that we've seen at the beginning of the round. A bit wide of an exit there coming into the grass before the reactor boost part. So Voltize is able to stay within the gearbox of Coco. We're talking like less than 1/10 of a second of a gap between these two. So far, so good. Voltize may be able to pull something together in the finish. Let's hope he doesn't break it like he did last time. Coco a little bit all over the shot, but he's still within touching distance of Voltize. Is going to be over to the line to the side. Who's going to get the best finish? Voltize keeps it for less than 1/100 of a second. Just 200ths of a second of a difference. 0.092 versus 0.108. This is fine margins we're talking about here.
Voltize keeps up with the pace from Coco, 57.09 on Switcheroo. That is only 0.4 away from the world record, Geek. That is a great time, and Voltize seems to be ready. His mentality is not down. Maybe he's even more motivated now after making that crucial mistake. He could have won that previous round as well, or the round before it.
Yeah, exactly. That fluke on round 1 was just a temporary setback for Voltize.
All right, but let's take a look. Famazo and Voltize just chasing Coco, who's leading again, but he also had that good start in that previous round, but Voltize pushing even more. He's 0.08 away, and Voltize is not slowing down. Dank has maybe made a small mistake, maybe has to make a small adjustment, but it is Coco leading, 0.2 of a second ahead of Voltize. Let's go ahead and spectate Coco again here? No, actually, let's go with Voltize. There you go. That's what I wanted to do. The last player that I pick, and you know, it's...
Coco touching the outside.
sometimes a bit hard to nail those things. But Voltais will probably win it. Goes a bit more conservatively there, but he just cruises into the ending and he takes another 10 points.
Another 10-pointer that was given to him this time. Yeah, he could afford to actually let off the throttle because he had a bit of a cushion to play with. He had a few tenths to play with versus Famazo. But yeah, Coco, who was leading the race from the beginning, unfortunately that dirt turn had got the best of him. And he almost got it actually got the best of him as well in the previous round because he was a little bit all over the shop, barely avoided hitting the wall on the outside. But this time, yeah, it's even more damaging for the Frenchman as we are heading on to round number 4. He has passed the 100-point mark, by the way, already, as you can see on the right-hand side. Coco, Famazo, Voltais, those two are grouped together pretty nicely. Look at this. Barely done with Sector 1, and it's just 1/10 of a difference, give or take, except for Famazo, who went a little bit wide, allowing Dank to move up into 3rd place. So far, the Irishman looking things from a distance. He's just trying to finish the rounds. That's basically the main mantra for him, trying to finish as much as possible to gather as much points as possible. And with a little bit of luck, no! As soon as we say luck, something strikes for one of the players. Voltais going too low in the reactor boost mark, giving the first place to Coco on a silver plate. This time he must not choke it at the ending. I think it should be good this time for Coco. He's got over a second to play with here versus Dank, and that will be an easy 10-pointer for the Frenchman with a 57.572. Dank in 2nd place. That's valuable points for the Irishman. Where are Famazo and Voltais moves up into P3. Famazo has reached the finish line and will get to score 3 points regardless.
Dank is not falling majorly behind here. I mean, he's at 61 points now. Voltais is at 77, so that's nothing that you cannot catch up in 2 rounds if you just get yourself, or if you capitalize from mistakes, or maybe the pressure that comes in. We have talked about that yesterday. You're sitting in a LAN event, you see the reactions from the players, and maybe this can discourage you, or maybe even encourage you to perform in the next round, or it can just completely break you apart. It can also happen. But right now it doesn't seem that Coco is affecting that in any way, even though he struggled a bit with his pad. Right now he's leading the round again. Dank versus Famazo. Dank also with a great start, only 0.2 behind, but overslides here a lot, so he loses a bit of time. But it is Voltais leading again, really gives us a great show. He seems to be strong on this map, and he's leading. Let's take a look if Coco can catch it up. Now we have this blind drift after the reactor wall, but Coco comes closer and even overtakes him here. A lot of speed, good apex from Coco. That was a great exit here from the Frenchman playing for Team Easy Dream. And let's go with Famazo here at the end, who gives us a good overview. Voltais can maybe come a bit closer, but no, positions are set in stone. Coco with a 57.11. Voltais comes on 2nd, so he still gains some points towards the others who are his direct competitors, but Coco seems to be in finalist mode now.
Yeah, finalist mode for Coco. He had a bit of a moment, I think, at the reactor boost part. He went so low. This is the part where Voltais actually fell off in one of the previous rounds, and that could have been oh so wrong for Coco to actually go off of the edge at that particular time with 112 points. As we're heading towards, well, Banners by Berserk and Rioter. Pretty cool map, I gotta say, to play. But the start, it's especially tricky with 2 consecutive speed check jumps.
Yeah, the speed check jumps at the start. I mean, the drift, I call it the leap of faith. We had that Trackadia identity, but you just have to trust your instincts here. Because if you have bad speed, or if you touch before the checkpoint and you cross the checkpoint, then you cannot make that jump.
Yeah,
it's a really tough speed check.
Given the nature of respawns in this game, if you do a single mistake as soon as you cross the checkpoint, it's pretty much going to be a run in the bin for you. And yeah, the first speed checks we were talking about here, there are certain speeds this one as well is pretty tricky with the triangle line. But at the start, I actually found out that you needed about 200 kilometers per hour to be able to actually clear the first jump. And the second jump, you needed more like 290 to 300 Ks to be able to go for a really low line jump to minimize airtime. If you don't have any of those speeds, you're bound to actually crash out.
Yeah, you're about to crash out, and of course minimizing airtime after that is really important as well. Wicked here from Dank. Also, you have to hold that 5th gear in order to make it into the risky ending jump, which can be very tricky to so expect mistakes there as well.
Yeah.
And also the approach before the actual 1 out of 2 bobsleigh parts in this map pack, the left-hander that you have.
Exactly.
This drop down is super important because you have to go so close there to the checkpoint to not touch it in order to get yourself as much speed as possible, to go as far to the right and then just get yourself himself good amount of speed. But let's take a look. The leap of faith. Who's gonna survive it? Everyone will do so. Dank a little bit further behind. Coco and Volta is going super far up there to minimize the airtime accordingly. And Dank is also not looking too bad at this round, Geek.
Yeah, Dank not looking too bad actually. Famazo having a bit of a slowdown there before the second dirt part. Here's another tricky part with the triangle transition. Take a bit of a booster, and then this bobsleigh part. Try to keep it on the outside wall without clipping the edge of the track with your right side wheel. So far so good. Dank having dropped a bit of speed. We're gonna go back with Famazo, who's just behind Voltage. Coco trying to make a run for freedom up ahead. It looks as though it could be a good victory for Coco, but of course that end is very tricky. Why do I say those things? Voltage gets handed first place, but can he actually make the risky fin, or does he get the gear down? It's a big enough. Famazo's forced to respawn. Dank gets an easy 6-pointer. Where is Coco? Coco has not finished yet. Famazo will move up into third place. Well, move up. That's all relatively speaking, of course, but he will get to finish the track. I guess because finalist mode, you get denied, you have to retire.
You have to retire, or like a fourth place would not be worth anything to finish. Maybe you can practice that ending, but what Coco actually did there, he went for the inside. There's a small piece of road on the inside of that block, and he managed to get a little bit of grip there. So Coco with a very risky line, and I expect that it wasn't really that intended, because it's uncontrollable to go from grass to road, and that's sudden movement.
It's a weird transition for sure, yeah.
Exactly, but let's take a look. It's Coco, of course, is in finalist. Voltais and Famazo are behind him. Voltais at 93 points, so he could move up to 3-digit amount of points, but it is Famazo making that mistake. Voltais coming closer, so let's go with Voltais and spectate him if he can come closer again, or maybe if Coco makes a mistake. The ending is very hard to nail, but it seems like Coco is ahead. Voltais, however, comes closer, gets grip there. That's what I wanted to talk about here beforehand. Voltais with a good line, but X is a bit too far outside, and Coco might be the first player here in the winner bracket round 2 in this match. And yes, only one more jump, and Coco from Easy Dream is through, and he takes first position.
Very well deserved, and despite that temporary setback on round 1, he concluded very, very fast here. And now we're heading to a match that is within the match, because now that we got the favorite out of the way and already secured, now we got a pretty enticing battle coming up. 99 points for Voltais, 84 for Famazo. Despite that little mistake, despite that respawn finish on round 1, Famazo is still in it with a shot of continuing in the winner bracket. So it's going to be very exciting to follow, as we're already on to round 3. Voltais, having taken a good start, moves up into the lead and tries to pull a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. Currently 2/10 ahead of the Famazo Dank duo, who are currently following him. Then onto the triangle line checkpoint right there. Take a little bit of booster on the way and to be able to cross that jump right there down onto the ice part. Oh, but Dank goes a little bit too high and clips the wheels. We were talking about this. Clipping the wheel right there is very much game over when the rounds like this happen. Voltais still holding the lead very, very clearly here. He doesn't necessarily have to push. You know, you see he's going not that close to the apex to get to the edge of the road. He knows that he can actually manage the buffer pretty nicely to Famazo as we're heading towards the final part and the risky fin. Does he clear it? Yes, he clears it pretty easily. 51.7 for Voltais. Famazo second. Is Dank going to be able to reach the finish line? 9 seconds, 8 seconds left. Where is Dank? There he is. He had to go for the safe way, I presume, because of a gear drop or a downshift that prevented him from actually going for the risky fin.
So Famazo now at 90 points. It's actually crucial that Voltais has not 110 points, because if he wins the round now, he's not finalist, and if Famazo wins, he comes closer. So it's still a close fight, even though it can be quite it can be quite disorienting, because it's 19 points between the players, but just the perfect 19 points to be apart.
It's a very close fight by proxy is what we're meaning. Anything can happen, and especially if whenever Voltais reaches the finalist status, this is going to be the cue for Famazo and Dank to try and capitalize on mistakes that Voltais ends up doing to kind of close the gap, because every round that gets denied, it's easy points for them to be able to catch up and maybe force a double finalist issue, which could be pretty amazing for the first match of the day. And look at Famazo, the exit from the transfer. Look at this. This is insane.
That was really good, but Famazo now leading. He wants those 10 points. Wide approach for him here. Maybe overdrifts a little bit, but has more speed here in this exit. But let's take a look at the ending. Famazo has so much speed. Maybe he can overtake. Don't oversteer at the ending, and Famazo will actually do it. Up to 100 points he goes. Very important victory. Tremendous victory, to say it the least. 500 out of Voltais, and he's now up to 115 points. Voltais at 100 points. He only needs 2 more wins to secure himself finals as well.
The other way around. Voltai's 150,
yeah.
Famazo 100.
I got the names.
But yeah, those 10-pointer, that 10-pointer was very, very important for Famazo, especially after the fluke that was round 1 with the respawn finish. He is a little bit more confident now, even though we're already on the final round of banners here. Oh, Voltais is actually retired before even the second leap of faith. And that's going to be huge for Famazo and potentially huge for Dan, currently sitting in the lead with a 2/10 advantage for himself as we're heading toward the end of the first sector, heading towards the dirt platform part, and then the booster with the reactor. Oh, no way! Famazo, as soon as he hit the checkpoint as well. Oh, he manages to clear it, but we have to go back to Denk because Denk has got the opportunity of his life right now to catch up to the battle for second place, currently sitting on 81 points, and Denk has currently a buffer of 4 seconds to play with. Unless he screws up the ending catastrophically, it should be good for the Irishman. We're currently following with Famazo at the moment, who's trying to negotiate the last few turns. Where is Denk at? Denk is going to be... Oh, no way! He has to respawn! Famazo is being gifted the win! And Denk touches again! Famazo on 110! And Voltais is on 119! Does he even finish?
No, Voltais DNF, that's what I
retired.
checked. He retired, and now Famazo is in the race. The gap doesn't really matter. Those 19 points that we talked about 2 rounds ago, it doesn't matter anymore. And we're probably going to go to the last map now. The last map in the map pool. We still have 1 warm-up and then 5 rounds that will decide it. Let's take a look what we have. We have 1 map left. It should be Interdiction here.
It is.
By Ozai. World record is a 102.865, and this map just really is the perfect display of a multi-style map.
Exactly. There's not really any particularly tricky parts to watch out for. It's very much about mastering the different surfaces, mastering the different transitions between these surfaces, and being able to be on top, to be on your A game very much from the get-go. Voltais, Denk, and Famazo. Denk a little bit further behind with 87 points. Voltais still on 115, so not finalist quite yet. He just needs a second place mathematically to be able to reach the finalist status. And Famazo, he needs to get a win right now to force the double.
So I don't really have the mindset Voltais DNF. Is this confidence? Because now he needs a second place instead of just a finish, you know? He could have finished that last one and would have been at 119 points, or maybe even more because he instantly DNF'd and both players have made mistakes. So it shows you never want to really not finish in any run. You never want to give up, and I think he could have had maybe even second place in the previous round.
Yeah, he could have caught up to second place given the troubles that Denk had at the finish line on the previous map. That was, of course, banners. Moving on to Interdiction now. Man, Famazo, that last round on the banners was all hell broke loose. Yeah. And that was very much in favor of Famazo for this one, who's thinking, okay, I might have a chance to continue my day and not be sent down to the lower bracket where I have to potentially play more matches and maybe have a bit more of a relaxed time.
As we're for a long day then.
You're in for a long day indeed, as we're already getting underway with the first round of the 5 possible that are going to be played here on Interdiction. Voltais getting a really good start. Famazo currently sitting in second. Denk right next to him at the end of the first sector. Voltais trying to pull a gap at 10.5 to 2 tenths ahead.
Yeah, it should be Famazo now opting for those 10 points. Those are huge for him because then he would be in finals. Voltais needs at least a second place, goes for a very wide approach there and gathers up a lot of speed, but it's still not over yet. It's only 0.2 of a second, and also Famazo was coming a bit closer. Voltais with a very wide approach, sets himself up nicely for that next turn. Let's take a look into Famazo's POV, but Voltais is in for a run. There's still this tricky dirt section that is coming up, the transition, which can be very tricky, and also Voltais might be able to not clear it nicely, but he will have a good line now outside dirt line. Voltais is at all speed, Famazo comes closer, but it's not enough here to overtake him. I thought for a second that Famazo had significantly more speed, but Voltais now in finalist. Famazo needs to deny him, or he can rely on Denk, who has also gotten himself some of those 10 points.
Denk could be Famazo's best friend. If he takes advantage of a mistake from Voltais, he could very much play in the hands of Famazo. Famazo just needs to finish the round if Denk denies Voltais, and that's it. He's in final status. He's on 116 right now. Right now, Voltais has got a lot of pressure. Well, it's really a little bit of pressure because we're already early on in the day, but still, it's pressure nonetheless that is going to be felt.
Yeah, he has one chance alone, and then he knows that Famazo is behind him, and one mistake will seal the deal. So right now, Voltais is leading, but Famazo's not giving up. Geek, we are in for a great run here, and also Voltais going so close there to the pole. Famazo, however, is so It's only 600ths of a second between those players. Let's take a look. Who's gonna make that? Famazo almost touches the wall there, but Voltais will actually create a little bit of a gap here. It's 0.15 of a second between those players. Voltais can win it here. Will he move on into the loser bracket round 2? Famazo has shown a great show here. It's all in this last third turn. Voltais has struggled a little bit with it. He should not fear that transition. Famazo right now can come back a little bit closer here, but Voltais, only one more turn for you and you have it. Will you make it into the winner bracket round 2? Yes, you will. And Famazo, GG's to you, but you're not making it into the winner bracket and you might be in for a long day.
He gave it everything he could, though. You can't fault him for that. He was going toe-to-toe with Voltais. They were not giving themselves an inch of clearance, and that has given us a really, really great run for second place, as we were kind of expecting here. As soon as Coco was out, it was pretty much the gloves are off for whoever was going to continue in the winner bracket, and we got a pretty good fight on our hands.
Yeah, and also Voltais throwing away 19 points. He had a lead of 19 points, and it was Famazo really coming significantly closer. And what I really want to emphasize is that Dank has proven himself to be one of, or being a good representative of the Irish scene here.
Yeah, exactly. The only representative of the British Isles has done pretty good for himself. I think he got pretty close to the 100-point limit. It was going to be a tough match for him regardless, given the caliber of players that were actually entered in that match with him. But still, a performance by Dank that is worth giving a few round of applause in the chat and also in the bar if you're watching, of course, on site here at Arcadia. And that's actually a pretty good match to start the day off.
Yeah, pretty good match. I'm looking forward what the day has to offer. We still have plenty of matches coming up later, but let's swap.
Yeah, exactly. In the meantime, we do have an Evo. We do have an interview with some of the Evo crew coming up, but we'll be back right after these words from our partners.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
And we are back with, I got Team Evo on my side, but I mean, what a great match that we had, that we just saw with Voltais and Coco. They're doing really well for themselves, able to go to the winner's bracket. Famazo and Dank are going to go, unfortunately, to the loser's bracket. And overall, really good performance by Coco. But unfortunately for Voltais and Famazo, it was a little bit of a struggle to get to the finish line there. But I have Evo with me here. I mean, I'm part of Evo too, I guess, but these are also my co-admins. This is Chris and this is Atomic here. And
Hello.
They're going to be joining us for this interview today. And I mean, Chris, I'll ask you first, like, how have you been enjoying the event so far?
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing. I mean, finally getting to meet all my team colleagues and everybody that I've only known by name so far and never seen their faces. It's been incredible.
And then Atomic, same question to you. How are you feeling so far? Have you been enjoying the event so far?
I've been absolutely loving it. It's surreal coming to Germany to meet people you have talked with for like ages. It's so weird to actually put a face on the people that you have talked with for so long. And the crew here has been amazing, and yeah, it's been super good so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I think since I'm a part of Evo too, I mean, this event's been amazing, and I think what's been really cool is to finally meet everybody. And like for us as an org, it's been fantastic to not only show how much of a big community we are, but how diverse we are. I mean, even us right here, American, German, Norwegian, like we represent that. And I mean, Chris, you've been an admin a little bit longer than I have, and can you just kind of explain to everybody who's watching right now what is Evo? What does Evo do exactly?
Yeah, of course. So we're the largest independent Trackmania community there is. We host a bunch of community servers. We provide coaching services for free for new players for various styles like full speed, ice, dirt, and I believe tech. And we also host fun cups, weekly events, and also prize pool tournaments.
Yeah. Okay. And then Atomic, so you're a newer admin, I guess. So do you want to explain kind of what you do for Evo and everything?
Yeah, I basically got brought on because I'm good at sitting in front of the computer and
Nice.
writing code. So that's mainly what I've been doing lately is trying to make like new things for Evo and also for the community, especially like the server controller that we have. So we aim to and we strive to have things open for the community so that the community can improve and become even better and make it better for us to and everyone to play the game that we're playing. But yeah, so and also like community stuff, just hanging around with friends, chatting, talking with new people, being on the servers. It's a lot of important work being actually out there.
Definitely, for sure. And I mean, Chris, you have been my duo in casting because me and Chris do casting on our own personal team stream and everything. We do events. We do weekly events, the Dirt Weekly, the Ice Weekly. We also run full speed events. I mean, that's what people used to know us for in Trackmania because we were the full speed team. We were the full speed guys. With Chroma as like probably one of the most recognizable names for full speed, and Kirill as well. But as for you, Chris, like how has it been as an event organizer and a team leader so far in the last year?
It's definitely been very challenging at a few points. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's honestly really, really fun. I love what I'm doing. I love doing it with you guys. I'm just having the time of my life. I mean, I might not be the youngest player anymore. I'm turning 30 in December. But yeah, I'm just having a lot of fun, and I love putting a lot of time into Evo because I think that's where, I just feel like it's worth it.
So I definitely have about two more questions for you guys, and I guess Atomic, I'll ask this question for you. I mean, Chris has been doing a lot of the tournament operation stuff, but can you maybe describe what Evo has been doing for Arcadia here at the hotel for this event?
Oh yeah. So first of all, it's like we mainly strive to just help them get things going. They're new to the whole Trackmania scene, and luckily we sit on some information about what the Trackmania scene is about and the community is about. But what we've been doing here is mainly helping with setting up all the servers, all the match servers that's been being used for the event. Also like Fun Cup, being able to allow people to actually start and sit and train whilst being at the event. And also we've been generally just helping out with all the tasks that the Arcadia team are involved with, such as setting up the PCs and everything, mainly being tech support.
And then, short question: how salty are you that we're not streaming a tech tournament? Instead, we're doing the mixed.
I don't think I can give a comment on that.
Yeah, Atomic, he's our tech guy. He's our like tech. We call him our tech master, even though he's okay. But you know, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll be nicer, I guess. But as far as it's been insane to be here. It's been a fantastic opportunity that we've had, and Arcadia has been a fantastic partner throughout this event and everything, and it's been amazing that we've been included on such a thing. That's why I didn't mention Evo at the beginning of the stream, because we were going to have our own little special moment here. But thanks to everybody who's been watching so far. Thank you, Chris and Atomic, for showing up for this interview. I really appreciate it. And we are going to go on a short break before we go to the following matches. We are still getting some matches finished, so it is going to be a little bit of a break, and then we are going to come back for the continuing rounds. I believe we are going to do our top 32 at this point. Which matches are going to be streamed on the show, I unfortunately do not know at this time, but we will let you know as soon as we get back, and I hope you stick around and enjoy the rest of the show. We will be back soon. Thank you.
it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
So guys, we are back already. We had a little bit of delay in the other matches, so we just continue with the matches of the winner bracket, round number 1. We have a great match here in our hands between Sams, Merch Jr., then also there's Whoop on the server, as well as Shay, who's for me one of the clear favorites to make a good rundown, a deep rundown, maybe even to the prize money.
Yeah, for me, he's definitely one of the key contenders in the later playoff stages that you should actually keep an eye on. The Frenchman from the neighborhood of Nantes, close to the region that I live in. Former B Genius player, currently playing under his own banner. And yeah, I feel like the Frenchman is definitely going to be very well prepared as the match is already underway. And so far, it's been pretty, not exactly cut and dry. So far, only 3 rounds have been played, but we're already seeing like only a gap of 10 points between first and last.
Yeah, speaking of banner, we are playing the map Banners right now.
There you go.
So one of the maps that we've seen as the last map, so you see the map order is randomized. It is a map from Rioter and Berserk. So Shay right now is leading with 20 points, and we have played 3 rounds already. We are right now in round number 4. Sams is on second position. Mertz also in a good rundown here, overtakes him there quite nicely. And Shay is also on a very good time, but 2 players make a mistake that both Mertz and Sams are respawning and both make another mistake yet again.
Yeah, the thing is, with the approach speed that they are having, they were trying to overcorrect that, maybe a bit more steering angle, but that's not enough. They are still going to go over the edge of the road and actually clip. They are forced to release, which makes them lose even more time, allowing Shay to have a significant lead over Whoop, who has taken over second position for Team Wumbo, and Shay will take to the checkered flag and take the round win with a 51.485. Whoop forced to go for the safe in. Can Mertz snipe him? Oh, barely by just 100th of a second. Mertz takes second, Whoop third, Sams finishes in P4.
Dude, all players 7.2 to 7.5 seconds apart. That was a good round, actually, to say the least, because they were so close to each other. And Shay with that has a lead now of 4 points ahead of Mertz. But we still have Whoop, who's not out on that one yet. He could have had the potential to maybe even get second, but it is Mertz now making a mistake. Maybe he can do good here as well. Also Sams with a mistake, and it is Whoop versus Shay. Only after 20 seconds, we have seen 2 major mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, this map, as we said, is pretty tricky to actually go about. Even after you got the basics of the map down, Whoop barely hitting the lamppost, the base of the lamppost and all that, to actually get a little bit of airtime. And in the meantime, look who takes advantage of that. It's Whoop, the Danish. Ooh. Oh, Shay! Oh. No, Shay slid out. I thought he actually managed to recover from that, but no.
It's
the airtime was too great for him to be able to recover, and Mertz now takes away the lead from Whoop, and Whoop drops down to P3. Mertz getting cupped up 2 by Sams up towards the risky fin. Mertz will be able to keep it. Yes, he will. 55.8, but man, all matters of shenanigans have happened on this round already, and that was only round 5.
Mate, that was a carnage round, 55.86 but the players are still so close to each other. The world record, guys, is a 50-second time, so they are 5 seconds away from it. I mean, it's still a close match, nonetheless, but we're gonna go now to the next map. Of course, we have one warm-up, and let's take a look at what map we're gonna play. After the loading screen, we're gonna see it. It takes a bit longer, so
it is Oxygen.
Yeah, I would say maybe a map with custom blocks, because that usually takes a bit longer to load. It's the track of the day from Keystar, Oxygen, 102.12 world record from Dexter. And we have one warm-up before we're going to go into 5 live rounds.
One thing that I wanted to correct, I kind of got the team of Whoop wrong. Of course, I would say Team Wombo, but no, he's part of Team Molotov along with his teammate Mertz.
True. We still have 3 Molotov members in this competition who have made it to day 2. So good to see Whoop and Mertz playing against each other. Maybe that's also a bit of a rivalry. Maybe one of them will make it into the winner bracket. Right now, it's looking good for Mertz, who is actually leading this match.
So far, a 3-point lead ahead of Shay, Sams, and Whoop, having taken a bit of a hit on the first map. So, okay. I just seen that. I was trying to go straight to my point, but I just see the line that Shadini goes. I'm like, okay, this early in the day?
Yeah.
All right.
Giga Chat line, Shay. That's what we should call it, the Giga Chat line.
The Giga Chat line, yeah.
Because you gather up so much speed, and it's crucial to go for it maybe in the later runs, because it will reward you tremendously.
Yeah, exactly. So as I said, Sams and Whoop having taken a bit of a hit on the first map, finding themselves quite a ways away from the top 2. They're going to have to get back on their feet really quickly and try to capitalize maybe on mistakes, or try to get their game a little bit up there with Mertz and Shea if they are to keep themselves in the running for the winner bracket, as we're already underway with the first of 5 rounds on Oxygen.
So let's see if Shea can maybe go into the lead after that round. He's 3 points short towards Mertz, who has a good start. Sam's oversteers a little bit. Whoop already with that first mistake. Finds himself 0.3 behind. Also goes very inside there. I think he lost that gear there, so he will lose even more time. 0.5 behind. Shea with a great line there. Perfect drift for him, and let's see if he goes for that line. No, he will not go for that. I mean, it's definitely up for grabs for the later rounds, but right now the risk is not really worth it.
Not really worth it, and maybe that was just a show-off thing during the warm-up, just like, yeah, I can do it. Maybe you can't. I don't know. But I don't care. I can do it myself.
Exactly.
In the meantime, towards the final sector, oh, Sam, he had to overcorrect that release a little bit. He could have gone for the move on Shea, but unfortunately had to kind of correct that and keep himself from hitting the wall. So Shea has a little bit of room to breathe now, around 3 to 4 tenths, close to half a second, 4 tenths of a second. There you can see on the bottom side of the screen, and Shea should have this first run pretty easy on Oxygen. What's the time going to be at the end? It's a 102.9. Actually, pretty good time, dipping into the 102s already.
Yeah, 102.9. It's 0.8 away from the world record. Shea just cruising here into the ending. But also Sams could have had a good fight between Shea, but was hesitating a little bit during the ending section, and thus he only, quote-unquote, takes the 6 points. But still he will come closer towards Mertz, who is right now dropping down to P number 2, but he's still looking strong with 40 points out of 6 rounds. Let's go into round number 2. Shea with a good start, Mertz as well as Sams again with that oversteer, and we see the first carnage from Whoop. Also Mertz almost touches there the pole on to his side, but it seems that Shea has the best start again. Will he go for the line? No, he will not go for it. Maybe he's on a good time and maybe risks it, but that's not the case, and the lead is not quite comfortable enough for him to go for those risks, but he seems to be on a good time. He's 0.5 ahead of his opponent, but yeah. Sam's doing a great job on this map so far.
Sam's holding his own, but yeah, half a second of a gap between Shea and the second place right now is pretty tough to catch back up unless there's a catastrophic cock-up at the end for Shea Nimi. At the moment, it looks pretty good for Sam as we're heading towards the final corner in second place. Mertz is 2 tenths down, so even a tiny slip-up could still yield second place to Mertz. Let's see how it goes into the ending. It's going to be a good time for Shea. 0.4.
Great.
0.4 without going for the outer line on the dirt. That is very, very good time from Shea Nimi. So a French 1-2 actually with Shea and Sams in first and second. And then the 2 Danes, actually just 1 Dane at the finish line. Mertz in third. Whoop, having made too many mistakes, did not reach the finish line in time and thus does not score any points.
Yeah, so Whoop will fall even further behind. 21 points for him. Already 32 points behind first position just after 7 rounds, and we see the next mistake. Yeah, I think that was Whoop again. Yes, he has done a whoopsie. Okay, I'm just gonna stop the dad jokes for today. That's already enough, but Whoop is with that again on last position. I hope that he can finish that round. Shea in the lead, Mertz and Sams up for a good fight, and Shea almost touches the wall there, and it is Sams who's again capitalizing. I wanted to say, but no, the no slide, or did he even touch the wall?
Nah, I think it was basically just a clip from like one of the transitions that slowed him down that much. Yeah, he didn't even hit anything. He was not even close to the wall, and yeah, that is painful for Sams. He was on course for maybe a good second position if he was getting by Mertz, but now he's into damage limitation mode where he has to actually reach the finish line and get the points and be content with third place in this round. Goes a little bit wide there on the exit. Shea Nimi, Mertz, and Sams are really spaced out. 8 tenths of an advantage for Shea. What's the time going to be at the ending? It's a 0.5. It's still a really astonishing time, and the lines that we see on the dirt, even without going for the outer line, that shows plenty of optimization from Shea going for the wider exit, trying to carry as much speed as possible with a wider line, with a much straighter path as well through the chicane afterwards.
It looks so effortless from Shea to just go for those dirt lines, but he has full control of his car. Maybe when I think, oh, you go so close to the wall, but he probably seems very comfortable with it. So Shea up to 63 points, and it's looking really good, winning 3 consecutive rounds in a row. Maybe he can make it a 4th one. Also good time set so far, just less than half a second behind the world record, and it is Shea who's again leading the rounds, going so close there over that limitation of the block, and he almost clips there, but that wasn't the case. Sam's still in the mix. Mertz with a good line, but Sams comes a bit closer. This time he's not clipping there. I think that was the inside of the road border that you can clip there, and Sam's just slowed down. Unfortunate for him. Sometimes it slows you down, sometimes not, but look at that. Shea is having a good run again, and this looks to be another 0.6 or maybe even a faster time.
I'm looking at a 0.5 maybe from what we've seen so far. Sam's having to recorrect a little bit through the chicane. He had to lose a bit of time there compared to Mertz. Maybe on the ending he's able to pull something off, but it's looking pretty dire as we're heading already towards the jump. Oh, Mertz taking the inside! As soon as I say that, he's forced to go for the safe fin. It's a 0.7 at the end for Shay, but Sam's must be thanking the gods of that mistake happening from Mertz, and Mertz even loses to Whoop, who finishes in P3.
And now Sams is coming dangerously closer towards him. It's only 6 points between those players, so we have another great fight for that second place.
The gap was pretty significant between the top two and the bottom two after the first map, but now Sams has been able to close that back up. Unfortunately for Whoop, he hasn't been able to get in the groove quite yet, so he's getting a little bit left in the dust. Let's hope that he's able to get back in the groove now. Oh, Sams, just a little wall brush at the apex, and that's enough to trigger the acceleration penalty and tank your run in 1 instant, just at the snap of the finger like that, allowing Shay and Whoop to take first and second position. And Mertz is not really looking too hot right now, finding himself in last place, having a big mistake, 2.5 seconds down as Sams catches up on Whoop before the jump, and he will overtake him at the checkpoint right after the jump. That's a display of speed differential if I've ever seen one. Sam's currently sitting in second position, but he's got Whoop with a wider line, taking a bit more speed on the way out. He's been forced to do the recorrection like Sams did on the previous round at the exact same point, forced to do with the second tap drift. That is slowing down a tiny bit, but still, third place is not too shabby for Whoop on this round as we're heading towards the final part and the final corner and the jump toward the ending. Shay with a slowdown. He had to slow down on the jump, and Sams takes over the lead, but no, he's forced to go for the safe fin, allowing Shay to retake the round lead. Whoop in second. Sams finishes in P3 for saving grace. Mertz, is he able to reach the finish? I don't think he is. Where is he? No, he's way too far. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is gonna be it. No points for Mertz, unfortunately getting left behind. Shay, that was a very close call. He could have lost the 10-pointer to Sam, but if Sam himself had not been forced to go for the risky fin, for the safe fin after that little slowdown on the dirt there.
Yeah, but 5 out of 5 victories from Shay on this map. I mean, the last one, of course, as you've mentioned, was quite lucky there that there was this mistake happening from Sams, who was in first position and could have taken that, and eventually has thrown it away. So we're going to go to interdiction now by Ozai. Was the last map previously, but now we have it
on map 3.
Yeah, it was exactly as map 3.
So, yeah, I think we should take a little bit of a look at the score recap. You can see it, of course, on the right-hand side. 83 points for Shay, who's already 2/3 of the way to finalist status. 53 points for Mertz, 51 for Sams. So, yeah, as we mentioned, Sams managing to bridge the gap back up to second place when the gap was actually pretty significant at the end of map number 1. And now, pretty much, the game is on for the last spot in the winner bracket. Whoop with 34 points, having a bit of a rough start to his match. Let's hope that he's able to get it back on track on interdiction as we're already edging towards the end of the warm-up. 15 seconds remaining.
15 seconds remaining. Then we have 5 live rounds as per usual. And it seems that Shay could actually close it out here if he wins every round yet again.
That is true.
And the trend was going towards that direction because he has won 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, indeed. That is very, very good to point out. We are just seeing that 37 points are required by Shay to make it to finalists, and that means just 4 straight wins to actually make it that way. And after that, if he wins the final round, that could be another like clean sweep that could lead already into a match closeout for Shay, as we're already getting started with round number 1. Shay having taken a bit of a better start compared to Sams and Mertz, who are remaining in close contact, though. Whoop being the first man to fall behind, have a second down.
Have a second down already for Whoop, so not a good start, but also Mertz. Only 3 points out of those last 2 rounds at DNF, and then he got sniped at the end by his teammate, who actually got second there in this 4th round, if I recall correctly. So Mertz definitely has to collect some more points, because it is Sams who comes dangerously close. Only 2 points between those players now, but Mertz seems to
Shay
catch up quite
slowing
nicely.
down.
Because Shay has made another mistake, and maybe Sams can get himself 6 points, but it would be a discrepancy of 4 points in this round between those players. Who's gonna get that second place? Sams with a great line, overtakes Shay here. Let's go with his POV. Oh, the ending can be tricky to know. Will Shay go very outside? Yes, he will. Not touches the wall, and Shay has more speed and will take second place. Good line, and Mertz will be happy about that, because with that, he has a good lead ahead of Sams again.
Yeah, he has a pretty significant lead. He gives himself a little bit of space to breathe again. But yeah, we've seen plenty of carnage, and we briefly saw it from Sam's perspective, just the corner of the eye, the ghost of Whoop. taking
Yeah.
what we call a big fat full stopic in the jargon, just full on in the pole, and the virtual driver's dead on the spot, of course, proverbially speaking, as we're heading into round 2, 89 points, and already we see Whoop having taken the inside a little bit too much, so gets onto the off-camber part at the apex and slows down quite significantly, already half a second down after just the start block towards the end of Sector 1, manages to get away without doing what I call the pinball machine and bouncing off of both walls, but yeah, that's definitely not ideal for Whoop right now, finding himself 1.5 seconds down, and Mertz also having not the best time so far on this round, halfway through the map, and he's finding himself half a second down as he catching up to Sams. I think we should switch over to his perspective now. Here's the perspective of Mertz, catching up to Webspell Sams. Oh, that was a really nice aggressive line. Shay this time, all things are going smoothly on this round for the Frenchman as we're heading towards the end of the map with the entry into the dirt. It can be very tricky, as you said, and the outer wall that can be extremely challenging to take correctly and to maintain without hitting the wall.
Mertz bumping.
Yeah, bumping on the apex. Is it going to be enough to allow Sams to the line? And it's going to be Mertz for exactly 100th of a second. In the meantime, Shay, when the 103.2 takes the 10-pointer.
103.2 from him on interdiction. The world record is a 102.86, and due to the length, I would consider that a good time.
It is a pretty good time.
0.5 behind the world record, and I think if yeah, the fight was decided by one player even going more outside. I think if he just confirmed his line there by not going either further outside, he would have had it because he traveled more distance, even though he had more speed, but the track was not long enough to catch up. So I think he could have had it, but that was a very important fight. Now Sams had to release. Shay is leading yet again, 99 points, though he cannot reach finals mode because we only have 2 more rounds left. Mertz with a good line, but loses a little bit of time towards Sams, who's coming close here. Look at that approach from Sams. He comes dangerously closer towards his direct opponent. It's 7 points between them, but Shay looks like to be on a great time yet again. Now we approach the last part. We have that grass section that ends into a road section, so you want to straighten out your car to not slide. Now here, very important to hold that 4th gear. Sams with the adjustment, and he is falling out of this map. Mertz is further behind, has made another mistake towards Shay, and he still takes that 2nd position due to those mistakes that have happened. And Shay with a 103.20. That is a very good time, even 600 faster than the previous set time.
Yeah, indeed. He's running pretty consistently in that half a second range away from WR. And yeah, Sams, he had a pretty good chance of actually catching up to Mertz in the mid-dirt part because he actually had a flat landing and kept contact at all times compared to Mertz, who was a little bit hippity-hoppity over the apexes in the chicanes. And unfortunately, that little correction here in the plastic was enough to throw it all away as we're heading into round number 4 on interdiction. It's a pretty nicely packed group for the top 3. Shay, Sams, and Mertz, pretty much the running story here at the start of these rounds, with Whoop having a bit of a rougher time, finding himself 6/10 down on the rest of the pack. Oh, Mertz hitting the outside wall right at the exit, right as he was getting to safety on the platform. The back left wheel clipped, and that was enough to throw it all away. And now it's a French 1-2 with Shay and Sams in 1st and 2nd position, 1/10 apart. Shay going way outside, trying to carry a bit more speed on the way out. Seems to be working so far nicely for him. Gets a bit of a smoother landing compared to Sams, who gets the more aggressive line. Sams has a bit more of an inside line, but has lost a bit more speed as a result of this, as we're heading into the final few seconds of the map, the last 10 seconds of the map, the plastic port, where Sams floundered in the previous round. So far, so good for the man from Webspell, but he's conceding time hand over fist compared to Shay as we're heading into the dirt part. Oh, nicely negotiated. He goes for a bit of a safer line. As I say that, he goes for a bit of a wider exit, trying to carry a bit more speed, and it's a 103.1 for Shay Nimi. So yeah, Shay continuing to assert dominance over his match as Sams takes the 6-pointer, Mertz 3rd, Whoop 4th, and it's a score line that you never want to see against your name. 119 out of 120.
119 the face slap for Shay, but what a performance from him on this entire map. He has won 3 rounds out of 4, and maybe he can win this one again to deny some points. Look how many points he's at. He's 40 points out of Mertz. So Shay, I mean, the storyline of this match is kind of banners. He kind of choked on a little bit, falling behind, but the last 2 maps, Shay was just dominating. That's what you just can say about him. He's looking really strong on that map, driving 0.25 behind the world record. So very good performance from Shay, looking good in this round again. Sams is, however, only 0.2 away and can come closer to Mertz again. The discrepancy of them are 10 points at the moment, but maybe this can change. But look at those lines here from Shay. Let's go ahead and follow him. He's on a great run again. He's 0.5 ahead of Sams. This could be another PB from Shay. Let's take a look. The ending will decide it, of course. The dirt line, he can take it even further outside. The transition very important to nail. Shay with a great line, but he touches the wall there, and that's what I meant. Sams can catch up, and it will be enough. It is actually only 0.02 of a second between them. That was so important for Sams to get those 10 points to stay on track with his direct opponent Mertz.
Indeed, man. I thought we saw Sams having to correct it a little bit at the the sort of tech part before the grass banking. He was forced to release a little bit. That's what allowed Shay to pull away. But then that mistake from Shay has cost him dearly. Well, I say cost him dearly. He was on 119. He just needed to finish the round. But still, for the statement of intent, winning the round is always a bit of a better
gives you momentum, right?
Yeah, a better proposition. As we're heading off into Switcheroo by Funny, and we're already having one finalist mode for Shay and a really close battle between Mertz and Sams. Just 4 points between second and third.
Whoop, however, has fallen tremendously behind. 46 points for him only. That's more than 30 points behind the third-seeded player. And then, of course, there's additional points towards Mertz. So that is a huge gap to clear, and it will be hard, especially on this map from Funai, which is not the easiest map. We have seen a lot of mistakes on that previous match, and I think we're also going to have some fatalities here in this match.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a few casualties for sure. As, yeah, you can see some of the leaderboards times at the top of the screen. Shay having clocked in at 56.8 during the warm-up, I wager. The world record is 56.648. Can you confirm that it is accurate up until today?
The world record is a 56.648 by Barbos.
Okay, it hasn't been changed then. So Shanimi able to run within 0.2 of WR. And yeah, you said there might be a bit of carnage, especially at that last corner, the dirt corner where we saw, especially Coco in the previous round, having a little bit of a wonky approach. So sometimes he's a little bit all over the shot, and sometimes a little bit too wide, and he will be hitting the wall on the outside, which would tank the run completely. I guess we can only find out if Shay's able to close out round one, as we're already underway.
Yeah, we are underway, and taking a look onto local records, 56.8 from Shay. That is 0.2 away for the world record. Shay's looking really strong on this map, just looking onto the PB. And of course, now he's in his first finals mode. Will he close it out and join the winner bracket round 2? He would be the first player out of this match to make it happen. Then there will be one more spot distributed among those 3 players. Good line here from Shay, already 0.45 ahead. He's on another great run. It's now in his hands. Of course, now we have this TMGL-ish section here with that grass part that leads into a very hard reactor boost wall where you can push a lot, and then this drift where the apex is hard to nail, as you can see it here from Mertz making that mistake. But let's go with Shay, who's on a great run and maybe can close it out. He's 0.7 ahead of Sams. Will he survive the ending? It's looking like that. Great line, but clips there. He makes that mistake, but it seems that everyone else has made a mistake as well. But Sams overtakes him, and Shay will not close it out just yet.
That's such a shame. That would have been a very low 57, even a 56. I mean, 56 is, of course, a bit of wishful thinking, I could say, but a very low 57 would have been a shout after the display of performance that Shay has just put on for us. Yeah. And that particular win, actually, you can see, we have a swap for second place. Sam's taking over from Mertz in second place, but still, the gap is very close. 89 to 87. Just 2 points separate these two.
Yeah, that's such a shame.
Yeah.
Shane Nimi. Okay, I stop again. I have to make my dad joke. You know, sometimes you just have to do that. So Shay still in finest mode. You don't lose it when you are not making it in the round. But of course, the other players are coming closer. Sam's 31 points away, and Mertz on third place, as you've mentioned, 2 points behind him. 33 points away, but now making that mistake, so he will even fall further behind. Sam's behind Shay, who's leading the round, so maybe he can close it out in the second finals attempt, but of course he should survive that ending. The ending drift can be hard to net because you want to gather as much speed as possible and set yourself up nicely for that ending, because it's just such a long straight that you need every kilometer per hour possible. Sam's, however, falling more and more behind. Half a second. Shay can take it more conservatively at the ending. We see 1 DNF actually, but let's take a look. Will Shay survive it? It's looking really good. Oh my god, going so close here, but he will survive it. 56.9. That is a very good time as well. GG's, ending it with a bang, and Shay's in the next round.
Man, talk about showing up big time after a flounder. Man, Jesus Christ, 50.6.
So effortless.
So effortless. Although we did have a close call at the ending, and I was watching from the POV of Sam's. He went so far to the inside, very close to the apex. That is chef's kiss from Shinimi.
Yeah.
And now that the favorite is very much already out of the way, very much like in match 1, we have a match within our match. 95 points for Sam's, 91 for Mertz. It's still very much notable for Sam's holding his own pretty well in terms of pace versus Shinimi, but now he's going to have to contend with another pretty fast day in here in the form of Mertz.
Yeah, Mertz is, even though he's falling more behind, but he has also got himself a third position. It was Whoop not finishing in the previous round. Mertz with a very wonky approach here, and that's just what the map gives you. If you don't nail those lines correctly, you're gonna lose gradually time towards the top players, and Sam's is on a great round. More than 1 second for him to work with, and he can take the ending a bit more conservative. But of course, you've seen it. It looked safe from Shay, but then there was one part where we were like, oh, you can fail it, you can clip there. There are so many opportunities here to make a mistake, also due to that quite unconventional transition at the end, this drop to the grass. But it will be enough for Sams to take it home. 58.4, it is enough for him to win. 1.6 seconds behind the time that Shay said beforehand.
Indeed, yeah, 58.4 for Sam's, allowing himself to build a bit more of a gap. This time, the gap, now that the big points are up for grabs, the gaps are starting to spread out a little bit further and further in the battle between second and third place. So Sam's so far looking pretty good, having passed the 100-point limit. Mertz is not that far from it at 97 points. Let's see how he's able to cope with that with the last few rounds of switcheroo. Mertz not really feeling comfortable on this map, as it seems like, as Sam seems to have a bit more of a pace advantage and a bit more of confidence, taking some of the riskier lines that we've seen being taken today here on switcheroo. As we're already down through the first sector, it's Sam's taking the lead. Mertz going for a little bit of a longer drift through there again, and he's scrubbing off too much speed, losing a little bit too much time that he would like to be. Now the transition actually looks a little bit better than what we've seen a little bit later on in the previous round. Goes really close to the CP on the outside before the freewheel and reactive boost part. Does he go really far inside? Not that far, actually. We haven't seen him like go off of the edge and with one tire off into the void, but so far so good for Mertz. Oh, the line was pretty good for Mertz. Watch out for the turn. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that with that approach. He was going to hit the wall no matter what, so Sams should be able to take the round win with ease as we are approaching the finish line. There he is, 57.7 for Sams, who moves on to 115.
So Mertz will definitely be happy if this map is over. Sometimes it just seems that he's not in control what he's doing. Just those small bumps that will add up, him losing more time. Just talk about that grass section, that long grass section before the reactor boost, where he didn't have a smooth landing and lost 0.1 of a second.
Not the
it's adding up.
Not the smooth landing, and also turns in a little bit too late to go to the inside, meaning that he gets a water line that he was supposed to have, and gives himself a heart attack pretty much for no reason by going so close to the outside of the CB. In the meantime, we're already on the final round. Mertz will be thinking, thank God this is almost over. Yeah. Sam's, meanwhile, taking the lead. We also got Whoop this time, managing to put off a little bit of a race, at least through the first sector. Unfortunately, the transition of the platform was not too kind for the other Dane in competition, as Mertz continues to keep touch with Sams. He goes through the clip. Sams was also very close as well. He had a really slow exit from that. As we go to the reactor boost, it's still very much game on between these two.
Yeah, and Sam's is still leading, but Mertz now with a great round. It is Mertz now making a mistake. I thought that he would nail the apex, but he has unfortunately made that mistake just when I speak about it. Also, Whoop will overtake him, so that will not put another dent into his mentality now, because he will lose more points. And Sam's, good news for you. You are in finalist. Mertz was leading the match after map number 1 with 36 points, and now he is on third position. He needs a miracle run now. He's at 107 points, so that means he has to deny Sams twice, or he has to rely on his teammate, or Sams making a mistake.
Exactly, and the tides have turned very quickly for Mertz in the space of just a few rounds, or even just 1 or 2 maps. It has gone from pretty safely in the upper bracket to potentially having to go to the lower bracket after all, as we're already moving on to Yitelski and its killer start feature.
The killer start feature. You can surely clip on this map if you don't go too diagonal, if you don't clear that jump here. You can see it here. This sausage block is very important to just jump over to the left, and also this inside line here to not steer as much as you maybe intend to do. And of course we have one more before we're gonna go live. Let's take a look into the standings. Sam's of course in finalists, he activated with 120 points, Mertz at 107 points, as I spoke about it beforehand, and Whoop at 63 points, more than 40 points behind. So it would be a miracle if you would actually make it into the winner bracket.
It would be a miracle if he made it into the winner
But it's
bracket.
possible, though.
Yeah, it could be possible. We're not discounting him at all. It's just that it's going to be a very tough ordeal as we're moving on to Yitalski. Quick run of the world record, 48.920 by feet, as we mentioned a little bit earlier in the first round. 49.827, the best time on this server that has been run by Sam. So far so good. He's got a bit of a pace advantage compared to Mert, so about 9/10 to 1 second. So it's looking good for the Frenchman from Team Webspell as we're getting underway.
Yeah, but consistency, of course, is key. You can surely fail that ending because the ending is weird because you have to stay so far on the left in order to make that ending as fast as possible. You've seen that quite unconventional jump into the banked or like flipped ending, let's say like that. But we see Whoops and Merch now making a mistake, and this would be a free ticket, or this is a free ticket for Sams to make it into the winner bracket round 2. He is 0.8 of a second ahead of Mertz.
Yeah, that looks like it. The round's been somewhat beheaded, unfortunately for us, as Sams takes advantage of the mistakes from his two other competitors to move up into a really significant lead position, 9/10 ahead of Mertz from what we see in the splits at the bottom right of the screen. And looks like there's not really anything to catch up. Well, as I say that, of course, why do I say those things? But as I say that, there we got Mertz flipping over, and that's going to be confirming the position of Sams. He should be able to make it to the finish now. Yes, he is. Yeah, that was a bit close, but he still makes it. Second place then for Sams, concluding with a 51.196. Despite that little touch, he must thank the stars that there was another blunder by Mertz to kind of save his ass here, as I like to say it.
Yeah.
And yeah, Shay and Sams, the two Frenchmen, continue on to the winner bracket then for today.
Yeah, the two Danes drop into the lower bracket. They're in for a long day. We have definitely seen a very, very good performance from Mertz. Has leaded the match, and now he's down. But he has shown that he's able to keep up with Sams, and maybe they're gonna see themselves in the bracket again.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how these two players are going to stack up in the rest of the day. But yeah, so far, first round of matches, man, I'm impressed. We've seen some pretty banger matches so far.
Yeah, the matches were really great. Good level. Also fast times from the top players. They were really, really fast. I mean, 0.2, 0.3 away from the world record.
They were on it right from the get-go, indeed.
Ready.
They were absolutely ready, and I hope you guys are ready for some more action here on the Trackadia tournaments here in Arcadia Hamburg. We're gonna throw it back to the host, I think, for one of the interviews. But right up until then, we do have a little bit of a short break. We do have a 10-minute break coming up right after the word from our sponsor. We'll be back very soon on the Arcadia Live channel. Stay with us.
are back here at Trackadia, and I have an interview with you. Great matches so far. We are through with the top 64, and we are going to start going into the top 32. But before we do that, we have a short interview with Stuffs from the Netherlands, if I'm correct on that.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. And so how's your match go? I know you finished first, but how do you feel your matches have gone so far in the tournament?
Pretty good. I got fourth in the seeding, so that's a good seeding for a good match into the first round. And I feel like I did pretty well, obviously finishing first and just getting ready for the next match.
So is this your first LAN, or is how many LANs have you been to so far?
This is my second.
This
first
is your
was
second, okay.
Gamax in the Netherlands,
Okay.
which I got second in.
Right. And then as your second LAN, I guess, I mean, this is a for me, this is my first LAN, I guess, for Trackmania. But how have you been enjoying the event so far? What's your vibe like right now for this event?
It's really cool. There's a lot more people than the last one I've been with, and yeah, it's really well organized as well. The crew from Arcadia and Evo obviously did really good, and I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, and now, so I kind of know you a little bit. You may not know me as much, but I know you because you've been showing up to our Dirt Weekly events for Evo and everything. And when you do show up, you're a really talented player, and I mean, clearly you're gonna go far. I feel like in this event. So as for your expectations going into the coming matches, what are you doing for your preparation? Like, give me your thought process on how you're going to approach the upcoming matches.
I think just practice as much as possible. Just get my rounds in. Try to be as consistent as I can, and just do my best.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's definitely something that everybody has to do, and it's very important to do. It's not something to necessarily overlook because practice does make perfect, right? But is there any other opponents that you're looking at right now? Is there anybody that you're like scared of or you want to play against? Like, who are you looking at right now?
Well, the main opponents are Barbos, Massa, Grenadi. They are really some of the best in the game, and I'm really looking forward to facing them and seeing how I do.
Yeah. Any predictions of how far you're going to go?
My goal is top 8, getting there, so getting to Sunday, but it's going to be a hard task for me, so I'll try my best.
Well, you're still in the winner's bracket, so, I mean, you got at least, if you do not make the next couple matches, I mean, you still have 1 life left in the loser's bracket, so good luck to you on that. Do you have anybody you want to shout out, or do you want to say hi to anybody before we go?
Shout out to Zengo and Roxon for helping me as much as they did.
The shift guys, eh? All right. Well, that is it for our interview. Thank you so much, Stuffs, for showing up and doing a short interview with us. We are going to be back. We are going to go through our top 32 matches. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back for those matches, and we'll see you soon.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen the first winner bracket matches that were taking place, the top 64, and then we had great matches that we already have seen. Good rounds from the favorites on those matches have shown really good times, just a little bit further behind the world record, but still good pace from them. And yeah, also the rundown for second place was very intense on those matches that we have watched. But let's take a look onto the bracket. Geek, damn, what do we have here? Winner bracket round 2.
My mind is blown that we got such a bracket. Just to kind of finish off on the first round of matches that we've seen, we were pretty much on par in terms of pace than what we've seen yesterday during the qualifiers, which is actually pretty insane when you think about it. And now, with this bracket that we have here on hand, the matchups are just insane. Just in match 1, we can already talk about some of the players that are going to be taking part. First of all, Lars, player from Into the Breach. Very, very good player in his own right. We've also got another Frenchman here, Snow from Borussia Plus Competition. Player from TMGLC has gone all the way to the finals with Glass. He finished in second place in the ZRT Cup this year, so very much a force to be reckoned with. We also got one of the best RPG players around, one of the best in the Netherlands in the form of Astronaut. And we also got Magorian from Trackmania Heroes Europe, who is a very good player, a very good tech player, historically speaking. He's still very much good at it today. But yeah, already through the first lineup, you can already feel, if you're a Trackmania enthusiast, that there is a lot of skill oozing out.
Yeah, the bracket is stacked, and I'm looking forward to all of those matches, but in particular, match number 3.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Barbos, Elcon, Mime, and Sams. We have seen, let's start with the underdog, we have seen Sam's performance in this previous round, and he has shown that he has the pace, he can snipe away some of those 10 points, but of course now it will be already a tougher challenge than in the previous match. Barbos, of course, one of the clear favorites, plays for Team Schweineaim, of course, representing Trilux, and then Elcon, the rising star. For me, one of the players that has improved the most in the last couple of years. He's a 19-years old, and my god, this guy is so fast, and he can definitely spring a surprise against Mime, the runner-up against
Carl
Carl Jr.
Vice World Champion. Let's say
World
that
champion.
Vice World Champion in his first ever World Cup at that. That is, he's of course he was one of the rising stars for a fair bit, but Maima's really showed up big time on the stage, in the world stage, with his first ever Trackmania Grand League season in spring 2022. Then the matches behind that are not too shabby either. I say not too shabby. Of course, everything is relatively
also
speaking.
match 2. We have not talked about that. Rask, Loomer, Cairo, and then of course Jake, who's known for his great performance in matchmaking.
Yeah, indeed.
And also on his campaign maps. Yeah, also a match to not be neglected. Voltice, of course, we have seen. Binks, I think I should not mention him. Second place on the Arctic Gaming Experience.
If you're still wondering about Binks' determination and skill, rewatch day 1. That's all I'll say. This is all.
Day 1. This guy will go far, and for me, one of the clear favorites to win it. Beta Toast, a very good, like a fast winner. Then also Guldis, who can also get the second position.
Guldis can play a little bit of a troublemaker role. Some people, he kind of, I don't know if he considers himself very much that skill at the game, but I feel like he can spring a few surprises and play a little bit through a bit of a monkey wrench into some of the players' plans in that particular matchup. Then next up, Massa, Granadi, Sturz, and Quentin 43. This is a pretty astounding match. I mean, we've got the two German powerhouses in the form of Massa and Granadi, but Quentin 43 from Webspell is also doing pretty good. I mean, he came in without any ounce of training in the qualifiers and ended up in the top 5.
Yeah, and also a very good Canyon player. You should not forget that.
Exactly. 3rd place in the Gamers Assembly Canyon tournaments this year.
That we have casted as well. That was
indeed.
That was great.
I had the privilege of being on stage for that one. It was a great display and made me remind of how fast-paced Canyon is on a highly competitive level.
Also Stufts, we have seen him right there having that interview also in this match. So I think Massa and Granadi, the clear favorites there, but Stufts and Quentin can maybe make something happen. Jan, Golden Nugget, Deska, and Javzo. Seeing Deska in there, one of the best multi-style players out there. Of course, LAN Atmosphere is not really his most comfortable place, but I think that he will dominate that match, but it's so open for the second position.
Yeah, indeed. Deska, we gotta say, we can't forget, one of the participants in the Arctic Gaming Experience. He went through the open qualifier and booked his ticket to Meløy in Norway. Then the next round. This is the ring of death, if you ask me. Mati, 12-21, sorry, but this is gonna be a hard match for you because we've got the king, pretty much the current kings of the French team. We've got Coco from Easy Dream, which we still play on round 1. Feed, just a few fact checks. Gamers Assembly Tech Tournament this year. Won it versus Sweden, defeating the clear favorite. Then 2 weeks after that, F-Ray Trackmania Cup won it against Papou. This guy, people tend to sleep too much on Feed, and I feel like there's no reason for it. This guy is an absolute trailblazer.
Yeah, also on multi-style. I mean, he's not only good on tag, but also in the multi-style environment. He has shown, like, he was in the loser bracket there and just dominated the final.
The F-Ray Trackmania Cup is actually a showcase of that. He's really capable on multi-style as well. And due to the similarity of runs in GA and F-Ray, I tend to call for some reason Feed the lower bracket world champion.
Yeah, he is.
Or something like that. Yeah, it kind of
really good under pressure.
Yeah, he's good. He seems to deliver very well under pressure. And of course, we can't really discount Anera, of course, from Team Project Conquerors, very good player in his own right as well. I also completely forgot to mention Feed, formerly a part of Crazy Esports Région Bretagne, and now since the beginning of the month has joined along with Energize the ranks of Homino Tsun, who is starting to become a bit of a powerhouse in the Trackmania scene. They've been starting to pick up some really big players.
Link as well, right?
Link as well through the merger between Tsun and Homino, indeed, yeah.
Exactly, and then of course we have the last match, Speed Self Bresso, Shay and Dan, also a match that is, I think, also more evenly distributed compared to poor Mati in this match, actually.
Exactly.
It's really rough for him.
Yeah, it's really rough for him. Dan, I'm actually pretty interested to see how he fares in this match on mixed style, because of course Dan from Aux Rempoitiers Numelogs, very, very talented full speed player.
Oh, Switch versus Dan.
Switch versus Dan. Gamers Assembly full speed final. This man, we say this word, we thought Switch was cracked. Dan is cracked times 1,000. This man was absolutely unbeatable during the final. And also as part of Team Numelops back in 2021, romped to victory in almost every single team tournament that they partook in full speed.
And then, of course, we have seen Shay's performance as well as Bresso that we spectated yesterday as well.
Indeed, yeah.
And then there's Speedself, who's also a streamer who is also has improved so much. But
picked up plenty of experience and plenty of pace along the way. Yeah.
Also played at all of LAN events, guys. But without further ado, the next matches will start at 14:15, and we will cover match number 3, which will be Barbos, Elcon, Mime, and Sams, and we will be back after a short break.
And we are back here at Trackadia, here at Arcadia Hotel in Hamburg, Germany. We are currently dealing with some delays at the moment with the tournament bracket software. Unfortunately, there are issues with the software, and it's made some crazy matches that we thought were going to happen, and that's why we were all surprised that certain top players were going to be going head-to-head against each other. But those top players were also surprised as well, and they're breathing a sigh of relief right now because that is not actually the matchups. So we are currently updating those right now. That's why we are here, all 4 of us, here to just talk some Trackmania, do some chatting, maybe. And I guess Turbo, for you, since you've been casting the matches so far, like, what's your impression so far? Like, I mean, it's been really crazy. There's some really good matches. I mean, the funny thing for me, the match of Famazo and Voltize and Coco, like, that match was Coco like dominated, but then it was a little bit of a clown fiesta like in the middle there, with that one finish by Famazo getting first. But I mean, overall, exciting and fun matches.
Yeah, it was especially between Famazo and Voltais. Eventually, Famazo dropped down to the loser bracket, and he could have had it. He came closer. It was Voltais leading by 19 points, but then maybe the pressure kicked in of the LAN event. But usually, this round one didn't disappoint because we had so many close rounds. We had a lot of battles between second and third place. Usually there was one player, Shay and Coco, who were dominating their matches, and then we had the other players just running for the second position, and we had great fights so far. Unfortunately, those brackets will not be like that, but of course, those matches would also be a bit overkill. Some of them could have been grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you can hand me the mic, I'm going to actually ask a question over Boney here, because poor Boney, he has been waiting in the wings for the entire time to have his moment to shine. But you have been able to see some of the matches. You've been kind of chilling around, hanging out in the VIP area. Not so much more of the match and player question, but more of a question of the event overall. Like, what's the general vibe been for the event so far since you've been able to hang out in the VIP area and around the other areas, the main hall? Like, what's been the general vibe for the event, and how have you been enjoying it so far? Since you're going to be casting soon here towards the end of the day, but how have you been doing? What's the vibe like right now?
Overall, I think everybody's having an amazing time. It's very noticeable how people are seeing each other, recognizing the names, connecting the faces, and very much enjoying the social aspect of it all. Yesterday as well, I had a great evening with everybody, able to connect with a lot of people, and just overall a great time. And when it comes to the matches themselves, it's interesting to see how in the room where everybody is playing, everybody's on focus. It's quiet, right? You can hear a pin drop because everybody is just focusing on what is happening on screen. And at the same time, because the viewers are not in the room, it allows them to focus and just really get into the zone. We have two areas where we do have three areas, in fact, where people are able to watch the matches, just come in to the bar, order a drink, watch the match itself. And there's a lot of people just, coming in, watching, enjoying it. Same deal in the VIP area. Some people might be, playing some games there. But at the same time, it's very obvious everybody's just enjoying what is happening, knowing that in the other room, these players are competing and trying to secure themselves a spot in the next round. Overall, I mean, we're having some technical issues, but that is not hurting the overall vibes of the tournament right now.
I mean, going on that and just touching on that, if you are just joining in right now, we are currently in a technical delay due to the bracket software that we are using for the event. Unfortunately, it mixed up a bit of our seating. There were some top players that were about to go against each other. And what would have been exciting matches, honestly. But unfortunately, those are going to have to wait towards the end of the tournament. And that's okay, too. I'm okay with that. But I guess, G-Geek, I'm going to hand this over to you. And a question is for you. I mean, the matches, we almost thought they were going to happen, but they weren't the matches that were going to be. But is there any, like, exciting matches that you could think of, like, just making a matchup in your own head? Like, who would you like to see go against each other?
Oh man, this is a very trick question, because the easy answer would be to go for the top four players of the tournament, like from the qualifying round, put them against each other. It's all an all-out brawl, the ring of death, as we like to call them sometimes. But for me, the kind of matches that we've had so far are very, very interesting. Even no matter if it's at the beginning of the tournament like today, or if it's a little bit later on in the tournament, it still throws up a little bit of a curveball, because you do have one player that is kind of like a scarecrow in a sense, which is very much showing up as a big favorite and will deny big points to the opponents for the whole time. But then once the scarecrow has gone away, once the player has finished the finalist match, sometimes when you see the difference of pace between the players and consistency, the gloves are off. We've seen that twice already today with especially Famazo and Voltais, and then the battle between Sams and Mertz. Mertz was leading at the end of map 1. And it just shows you how the tide can turn really fast in Trackmania when you're leading map 1 and then you find yourself at like a 5-point deficit on map 2 at the end of map 2. So it's very much, I kind of like those kind of matches. So for me, it would be one scarecrow player for me to kind of like build up, kind of like have a kind of reference point to really pinpoint, and then have 2 or 3 players that are roughly equal in terms of pace and consistency, because then it becomes it takes a lot of guesswork to predict who is going to be making it into that second spot and guarantee that place into the upper bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, going off of that, Turbo, I mean, again, you have cast some of the matches here, and I guess I'll ask the same question to you. If you could make a theoretical matchup, who would you like to see in that matchup? What would you like to see out of that matchup?
Okay, so I think for me it's about who is maybe the best player in Germany or in their region. So I would go with Barbos, Massa and Granadi play against each other to see who's the best. And then of course Mime versus Elcon, same organization, both playing for ITB Into the Breach. And then of course we have the Frenchies. I mean, we have so many good French players in here. We have Shea, we have Feed, then there's also Bings, Coco. You know, I could just continue that list. Those players I would like to see like in the semifinals that will play against each other, but like I would emphasize the fight between Barbos, who's like an upcoming player also in the TMGLC now, so the second league of Trackmania, you can say, versus the champions, Massa, who's the first of the German Trackmania Cup, who has beaten Granadi in there. So I would love to see those Germans fight against each other.
Yeah, and I mean, thinking of other matchups too, I mean, we have France, we have Germany, we also have Poland here as well. And I mean, I was asking Mime, I was like, hey, do you want to do an interview? He was like, why do I want to do an interview? But that's kind of how Mime is. But for Mime, he seemed to be happy with his performance so far. And honestly, I think for Mime as well, and there's some other Polish players, they would also like to have their name up there.
Deska, for example.
Deska, for example, Evo guy. It was like, oh, let's go. But yeah, Deska, he's been, and I can speak on behalf of Deska because I know him and have done a lot of stuff with him. And he has trained so hard for multiple tournaments. He was at Baltics, he was at Arctic Experience. And I mean, he did really well in those. Baltics, he was third. Arctic Experience, I believe he was 11th. He was almost to that.
He was really happy with that, though.
He got bumped down by 1 point.
Yeah, he was just out at 1 point. Could have done. I think he would have gone pretty, maybe not super high up, but I think he could have easily gotten top 10 if he had just been a little bit more consistent in that regard.
Run would have been possible for sure.
Yeah. But I mean, overall, yeah. Let's just make sure we got the mic with each other over here, since we're running on low mic usage at the moment. But yeah, I mean, he's been doing really well, and I think overall Poland is not a force to be just like. Somebody you can't sleep on either. But yeah, I mean, going into another topic potentially, and maybe we'll start with Boney over here. If I can have the mic, thank you very much. I know we're just having a moment over here.
I have the sound.
He has it. He has the power. Boney, I mean. So, I mean, everybody here has done at least a round of casting. We did casting, but we have been able to see the maps. We have been able to watch the players approach them in their own special, different ways. But maybe, Boney, if you want to start us off in this round of questioning, my question is going to be, what has been the most difficult map overall that you feel like the players have been struggling on, if you can think of a specific one, or is there like a certain couple maps that may have all have the same difficulty level?
I mean, from looking at qualifiers and something that I expected while playing through the tracks was Ytelski for me. It very much feels like a track that in the middle parts has a lot of tight drift sections along with a pretty hard third turn to go about the speed you are able to get into that. But it's really the start and the end that make that track so hard to get in a way that you would like. You've got the start where you have the you've got your left-hander into your right-hander and immediately onto the sausage block, onto the ramp. It's usually something that, there's not a lot of space, not a lot of wiggle room to really work with. And at the same time, if you do end up exiting that sausage block wrong, you might clip the wall, you might clip the ramp, you might go a bit too high, lose some speed because of that. There's a lot of things that could go wrong in that section. And then along with that, you've got that ending with the risky fin after that bobsleigh, and I for the life of me cannot straighten out my car. And from what we've seen as well, most players do have issues with that as well, usually hitting the finish and still going over the line. And only a few really able to really angle that car out of that bobsleigh. There's not a lot of space to work with. The bobsleigh itself, you're exiting in from the left side, preferably jumping over that bit of wall so you can line that up. But it is very hard to do in the moment, and I find it very impressive that there are some players that can just do that consistently.
So, quick question: does a 37% matter?
It was
I thought it was
34.
37.
34, yeah.
Was it 34?
Who knows?
Somebody was telling me wrong today.
I don't do action keys.
No, it's old news.
Never
but
do action
I
keys,
just wanted
kids.
to make the joke, and now I'm sad. Chat's gonna make fun of me. It's okay, whatever. Here, we're gonna give the mic over to Turbo. Turbo. So I believe you said it was switcheroo that you felt like was the most difficult, or
But I would like to change my mind. So switcheroo for me is top 2 because this map has just a lot of unconventional transitions. But I would like to talk about the map with the other ice part in it because we have 5 maps in the map pool and 2 of them have a bobsleigh element in them. You have mentioned the first map, and Banners has also an ice part. And this map is not particularly hard, but you have like 3 parts on this map that are incredibly difficult. The rest of the map is smooth sailing, but let's just start with a start where you have to nail down the drift and then clear very hard speed check and also just tailor yourself over the platform and avoid the poles. So this part is already really hard to clear. We have seen mistakes there, and also before the bobsleigh actually, there is a very tight drift where you go in between the triangle of the checkpoint and you have to go very close to the checkpoint because there's a booster 1 block afterwards that you have to take in order to jump further into the turn, to take it full speed and also jump so far to the right to gather up as much speed as possible, and most importantly create a good angle because you will approach the bobsleigh then, and if you have a bad angle your car will wiggle out and you will clip. And we have seen so many mistakes in our matches today on this particular part where players had a bad respawn, where they just lost a lot of time there. Then the part after that is quite easy to do. You can push there by going on the inside on that one part where you're on the grass. There's a little bit of a road piece that is connected with that one scenery block that you can clip a bit to gather up a little bit more speed. But the ending as well, you have to have gear 5 there. If you gear down into gear 4, you will not make that jump into the risky ending. We have also seen a lot of mistakes there. There was one round in particular that I have in mind right now where the first player was 7 seconds ahead of P2, 3, and 4, and it was such a close fight because everyone had to respawn at the same section.
right? And so same question to you. So first we have the map by Itelski, we have the map by Berserk. What say you?
For me, it would be Banners, but Yitelski is a close second. And I'm not going to go down into the specifics of it because they've been explained by Boney and by Turbo very well. But it's more like of the fact that both of these maps have sections that are very unkind. And you can easily fall into a pitfall even after negotiating a tricky part pretty nicely. Like, for instance, with the start, you can actually find yourself clearing the first speed check. Oh, I got over 200 Ks and managed to land smoothly. But then you mess up ever so slightly the alignment of the drift consequently, and you find yourself with too low of a line or not enough speed, and you're just going to clouder the wall on the inside, and that's going to be game over for you. Then same thing with the plastic part at the very end, where it's very easy to have just a little bit of a misalignment, enter in 4th gear and then try to get the upshift into 5th, and you're in the middle of a turn, and all of a sudden you just lose like 30 kilometers an hour of speed, forcing you to go for the safe way instead of the risky way. And Yitelski, the start is killer. Boney has explained it very well. We've seen plenty of damage. Even people going for low lines, barely getting away with it, but they lose like half a second, give or take. And many sections where you have to be very careful with the placement of your car in order to make the most of the line that is available to you. Carry so much speed. There's so many parameters to take into account with both of these tracks that for me they're like top 2, but only just separated by mere inches.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, I'll give my opinion now. I guess for me, actually, I still think that Banners is the most difficult. I think that speed check at the beginning. I think for the better players, it's not really that much of an issue. But that ending, regardless, if you make any mistake, any momentum mistake, any alignment into that final plastic up jump into the finish, I mean, you have to bail. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to get that finish, and that can be critical when it comes down to the higher matches, where you have to be able to perform perfectly. And if you're not able to, you're going to lose out on some very important points, because once we get to the final rounds and everything, every single point matters, and the performances are going to be super tight. I'm expecting to see times very close to one another, and yeah, that's why I think that Banners is still the most difficult map. But Turbo, do you feel that's going to be the same thing? What do you think is going to be the most important factor for the players when we get to the final rounds?
Of course, consistency is key. I think we talked about one thing that is maybe a bit more important at the end. We have, of course, the map that was Track of the Day. It was Oxygen by Kiesler. That was Track of the Day at some point, and there's one very particular risky line on this map where you can go outside of the pillar, And I think what is important for the rest of the matches or for the remainder is knowing when to push and when not to. When can I save? When can I just throttle down a bit and just chill a bit more? And also, like, of course, collecting your nerves. Be confident in yourself. Also, if you have a bad round, to not sock that one into yourself. I thought in our match, Voltais has made one mistake, and he recovered very nicely from that by getting himself another first position after that. You should not let this one get to you. So that is like one of the most important factors. And of course, you should know if you're in the winner bracket right now, you still have a second chance if you drop into the lower bracket.
I agree. However, we are still in a technical delay from my understanding, so we are going to take a short break here. But before we do that, we do want to thank our sponsors, Vibracoustic, OPL, 28 Black, and of course, Arcadia Hotel. And for those who are here at the event after all the matches are played today, do not forget there is a block party, the Black, White, Pink party. Make sure to attend that. If you are in the Hamburg area and you aren't here, why aren't you here? You should be here. Entry is free. There's no ticket required. So definitely come drop by down. You can hang out at the bar here at the local hotel, or you can play some games. There's plenty of spots available. And you can also try out the Acto Racer. I want to try that out so bad, dude. You have no idea. They're amazing. They are awesome rigs. But we are going to go on a short break. We are still dealing with the technical delay, and we will be back as soon as we can. So we will see you then.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
Are we streaming? We're live. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, so I got another interview with Nina Dorr here. Who are you?
who am I? I think a lot of people might wonder that when I'm wandering around the venue speaking English. But I am a happy content creator on Twitch, streaming Trackmania.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you so because of the feedback in the microphone. Yeah, so unfortunately, I do have to apologize because Turbo was making fun of me because I saw on the list and it was like Nina Dora, and everybody's going to be offended, which they should be because you probably have some very dedicated fans. And I was like,
who?
And then I saw Trackmania and I was like, oops. Because I mean, so like for me, I'm part of Evo, right? And Evo, like everybody kind of knows who Evo is, and so I should know everybody.
My community knows who
so
Evo
I feel
is.
bad. I'm sorry. But I mean, for anybody who doesn't know who you are, I mean, I just kind of asked this question, but we'll kind of go over it just again since I wasn't able to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, just kind of explain who you are, what you do, and maybe like a style or what you like to do specifically in Trackmania. What makes Trackmania fun for you?
So I stream Trackmania and I do a lot of things with my community. So I set up a server or use, for example, Evo servers. And I tell my community like, hey guys, I'm on this server, join me, and we race against each other. And that is, you asked about style, like what kind of style in Trackmania I like. And that is Trackmania for me. Like, we have hunters in all its glory. I respect hunters so much. When I watch people hunt world records and whatnot. But personally, I love just the atmosphere of racing against each other and being able to, you have chats or you talk to people and the interactions between the races, and that's what makes Trackmania for me, really.
Yeah, and I think going off of that, I think that I was talking with some of my friends that are here, and we were all saying that it's insane the vibe that the Trackmania community gives. I mean, really, there aren't that many lands that are accessible for the entire international community. This is really one of the most accessible international lands that we've had thus far for Trackmania, especially for Trackmania 2020. This is the first real international land that everybody can get to. And I mean, yeah, we were just saying, man, the energy, everybody's so happy, everybody's so friendly, and that's what makes Trackmania. Because really, the game, right, is very simple in nature.
Yes.
But it's definitely something that everybody can.
That is something I've noticed as well, because I got asked before about how's the community as a whole in Trackmania, and I kind of described it as within Trackmania, if you're learning, you will always find someone who's like, oh, try this, or oh, do it a little bit like that. And you always have people pushing you to help you improve. So it's not like, oh, okay, well, you can laugh at your friends, sure.
Of course.
But it's still, but it's still so encouraging.
Yeah.
You you even have the pros. I've, you said you didn't know who I am, but I've been around. I've been around. I played in Twitch Rivals 2020. I joined as Age up in Norway, and even the pros, they look at you, and it's not like, Nina, you're so bad. It's like, Nina, try doing it like that, or Nina, why are you doing that? And I'm sitting there like, I don't know. Show me how to do it, and they tell you, and how encouraging the community as a whole is to, even if you're not a new player, just to improve it, help each other improve, really.
Yeah,
Very supportive.
I think that the Trackmania alone allows for a very diverse community, and I think it's a very diverse and accepting community, regardless of what background who you
100%.
are, and that's a fantastic part of it. And then I guess another question for you would be, I mean, you're from Sweden, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So I did do some research after I found out who you were. Okay. I don't want to be known as a person who didn't know anything about Ninador. All right. I did get some information on you. So how was the journey here? Have you enjoyed the event so far?
Oh, yeah. So I have the journey of flying here.
Yep.
And I traveled alone because I had my people here. Shout out Lupo, my moderator, is helping me here. And Whiskey. Shout out Whiskey. Promise to do it. And so I flew here, and it's just so cool seeing everyone.
Yeah.
And hanging out. And it's I've been to TwitchCon and other events where you get to meet, like you said, international people come from different places. But just here as well, you got me from Sweden, you got America, you got Norway, Denmark, and and other places. No, and you get to see people from all over, even if it's here in Germany, which is so cool.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a cool place to be, and hopefully it will be bigger and better the coming iterations, whether it's every half year, full year, we don't know. But from my understanding, Trackadia is going to come back in some form. And so I definitely am looking forward to what we will see in the future. Before I let you go, do you have any shout outs to anybody? I know you already just shouted out a couple people. Whiskey, you've already been shouted out, so you need to calm down. Okay, bro?
You can calm down.
But yeah, do you have anybody you want to shout out, or shout out any of your socials?
So I stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/Ninador. But yeah, as a whole, I want to shout out to my community specifically. I call them my Ohana, like a little knit family. But Evo as well, because as a streamer like me who love bringing people together, playing on servers, I love having the dedicated servers where I can be like, oh, guys, let's play full speed today.
Yeah.
Or let's play this and that, because you have different categories and even mixed ones.
Yeah.
And it's lovely to have, especially, shout out mappers, the mappers who makes it possible to play Trackmania because you talk a lot about the players. Like,
Right.
oh, you have player here, player there.
That's just only half the that's even just a small part, really. Yeah, for
Because
sure.
then you have the mapper behind it who actually built why it's so fun to watch, why it's so cool to see people drive and improve. So
Yeah.
it's I think that's what I would like to shout out.
Yeah, and I mean, you are always welcome to an Evo event, and we will
you.
definitely have to link up. So now that I know who you are, finally,
Oh,
right?
thank you.
Yeah.
And
so,
who are you?
So now you're allowed to join us. But yeah, thank you so much
Thank
for the
you.
interview. I'm happy to finally have met you in person,
Nice to meet you.
and that is going to be it for the interview. And we are going to have a 14-minute break. We are finally to the point where we are about to get into our top 32 matches. Yet again, thank you so much, Nina, for joining us on this interview. And thank you guys so much for joining our show. Hey, make sure to check out our social media. It is Arcadia Live on Twitch and also Arcadia at Twitter. Definitely check out all our socials, and we will be back in 14 minutes. Thank you so much.
Trackadia ist das größte Gaminghaus Europas und soll eine Heimat, ein Campus sein für alle Gamer. Ob in Deutschland, aus Europa oder weltweit. In der Arcadia gibt es alles, was das Gamerherz begehrt. Hotel, Hostel, Events finden hier ständig statt. Turnierserien, Bootcamp-Räume für Amateure, für Profis. Wir haben ein Profiteam hier mit den Unicorns of Love. Jeden Tag, jedes Wochenende passiert hier etwas. Dann haben wir aber auch Business-Produkte, Business-Pakete. Da versuchen wir der Businesswelt die Community vorzustellen und sie näher zu bringen. Wir haben digitale Innovation hier, neueste Technologien, die wir hier vorstellen und in Anwendung bringen. Und natürlich immer eine gute Party, einen anstrengenden Spieltag auch ein bisschen Spaß zu haben. Unser Motto ist Pixel by Pixel, Stück für Stück dieses Gebäude zu transformieren und zu einem Gaminghaus zu entwickeln. Und zu Silvester diesen Jahres wollen wir das erste Mal die Arcadia so präsentieren, wie wir sie uns vorstellen.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trackadia Tournament live from the Arcadia Gaming House in Hamburg. I'm Thomas Mangos, aka G-Geek, back with the one and only Luckers Turbo, aka Kai Ludwig. We have been having a few issues with the bracket making, with the solutions that we have, but thankfully, the wait is finally over. We're about to get started with the next round.
Yeah, we're about to get started with the next round indeed. Just a couple of minutes. We're gonna start at 15:15, and the brackets have been changed. So let's take a look onto the brackets, because the matches that we've seen beforehand, I mean, we also talked about it on the couch beforehand.
We've talked about, well, their
they
dream
would have been
matches.
finals, yeah.
It was a bit early for that.
Yeah.
Let's save the best for last. Let's say that.
Exactly. So the first match, which we also gonna cover here on stream, will be Binks, Shay, Goldus, and Dan. So we have seen Binks and Shay already here on stream. They have shown to be ready. Of course, now it's also for the top seed. And then we have Goldus, who's also a player that I've seen in a lot of events. And of course, Dan, the full speed god.
We've talked about him before the big break. Indeed, a very, very, very skilled full speed player in his own right. I'll be interested to see how he fares against some pretty well-versed mixed style players in the form of Binks and Chainamy. Goodness, I feel like might be a tiny bit out of his depth compared to the top two, but he could still play a little bit of a troublemaker here compared to especially one of his good friends in the form of Binks.
Yeah, sure. I mean, 3 French players versus
exactly.
Dan, the German player. I'm also looking forward to that, because Dan is the best, one of the best full speed players out there. Can he transfer that skill level to a multi-style environment? We have seen the likes of Muda, for example, who has picked up the multi-style quite well. I'm looking forward to see Dan somewhere else than just on doing speed slide. Then we have match number 2, which will be Astronaut, Elcon, Razg, and Jan playing against each other. Of course, we've mentioned that Astronaut,
is
an RPG player who has won the Netherlands RPG Cup. He has won that. He got first place there.
All right.
Then there's Elcon 21, one of the rising stars. I think the future of Trackmania, you can say.
Yeah.
19-year-old.
Yeah, qualified for TMGLC back in April with the TMGL final, with the TMGL Open final that you yourself have covered.
Exactly, and Elcon also has recently joined an Oric and also started streaming, so very successful 2022 for him, one of the clear favorites in this match. Then there's Jan, who's also very fast, a good player, and then for me a little bit of a question mark, but of course he made it into the winner bracket round 2, is Rask.
Rask, a very young player, hailing all the way from Belgium, came here with his father to actually, support him whilst he was playing the tournament. And I gotta say, like, he's been one of those younger players. He told me that he picked up back in fall of 2021, if I recall correctly from what he said. And he's been picking up the game so fast. At the basis of it all, he's usually a caster. He was actually not.
Okay.
It was a caster in another game, if I recall correctly. And he had picked up Trackmania for the purposes of casting such games, and he actually realized that he was actually driving pretty dang good, so he decides to push on. And this is one of the, now we see him here, and this is actually, I think, one of his first events, if not his first event ever.
Great job. So I would like to say that it's really nice to see him here. So Underdog, of course, he can make something happen. Maybe he can snipe some 10 points away. I think Astronaut can be beaten. Elcon will be unstoppable. And then in the third match, you see Granadi feed Quentin and Megorian, who is maybe playing tech. I'm not so sure about that, because he wanted to play the tech competition, which is also on.
You know what? We're gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm pretty sure he's still gonna give. He's still gonna give it pretty much everything he's gonna have in order to be able to continue to progress. But yeah, Granadi feat Quentin. Quentin might have a little bit of a rougher time than in the previous rounds. But hey, I mean, you don't question the mechanical skills of that player. He's very, very good.
Yeah. Also, being a top-tier Canyon player, that gives you even a more advantage.
A bit of a head start.
Exactly.
Indeed, yeah.
So, fourth match, Cairo, Luma, Golden Nugget, Matti. Let's just go through the maps, because the match will start in 3 minutes. Let's just run them through. We're going to cover match 1. So, Cairo, Luma, Golden Nugget, and Matti will play. So, Matti not in the death group in this time. Then we have Barbos, Deska, Javzo, and Jake Ray, which I think is the most exciting match in this
I think so too.
Winner bracket round 2, because Jay Gray, campaign hunter. Then there's Javzo, also very fast on tag. Deska, multi-style, god, you can say. And then Barbos.
Fight for second place will be fight for second place, very much like in the first round, will be tough on that match. Then we have Mime, Snow, Voltai, Speed Self. Mime clear favorite. Then I'm pretty excited to see how Voltai fares against Snow and Speed Self. Speed Self again. I'm kind of wondering how he will perform in that kind of match with a really star player with there. Then match 7 will be Coco, Stufts, Beta Toast, and Sams. We've seen Sams plenty of times before. We know he's able to deliver under pressure. Coco, we've seen it before. He's one of the clear favorites. And then last match is also pretty stout in the form of Ener, Massa, Bresso, and Lars. Here it's a bit of a reverse situation. We had match 1, 3 Frenchies, 1 German. Here it's the exact opposite. 3 Germans, 1 Frenchie.
Yeah, exactly. So we have clear favorites in the matches, but some matches are open, so we can now swap into the game and see how the players are doing it. We're already on the server?
Yeah, I think
so. Let's go ahead and check it out here. So there you go. And let's see, Dan is already on the server, but right now no other players.
I'm guessing we're just currently in the waiting phase for some of the players to join.
I'm gonna swap back to the. Oh, okay. Let's just.
Oh,
okay.
In fact, we actually do see. Oh, that is interesting. You can see them on the stage actually being present. We're seeing Shay Good. So at the leftmost of the screen, behind next to the empty seat is Shay Nimi. Then you'll see right next to him will be Guldis, and then at the far right of the screen is Binks.
Yeah, Binks. I mean, a very familiar face. Maybe you've seen him at the Arctic Gaming Experience. Also playing on stage there. He's made it to the grand final.
Second place as well.
Has beaten Carl Jr. just behind Pack. But I think the Arctic Gaming Experience could have been won by everyone.
That was such a close call. It was a bit of a toss-up to call out. Yeah, indeed.
And then on the left side, who's standing right now, that is Dan talking to his opponent at the moment, if I see it correctly.
Yeah, that is indeed Dan. That is indeed Dan.
Exactly. So they just get prepared. I think Dan has still... They're probably going to figure everything out, how they're going to make it there. But cool to see that they have like their own booth to play in. Probably also that's where the top matches will be played.
This is very much the stage that we're going to be looking at whenever we have the top players and with the really, really stout matches at the moment. In the meantime, we're currently being aware that there are a few issues in regards to audio on some of the posts that we have right here. So that explains the delay that we currently have. I know we're keeping you waiting. I know it's kind of against our own doing, but we're stalling for content. But don't worry, we'll be getting started really, really soon here.
The real deal will start very soon. I mean, we have just been starting Top 64 kicked off today, and there will be plenty of more rounds that we're gonna cover, as well as Import and Boney, who cannot wait, or who both of them cannot wait to also continue the casting, of course.
Yeah, I feel like they are also very eager to jump into the casting booth at some point during the tournament. In the meantime, I hope you guys are enjoying the show, are enjoying the stream, and you guys are actually having a good time, whether you're at home watching the events from the comfort of your couch or your desk, or if you're on site at the Arcadia Gaming House in Hamburg and you're watching from the bar or even the cinema hall. Pretty nice.
Yeah, pretty nice. You have a lot of opportunities to where you can actually watch the experience. Also, when you maybe have like a ticket for that you can see how the players are reacting, but it's so silent in there.
Yeah, from what we've heard. And we've had this experience with other LAN events before, where as soon as everyone enters that brain zone, that sort of mental butter zone, everything falls silent. As Boney said, you could hear a needle drop. You could even hear a fly going by. It's so amazing that the silence that just reigns in there.
Yeah, but it's also super important to have that atmosphere that players can focus. But we see the players joining and leaving Shay right now. Doing that, and it seems that we will start in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, indeed. They're still kind of sussing out some of the issues that are still plaguing the PCs that are currently being used on stage. But yeah, we see Shane and me going on and off the server, trying to sort a few settings out. It looks as though he might be good, but remember, we still have to wait on Guldis and on Banks to join the match, to join the server in order to start the match up. So we do have a little bit of waiting time, as we said, a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so the format also has not changed. The map order, however, is randomized in every match.
Map order randomized in every match, and that can also play a little bit of a factor to the player's progression.
Yeah.
Because map order, depending on how trained you are on a certain map, then it's a little bit of a tough one if your favorite map ends up last, and you don't really have an opportunity to get your points counter kickstarted by winning subsequent rounds. If it's a map you're feeling okay with that, then you can actually work with it. But if it's one of your worst maps, you're going to be in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen the last match that we have casted by the likes of Shay.
Yeah.
Has really struggled on that first map. That was... that was not good. I mean, he was so far behind. Then after that, he won 5 consecutive rounds in a row. That was a great performance. But it's really, sometimes it's just RNG, as we say, what map you get if you're a finalist.
Exactly. But once your worst map is done and you're feeling confident, once the switch flicks on, it can be over.
Yeah. It can be over in a blink of a second.
Exactly.
Exactly. So Shay and Dan already warming up, but of course we still wait for Guldus and Binks.
Yeah, indeed. They're still currently working out on a few of the issues that they have at the moment.
Yeah, so the other matches probably are already ongoing, but we're just going to wait for that one. And I would actually like to talk about one of the maps that we haven't mentioned so far. I mean, we were talking on the couch about it. We talked about banners and also about
Ychelski.
It's such a weird name.
Yeah.
But one map that I would also like to talk about is Switcheroo by Funai.
Yeah, Switcheroo is actually a bit of a weird one for me because trying to describe it, it's a little bit of a tough exercise. There is a tough start as well because of the kind of like balance beam section. You have to run on one of the girders before trying to go into the transition. But this track can be punishing in a bit of a different manner. The final, especially the final sector, like the dirt turn, it can be a little bit off-putting because in fact the bank turn that comes in before the banked left-hander is actually what conditions your entry into the dirt and then the subsequent part afterwards. If you screw up your exit from that particular corner, you end up way over on the left-hand side, and there's no way you're going to be able to recover that, and you're bound to hit the wall.
What I found interesting, I talked to Elcon about it. He has a really good car control, so he's not getting controlled by it. What just happened, it's not arbitrary. He has a very clean driving, as I would say it. He didn't really struggle with that map too much.
Well, I guess it is very much a case of throttle works both ways. You control the car, the track doesn't control you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I also mean. But when I played the track, it was so hard. If you mess up one transition, it really snowballs up. You make another mistake. You have a bad line, and this map is just unforgiving in the way. Also, this drift before the dirt corner that you've mentioned, this long left-hand dirt corner.
Yeah.
Also, the drift beforehand, the apex is so unpredictably hard for me to nail.
It can be very, very tough to nail, and sometimes we have a little bit of a close call. For instance, with Shainimi going very close to the apex, very aggressively, trying to go for a really late apex, trying to go for a bit of a straight line off the corner. He was mere inches off of the wall.
Yeah, it's impressive to see it, and sometimes it looks so effortless. We have seen great times. I think a 0.8.
They make it look so easy.
It's crazy. The world record is a 0.64 by Barbo still. I think the times have not changed so far.
The times haven't really budged since yesterday, indeed, yeah.
But I think we're going to see times that will be beaten today on those maps because players will excel. If we see those matches that we've had beforehand in the bracket, we're going to see players push even more.
Yeah, I mean, like, if the matches we've seen was the pace it's the starter pace, oh boy, we're in for a treat, guys.
We're in for a treat indeed. And we're still waiting for the players. Right now, only Dan is on the server, so
maybe a few other issues for Shay that have popped up, or maybe like a few pad issues. We don't really exactly know on our end what is currently undergoing. But make sure to stick with us, of course, here on the official stream of the Trackadia tournament, because even though we're having a bit of an issue here trying to get everything set up for the match to be started, we are very confident that we're going to get underway very, very shortly.
And maybe they're just hiding the treat behind this great match. I mean, the matches will just be better from now on. Now Guldus tries to join, and
I think
also Bigs are joining, and I think we're going to start very soon now.
Yeah,
we're only missing out on one player.
That is Shay.
That is Shay, exactly. So Guldus and Binks are here, as well as Dan, and I hope that everything works. We're going to pray now. We're going to praise in the chat.
Yeah, praise is in the chat. I kind of hope that emote works, to be fair.
Yeah.
So, you could see Goldie's and Binks saying hi to Dan. They have just been on the server. They're making sure that their stuff is actually working correctly. And remember, we still have to wait on one last player to join. You can see them running group together for a few more warm-up rounds. Dan retiring after a little bit of a wall brush. And I guess we can just spectate for a little bit. Goldie's and Binks, both running with the Easy Dream skin. Both are pretty close friends, and they've actually been in. I feel like I think they've been in the same team at one point or another. I might be talking out of my head at this point, but of course, Binks, very, very astounding progression. Like even way back in 2020, he was taking part in like the first ever French championship that we've actually covered a little bit together. At one point in time.
That was our first cast.
That was our first ever dual cast together, indeed. And Binks went all the way to the final versus Link, Coco, and Gwen. Gwen, being the player he is, won the championship. Coco lined up in second place, third place for Link, and then Binks managed to reach the final and reached in fourth place. Then the next year, in the following French championship, managed to bag the vice champion title against Gwen. That's no small feat. And then afterwards, in that same 2021 year, won his match, relegation match. I think it was versus Soldier, if I recall correctly. 3-1 to qualify for TMGL, and he showed up in a pretty big way in TMGL with 2 step victories back-to-back to his name. But then 2022 is where he really took off, in my opinion.
He really took off. But what you forgot to mention, in 2020, he was in a semifinal against Aurel. He knocked out Aurel. And for me, that was the storyline. You had Coco, the king of the comebacks, in the final. Then Link, who won every match beforehand. And
yeah,
then
Link was the firm favorite. Yeah, indeed.
Gwen was 15 or 16.
Yeah,
he was 15 to that point. And Gwen took it home. That was also the moment of the year, I think. Or was it the moment of the year? I'm not sure about it.
It was.
But it was a hilarious moment.
It was a hilarious moment that might involve a bit of a bleeping moment at one point during the clip reveal. But
exactly.
That final of the 2020 French Championship was definitely how the turntables in like the final map, like having trouble to conclude finalist mode and allowing others to catch up. This is what makes cup mode just a pleasure to watch and really, really insane to actually watch at a very high level here on Trackmania. And then, as we said, 2022, very much the year where Binks took off, having taken part in the Gamers Assembly, then taking part, of course, in the FA Trackmania Cup, finishing in 4th place, and then probably one of his best achievements so far, the Arctic Gaming Experience that we talked about, runner-up, just behind Pack.
The GigaChat Pack.
Yeah, exactly.
But what you forgot to mention, and that was for me a bit of an upset, because there were the TMGL relegation matches. Scrappy, Binks, and also...
That's true. I completely forgot. That didn't even cross my mind. That's right.
But he unfortunately demoted into Trackmania TMGLC, so the second league of Trackmania. You have the Trackmania Grand League, which is the first league where 16 players are playing at the moment. And then there's the Trackmania Grand League Challenger League, which is just the second division. And after every division, you can like promote or demote. Also, new players can come into the second league and all of that. And unfortunately, Binks, and surprisingly, he dropped out. He demoted.
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't think there's like an ounce of doubt that he's going to be more determined than ever to climb back up the ladder and get back in the blue ribbon class of the Trackmania Grand League ladder. As we're currently seeing a little bit of a smiles all around, as we're currently seeing, you could see some of the Evo crew helping out the players to get themselves set up, and you could see a little bit of a discussion with Goldies and Shademy in the background, and Dan a little further to the left-hand side of the screen.
And Binks is smiling.
And Binks smiling, yeah. It smiles all around pretty much in the French camp.
Look, I mean, the vibe is great there. They're all having fun, and that's also the spirit of the Trackmania community. You could have also felt it yesterday, guys. So if you're in the Hamburg area, come by, stop on by. Make sure to get a few drinks at the bar if you want. Like, even if you don't get a drink, just set yourself up at the bar in order to actually like watch the matches, because we've got some pretty top class Trackmania coming up in a few moments time. And yeah, the atmosphere is just great. Even being able to meet some of the community members, even for us, like meeting some people for the first time. Like for instance, meeting Shadow for the first time, MCYC Shadow, meeting some of the people behind Evo, like Chris, Atomic, who you've seen in an interview a little bit earlier on today, and so many great people that are actually taking part in this event and being able to be there just for the vibe. As we're already getting started with the match, looks like we might be starting on Yitelski by the loots of things here on the server. Goldiz, Shay, Dan, and Binks are all present on the same server, and I guess it's time to kick it off, Turbo. It is time to kick it off indeed. So we talked about that map sufficiently beforehand, so you know what's coming up. And here you can see the preview. This very tight drift that we want to gather up a lot of speed, and the warm-up has also come.
Okay,
to an
apparently
end.
It's not, apparently from what the players are saying, it's not exactly okay. We were a little bit ahead of ourselves, so we're waiting for the ready up. Okay, live, everybody seems to be ready, so we were getting a little bit of a. Okay, so we do have. It was a bit of a false start. It was kind of my fault.
It looked like it.
It looked like it, but we're
yeah.
definitely starting. Okay, so we did not get a map switching, and we're getting started on Ytelski by Ski Freak and Agent Whiskey. Of course, Agent Whiskey being the primary mapper of this particular map. We've talked about this many, many times. A map that can be very unkind with a few sections, including this start right here, right with the sausage block jump onto the ramp, which can be very tricky if you do not have the right line through it, and very much many pitfalls to try and avoid here to try and get your counter started.
Yeah, it's a map where you can lose a lot of time. Maybe you release here, like Guldis didn't go for the best line, and you see the time will just add up here. But let's go ahead with Dan and see how he does in the warm-up. Binks and Shay having it really good right now. But guys, the world record on this map is still from a feed of 48.92. Let's see if someone like Binks can actually beat that time.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the local leaderboards on the server, 49.112. That was a time that was established just yesterday during the qualifiers. So do I think the world record can tumble? It's a close call, but I think like we've got our chances with Binks being in this match.
And also Shay, of course.
Shay, of course, being really very fast on his own right. But like Binks is just that much faster.
Yeah, he's that much faster. As we see the intro here again, but we are actually starting now with the first round. Of course, you're still playing cup mode. 120 points is the point limit. If you have crossed that threshold, you will activate finalist mode. In finalist mode, you have to win one more round. 2 players will go into the third round of the winner bracket, and the other 2 will drop down. So we play up until 2 winners. All right. That we have that all the way, we are going into the first round. Guldis with a great start here, alongside with Binks and also Shay. Dan a little bit further behind, but not out on this one just yet. Let's go with Guldis, actually, who has a really good opportunity to snipe away some good points. But look at that fight here. Look at this fight between Shay and Binks. This is looking really good. Binks going so close there to the barrier, has a little bit more speed. Shay with a more aggressive line. Shay goes a bit more inside. Binks will have more speed. Will Shay stay ahead? It is Binks coming close, but it's Shay taking it by 6,000 of a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a treat. It is only 0.3 away. 2 players with a great performance in the first round.
Is that really the tone setter of 49.23 for both of the top 2? We're just 1/10 away from like the best time from Binks on the server, and just a mere 3/10 away from world record. This is okay. I feel like we said we were in for a treat, but I didn't expect to be like that hard, that fast. Oh my goodness, as we're already starting round number 2, Shay having a bit of a shallow line through the exit, so he loses a bit of speed, allows Binks to move up into the lead, then everybody makes it through the poles, onto the drop down, then, we had a touch from Dan, unfortunately for the German, he's going to be out of the running for the big points, at the very least. Binks pulling a fast one on everyone else, he has got a gap of 3/10 to work with. Guldis going so close to the outside wall. I think there are a few hard flutters going on in the caster booth as we speak, but Binks is completely uncatchable right now. Even Shay trying his best, is kind of overdriving it a little bit. It seems as though there's nothing that can be done about Binks on this round. I'm kind of curious to see what the time will be at the end of this one. It's another 0.285, but it did look pretty fast. It's just that the pace wasn't exactly able to be matched up by the others, including Shay, who finishes half a second down.
So Shay and Binks now with a great start, both with 16 points. Then we have Guldis on that third place twice, and Dan taking fourth place twice in a row. Now we also see the first mistake. It is Guldis falling further behind. So maybe it's now Dan's chance to come a little bit closer towards his direct opponent. But of course, the others already have a lead of at least 8 points towards their opponents. And Shay and Binks are doing it again in this round. What a good line here from Binks, going so close there to the wall. Let's follow this fight here between them. Great line from Shay as well, setting himself up nicely for that line and for that turn here, and also will minimize the airtime here as well. Look at that, it's only a couple of thousand between the players, 16,000 to be exact. All will be decided in the ending. Binks with a great line, Shay with a bit more speed. And he will take it here. Binks will take the round. Dan also Binks with a mistake, and will Dan take it? Dan with the overtake, but clips it there a little bit, has not a lot of speed, but Dan will win this round by 100th of a second. Binks came so much closer there at the end, but Dan with a very important 10 points here, Geek.
It's a very important 10-pointer. He gets himself back in the fight, but he knows that he is actually going to have to pick up the pace real soon, because those opportunities are going to be very few and far between with the caliber of players that we have currently running in this match, as we're currently onto the 4th round. After that, it seems as though we're going to be switching maps to our next map in the rotation, of course. Dan having a bit of a slower start in the first sector, but still catching up to Guldis. So the pack's only spread out 1.5 tenths between first and last. So still pretty good spread overall as we're now moving on to the perspective of Guldis, who's still fighting neck and neck with Dan for third position. And you can see the rift between the top 2 and bottom 2 form up, as we see sometimes in these matches in cup mode. Shay and Binks that are just neck and neck. They're wheel to wheel as we head into the third and final sector. Binks taking the lead with a much better transitional part on the dirt. He goes so close to the outside wall. We're heading to this final dirt part. Look at Shay having a much flatter landing, but he messes up the line beforehand, and that's going to be gifting Binks the win. What's going to be the time at the ending? I'm kind of curious to see. It is going to be another 0.294. Man, even for like when players are on it, 0.2 is definitely a respectable time.
Yeah, very good time from Binks, being very consistent nonetheless. 0.2, I think we have seen that for the third or even fourth time from Binks, now going up to 32 points, leading by 8 points, but Chase in for a run as well. All right, we're gonna go to the next map. There you can see the players, Binks being focused, and the others actually, look at that, the others are
look at the smile on Shay Nimi's face. Like that says it all. Look at the grin that he has. Look at that grin.
The players are certainly enjoying themselves. All right, we're gonna go to the next map now, which will be Banners, and we also talked about that map. Banners by Rioter and Berserk.
Yeah, indeed. We talked about this with the start section, with the 2 speed checks, the 2 leap of faith that you actually need to judge very well. If you mess up the drift before the second jump, you run the risk of having either too low of a line or not as much speed as you want or need to be able to cross the speed check. Then, of course, we have the triangle line CP with the booster before the set ice bar that we were talking about, where it's very important to go toward the outside, but be very careful on how you place your wheels. Otherwise, you risk clipping the top and completely making your own day, because that conditions the transfer indeed. Then that particular strat of trying to go for the little band of road in the scenery block that we just see right there, it can give you a bit of an advantage, but sometimes if you're not used to it or take it for the first time, it can throw you off really quickly. And then this final part where you need to pop 5th gear just beforehand and make sure to go straight when you actually upshift, because this is what ends up slowing you down and you get situations like this.
Good example there. I mean, one thing that you could maybe take grip on that corner where the grass section is, if you don't go for it, you have a wider approach for the left turn, and that might come out better because the apex might be a bit later.
Yeah, maybe
you have more
from the banking, like from the banking on the platform. If you go a little bit wider, you can actually dive down a lot quicker and try to carry a bit more, much more potential energy and potential speed on the way down, as we're already underway.
In the first round on Banners, it is Dan falling behind. Gould is also there in the mix for the third place. You can see clear gaps between the players. Shay and Binks are ready, but also Gould and Dan are by no means playing bad. Now this turn, really important to go very close. Dan, not with the best approach, still worked out, but you can see Gould has had a way cleaner line. And let's go ahead and spectate Shay, or let's actually go with Binks POV, who goes for a little bit of a side ramp to minimize the airtime. Let's see, it's very close, 17,000. They are in for a great fight for the ending. Binks with a way more inside line. It will be Shay probably having a bit more speed. Let's go with him here. Has a good line for that as well, but Binks very clean ending. Will he survive it? Going so close, and yes, he will. It is a 51.18 from Binks. That is a great time. The world record is a 50.82, so still 0.35 short of the world record.
He was 0.1 away from like beating that yesterday. You can see it from the time leaderboards on the right hand side. His PB for Binks is a 50.921, which is very, very close. And we saw actually Shay Nimi try to, we saw him from perspective of Binks, we saw him try to go for that little patch of road, but he barely turned it a little bit too late, so he grazed it by like a few pixels. He still was on the grass, so did not get the grip advantage that he would have needed in order to make that line pay off. Dan having a bit of a sluggish start here, everyone keeping the middle of the line through the dirt and then trying to widen the exit to try and get a much smoother transition to keep ground contact at all times, because any time spent in the air or with 2 wheels is time that is wasted because you can't accelerate. That's very simple. Binks unfortunately clipping at the outside, going too high, and that's going to be one key contender out of the round already as we're heading towards the second half of the map. Currently it's Shay Nimi leading the race, half a second to 4 tenths ahead of Guldis. Then we find Dan a further 3 tenths behind as we're heading towards the final corner and the jump at the finish. Will they be able to make it clean, Shay and Guldis? Looks like Shay will be able to make it. Is he able to? Yes, 51.2 at the line for Shay, which is pretty respectable. Guldis, Dan, and Binks complete the running order, and Shay, that 10-pointer was very important, especially when you see where Binks finished. That allows him to close the gap pretty significantly.
Also Shay with a 0.2 and a 0.3, so very good times from him, showing that he is not out on that one, that he can also contest the first place, the top seed, that it's not only Binks who's one of the clear favorites back to the grand final. It's not in for a yeah, just easy match, let's say like that. Shay has proven it in those rounds and of course also in the other matches beforehand. And we are into a great fight yet again. Shay now leading Binks with a better line and a good approach on that small third patch, and also sets himself up nicely here. Will he not make a mistake now? Oh, it looked very wonky again, but Binks survives it by a hair there. It was so close for him of making a mistake. Shay, not with the best landing here, tries to minimize airtime, but it seems that Binks will win this round unless he, of course, messes up the gear management at the end. You want to be in 5th gear when you approach that plastic section, else you will have a rough time and you cannot make that jump. And it looks like Binks is going to do it. That will be a great time as well. A
0.0 already
from Binks. Wow, what a great time, guys. This time is 0.2 away from world record. Binks is ready.
I love the talking that's going on in the chat. Nice time from Shamey, and Gold is saying correct. That's like, yeah, not bad. And then Binks himself like, meh. Yeah, but I love the banter between these guys that whenever a good time actually comes in. Yeah, the line from Binks, like at the ice part, that what I feel like
so
it's what it was. We say flush, but here we can say hella flush with the top line of the block. I guess I can say that. I know this is a bit cringe saying hella sometimes, but there was no other way. Like it was hella flush. All right, round 4 out of 4 for last map on the last round on this map. Then afterwards we will go on to the next map, of course. Binks, Shay. Oh, Shay clips at the edge.
Binks.
He clips with the right rear, and that's enough for him to get him out of the round. Guldiz will inherit 2nd position. Binks currently sitting in the lead with a 2/10 advantage. But look at Guldiz. He's actually holding his own pretty well. Just a 1/4 of a second down on Binks at the moment, who is currently leading the charts as we're heading towards the final corner and that very crucial plastic part where you need to actually manage your gear pretty well. Guldiz will be able to go to the risky fin. 0.2, that was a really, really close ending from Binks there, having a little bit of a board bonk moment there at the bottom. Guldiz 2nd, Shay 3rd, Dan in 4th. And you can see everybody having a little bit of a smile on his face. Even Dan's having a smile on his face as we end map 2.
Yeah, even though he got last on this one, also
Yeah.
Guldiz now coming closer to Dan. It is 1 point between them. And guys, there's also a change that has happened during those matches. We only play 4
rounds, indeed.
It's
Yeah,
not
we've seen
5
that.
rounds. As it was in the match before, if I recall.
Yeah,
correctly.
it was the first wave. It was indeed 5 rounds per map that we were playing. Yeah, apparently that has shifted back down to 4 rounds per map, which does give us a little bit more of a frequent rotation of the maps that we see.
It's more dynamic.
It's
yeah.
definitely it has much more dynamic to it than what we've seen previously. As we're going to be moving on to the track of the day, track that was there as a little bit of a teaser of what's to come from Trackadia, Oxygen by Kisla.
Yeah, that was the first time that a competitive map was showcased, or a map pack release was showcased with a track of the day. Track of the day is, as the name says, it's a track that comes out every day and gets featured in a daily competition where roughly 2,000 to 4,000 people show up every day and try to compete and rank themselves into divisions, and this map was featured in there. It is a rough map from Kisla, and now I'm interested to see if players will go for that outside line, but I think it is still Binks and Shay having that pace.
Yeah,
and,
I feel
they
like
don't
we're
need
gonna.
to go
I
for
think
that.
we're gonna start that outer line being used regularly from some of the players, most particularly Binks and Shay. I feel like those are prime candidates to using that risky line. Quick world record points. It is of course Oxygen by Kisla. Dexter still holds the world record so far with a 102.121, but we've been going pretty close a couple of times. We the closest we've been was a 102.3, just 2/10 away.
Yeah.
So definitely, I feel like the potential is there to potentially break that record.
Yeah, I mean, this track was played by a lot of players, also Dexter, who is not participating in this competition. I've seen him when I was preparing the cast. I just saw Dexter on 5th place with 40,000 points. So, you know, Dexter is not here, but still is yeah, in our hearts. Too bad. I hope that he will be there next time, because he could also run deep into this tournament. But right now we see Binks and Shay, unsurprisingly, on 1st position again, and let's see those lines. Will they go for it? No,
Not
they will
quite.
not. Shay, however, going so close there to the pole and pushing it even further. 10,000th of a second between them, but also Goal is in for a good run, and he's not out on this one just yet, but now clipping there gets a little bit of a weird line, and let's go into the fight between Binks and Shay.
Yeah, Shay having to kind of manage a bit of a wide exit from that chicane a little bit, allowing Binks to edge ahead by a nose at the checkpoint, and so far actually managing to cement his lead a little bit as we head into the final corner. But watch out for Shay. He has a much better drop down, allowing himself to catch back up a tiny bit, but it's not enough. It's too little too late. It seems like Binks will be able to win the round with a time of 102.277 to start off already. we're getting close.
Yeah, we're indeed getting close. And what Binks did there, he minimized airtime by going over the bubble or the elevation, and then his nose drop down.
Yeah,
because his
having
car
a
was
little bit of a
tilted,
no drop indeed. Yeah, having a little bit of pitch and yaw, getting or roll or yaw, getting a little bit involved into it. Yeah. See, there's always a little bit of real life physics involved with trying to place the car exactly right. So that's what separates the good drivers from the very great drivers.
Yeah, and Binks was just doing that, catching up a little bit, but every 1,000 matters. And also in this round, we already see the first mistake here done by Dan. Certainly crashing into the wall there, and it's Binks, Goldis, and Shay fighting it out now. Binks with a very good line here, gathering up as much speed as possible. On dirt, it's important to steer as little as possible and just smooth around the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you oversteer, you might run into danger to drop your gear or just lose too much speed.
Yeah, and also like the corner, the bank corner that we just seen, we saw Gildis going a little bit too far and too early into the apex. Oh, Binks manages to save it though. Oh my god, he's able to save that, I'm pretty sure. As we're getting through, oh, Shady Me, that was a really close inside line. Gildis has completely flunked it. Yeah, there we go. Binks has caught up so much and overtaken Shady Me again for the lead. That was a very close call for Binks, but he manages to salvage that from the back, from the brink, and it's still a 0.4. That's right to point that out. He only lost a few tenths because of this.
Yeah, he bumped a little bit on the inside, thus having to oversteer, and also didn't have the proper line for
but
that
still,
turn. Yeah.
he reacted very correctly with his inputs, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was mentioning about the grass banking that we've seen before the platform. We saw Goldis taking a little bit too much of an aggressive line, too much of a cut, trying to get to the apex too early. And if you do that, you end up running on the apron, as I like to call it, which is the bit of flat road, and that completely compromises your line because your car has a bit of a different reaction. Oh, Binks is completely out. He has barely clipped the edge of the circle there, and that's going to be throwing him out of the running. And we have another mistake, this time from Goldis. Okay, Binks is 6 tenths down. He's just overtaking Goldis, 7 tenths. It's going to be tough. It's going to take a big mistake from both Shay and Dan to really allow himself to move back into a position of winning the round. Actually, Dan is a bit slower, so Binks will move up into second place and move into damage limitation mode. There he is, Dan with a bit of a wonky exit. And here we go with that grass part right here. Let's see how the trajectory of Binks is. See, it's very close. It's just skimming the top of that apron, but he manages to keep it on the bank stuff, and he's able to keep the speed going for himself. In the meantime, Shay is just going to try to manage that gap and not exactly cruising. There's not really any cruising in Trackmania, especially with players by the caliber of Binks, but he's basically slowly but surely managing that gap to a safety and trying to bring the round home. That was a very good drop down from both Binks and Shay. You can actually see here Binks catching up, but it's going to be Shay winning the round thanks to that mistake from Binks. With still a 102.5, close to a 0.6, it's still respectable.
Yeah, it's a very respectable time. And you could have seen Binks caught up by 0.1 of a second due to that
that little bit of a nosedive, indeed.
Yeah, and yeah, with that, Binks will go up to 91 points. Shay also cleared to take that second position, but he also sniped some of those 10 points away. Dan, of course, in the mix, but 26 points of a deficit, as well as Goldis 28 points for him. So it will be hard to catch up, especially against players like Binks and Shay, who are players that we will probably see deep in the tournament, still in the winner bracket. Maybe the winner bracket final against some of the Germans, against Elko, against Mime, Deska, someone like that.
Yeah, they could be solid candidates for sure, although it will depend effectively of who they will line up against in the next rounds of matches. In the meantime, well, we were talking about Shay. Binks has actually clipped in the same way that we saw Voltize a little bit earlier on. Goldis has completely clipped it. Everybody's starting to kind of feel a strain a little bit and are dropping by flies left, right, and center. Dan assumes the lead, as a matter of fact, but he's got Shay and Binks bearing down on him. And Binks especially is clutching up hand over fist over Shay and Dan. Dan is now in big trouble. He's under threat for that first place by Shay Nimi. Shay going for a really aggressive line on the inside. Makes the move. He makes it stick, moves up into the lead, but not quite. Dan is not quite finished yet. Binks trying to catch up. It's going to be a three-way fight to the line, potentially. Dan is giving up. Shay versus Binks, and Binks wins it for 5 thousandths of a second.
What a round. It was Dan leading there up until the ending, but Binks again with a great ending, with a confidence ending. And look at that, the smiles on the faces from them. That was a very good round from all the players, particularly by Dan, who kept up with the players, even though all of them have made mistakes.
Yeah.
But, it was also contradicting to say that Dan was slow, because usually he's playing full speed, right?
Yeah, it was a kind of bit contradicting as well. But yeah, that was such a close fight that that last round on Oxygen gave us, as we're already moving on to a map that we've kind of talked about a little bit in the run up to this match, which is Funny Switcheroo. And there's not really anything particularly special about it. At least for me, it's a bit of a tough ask to describe that. But yeah, you said it, very much unconventional transitional map that we've seen here. Transitional maps are not that stranger of a concept to Trackmania, but done in this particular way, that's definitely a first for me.
Yeah, some transitions, especially that part. You don't see it yet, but also the ending here that we see. Like this transition, for example, it doesn't really feel smooth.
Yeah.
But it's like it's a weird one.
Yeah,
you know?
it's
it works out. But
and also the trees, we've seen that the trees can be very deceiving because they hide that little bit of an edge there, and if you go a little bit too far, then you clip, and that's it.
So you think you have control, and then half a second later, there's something coming
yeah.
up.
And there's the section that we were talking about that's been causing troubles for Coco, also for Mertz in the last match that we've casted a little bit before the break. And there's that particular clip part that we've witnessed. And I think Shay was actually one of the guys that actually fell victim to that.
In finalist mode.
In finalist mode as well. So that is going to be very interesting to keep tabs on that as we're already underway for the first out of 4 rounds. Quick score recap on the right side of the screen. 101 points for Binks, just 2 round wins needed for finalist status. 78 points for Shanemy, 50 points for Dan, and 47 for Guldis.
Yeah, 47 for Guldis and 50 for Dan. That means that they are so far away from the others. But look at that. Shay and Binks are in for a good run in this round. Let's go ahead and spectate Shay, who's falling a bit behind. Now this reactor boost transition, you can minimize airtime there. Binks is doing that accordingly and also sets himself up nicely. But look at Shay. He's not giving up just yet. He looked very strong on this map. He has gotten, I think, a 0.9 or a 0.8 even on this map. And right now he's leading the race. Binks with a good transition as well. Let's go ahead into Binks' POV because he's a little bit further behind. He has a bit more speed though. Both players getting a good transition. 500ths of a second. Shay, however, touches the wall there.
Too wide.
He makes that mistake, so Binks will win the round here. All other players have made mistakes. And look at that. Those small bumps there that you were talking about.
Tiny bit of them. And already dipping into the 56 range. Quick recap. The WR is still courtesy of Barbos with a 56.648. And you see we're close to that mark in the leaderboards again for Binks because 0.711. That's less than a tenth away.
Less than a tenth away. That is
a little
incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
And this time was 0.3 away from the actual world record. So good time there. And also it was Shay keeping up there. Unfortunately making that mistake in the dirt section. But now he's leading again. So he looked very confident on the map. Let's see what he can do in this one. Very important to minimize airtime there accordingly. And he does that. Not gearing up into 5th gear, else he will have problems because you have to drift in this corner just a little bit. But look at that line from Binks. Not getting any sort of airtime. Setting himself up nicely. But Shay with more speed over that part. Bumps a little bit. Also has a good approach for that. But Binks now to the lead he goes. And back and forth between the players, Geek.
Yeah, it's very much back and forth through the reactor boost part. They're like, it's been nip and tuck, but so far Shay having a bit more of an advantage. Before the reactor boost part, Binks had to kind of like manage the trajectory a little bit. Here comes the dirt. The dirt so far so good, but look at Binks, how he's catching up hand over fist. They're neck and neck as we head into the final checkpoint. Shay going a bit too wide, allowing Binks to move up into the lead. What's the time going to be at the end? I'm very curious. It's another 0.968. That is astonishing. Great end of the map for Binks. Shay is a little bit, again, not feeling too confident, a bit hesitant. Yeah, before the dirt part, he's feeling a little bit hesitant. That's what yielded that wall touch on round 1, and that's what yielded him to try and get a little bit of a safer approach just to make it to the end of the round and not lose too much time, but it's still enough to lose out to someone like the caliber of Binks, who is already in finalist status. He just needs to win this one round to secure his place further along in the winner bracket. We already see them falling behind quite significantly, around half a second down before the first jump right here. Binks and Guldis, they're really tightly packed together though, although Guldis here on this particular downhill part has lost a tiny bit of time. What happened? See ya! He has taken off. Binks is completely out of the map, but look at Guldis. Now he's rising up to the challenge. He's trying to catch up to Shanemy before the reactor boost part. He's continuing to gain some time right up until the third and final sector here. Shay has a bit of trouble with that dirt part, so he can still somewhat be a bit of a threat compared to Guldis. Oh, it's really close to the outside. Well, Guldis trying to catch up a little bit with a bit of a tidier line on the outside. A bit of Binks, Guldis with more speed. It's going to be to the line potentially. Shay is able to continue to lead, but only by 0.2 of a second, and everything kicked off.
It really seems that Shay is struggling on that last drift corner.
Yeah.
He cannot really predict it. And also the transition beforehand, we've seen him not taking a diagonal because he can land smooth and just gather up more speed before the dirt, that you actually have a better approach and a better line for it. And Shay seems to struggle a bit. It is Binks still in finalist mode, Shay up to 100 points, so he's also 2 victories short of reaching the finalist mode himself. Then Dan and Guldis still more than 30 points behind. They need a miracle run, maybe on the next map, but let's go ahead into the round here and see who's going to take it. It is Bings who is, betting out with Shay yet again. Bings with a way more aggressive line. Of course, the numbers red on his car. That doesn't mean that he will be eliminated. It means the exact opposite, that he will be in the winner bracket round 3 if he wins the round. But it is Shay bringing up a good fight here. Bings with a great approach into this turn, going so close there to the checkpoint. Shay with a good approach here as well. Bings had to release. It's still a smooth jump for him. Shay with more speed. Let's go into Bings' POV, who has fallen a bit behind. Shay, however, oversteers a little bit. Bings coming closer. It's very, very close here at the ending. Shay, not with the best line. Who's going to take it? Bings will be in the winner bracket round 3 with a 56.89. What a run. GG's to Bings.
GG's to Bings. You can see him take off the headset on the right-hand side. Yeah, pretty happy with the match that he feels like, nodding to his fellow opponents. And yeah, pretty close run altogether. But in the end, that final part, with that final dirt part, Shay not really feeling super happy with this, feeling very not confident. Very not confident. That's very English, of course. But yeah, he definitely doesn't have it doesn't click for him. It really doesn't click for him, and hence why he's losing a couple of hundreds to a tenth, allowing Bings to actually move through. As we're moving on to our next map, which will be Uze's Interdiction.
Uze's Interdiction. World record is from Barbara's 102.86, so this is also the longest track of the map pool.
Yep.
And maybe Shay is feeling it here. Of course, now he has to win those rounds. Dan and Goldis with 1 or 2 first places, they can come closer, but Shay should theoretically have it in the bag.
Yeah.
Of course, never say never. Players have to win rounds in order to make it. You have to kill the finest mode, and sometimes this can really not play in your favor.
It can be a bit of a demon to defeat finalist mode, indeed. And I feel like Goldis and Dan, this is going to be their time to shine it, because they don't really have anything to lose. If they lose the match, they still have a little bit of a ways to go in the lower bracket. But if they could actually try to spring up a few surprises here to try and make the road a little bit difficult for Shay to me.
Yeah, they can make it difficult for him as well. Also, right now, Gildas is showing us a great warm-up, being in the lead. But of course, you know,
if
you fast in the warm-up,
yeah, that's bad juju. We already know that.
We already know that.
Crash in the warm-up for good luck. Learn the lesson, kids.
Exactly, but you talk about the last part, and I think that's the hardest part of the map.
Yep.
Because you have that transition beforehand, and then also the outside Kalberg dirt.
Yeah, the lineup for it is very, very awkward feeling if you're not that familiar with it, as we're already underway with the first round. Shay getting a pretty good start. Dan having a pretty good start for himself as well. So far, so good for the top 3, 1, 2, 3, and only being spread out by like 1/10.5 to 2/10, although Dan has lost a little bit here in that little tech section before going onto the plastic, so he finds himself at the bottom of the field at the moment, but not by too far. He's still keeping like visual contact with both Shay and Gildas, who are going really wide on the dirt turn. Not feeling too confident there, Dan, actually keeping a little bit of a conservative line through there, meaning less speed, meaning not that smooth of the landing here on the dirt downhill. Very aggressive lines there being driven on the dirt tech turn before the grass part here, and Shay has pulled a fast one on everyone else. He's pulled a gap of half a second almost. Gold is going really close to the pole on the inside. He's neck and neck with Dan, so that's actually a really interesting battle for second place. That's extremely inspiring. And here comes the tricky dirt part. How does Shay actually fare? Dan versus Goldis. Goldis has a much better exit. It's going to be second place for Goldis, third for Dan, and a win for Shay with a 103.181 in the bag. We're around 3/10 away from world record, which is a very good time.
Good time. So Shay needs one more finish in order to claim the finalist mode and then just win one more round after that. So it's looking quite promising for him. Goldis at 69 points as well as Dan, so that's a double nice for them. And let's go into round number 2 on Interdiction. We see Goldis having a little bit of a slower start, but only being 700s behind, and he's pushing even further, going closer to Shay. But of course, Shay can only deny points. It doesn't matter in which position he ends up in, but he can deny some points towards the other players. Right now, it's looking good. Now here we want to hold the gear. You don't want to drop the gear, unlike in this dirt uphill where you drop into third gear because you cannot hold that gear because you have to steer a little bit more. We see Dan with a mistake. Goldis minimizes the airtime quite nicely, but Shay is leading by 0.13 of a second. Good line again. Goldis hesitates a bit, loses a little bit more time here over that part, and Shay can be finalist in the next round. Geek, only a couple of turns to go, but of course the most important part is still coming up, the third transition and the outside dirt line, which can be very tricky. Goldis, however, loses a little bit more time here as well, being 0.25 away, and Shay has it, and I think that is a good time again. This could be another 0.1.
Point zero,
0.09,
actually.
okay,
Point
almost.
Only just a 0.0, but still
Yeah,
very,
only.
very
That's a
respectable time.
really
Wait,
good
yeah,
time.
we say only with big quotation marks.
Yeah.
I think we should like
It looks
do
so
air-
effortless,
we
dude.
should do like air quotes whenever we mention those words. But yeah, Shanemy having a pretty good round for himself, moving up into finalist
2 away
status.
from world record.
Yeah, just 0.2 away from world record. That's insane. As we're heading into round 3 out of 4, potentially the final round. If Shanemy wins this one, he's got the red trigram and the red number on his car. Of course, that means finalist status. He has to absolutely win. That win is required. There will be no other option than the #1 spot. So far, they're having a pretty good start, though. Goldie's as well. I mean, why do I say these things every time it happens? So we're down to a 2-horse race between Dan and Shay. It all relies on Dan now, the fate of this match. Although we see he has a bit of a pace deficit to Shay Nimi, and that's okay for the present moment. Shay seems to be just that little bit better through the dirt. You can see Dan is a bit too conservative, so he doesn't get the fully landing. Shay going very aggressive, trying to maybe pull a little bit of gap. Dan has completely flunked it, so Shay can potentially coast it to the finish, or maybe he's just oblivious to that fact and doesn't have the information and continues to push. Currently going onto the plastic part as we head into the final section with the dirt lineup, which can be a little bit tricky and can pull a fast one on you. Let's see how it goes. Going over toward the outside, it's actually pretty good. That is going to be it for Shanemy, and for this particular match, who wins with a 103.254. Shay takes the last spot in the upper bracket, up for grabs along with Binks. Goldiz will finish in P. Actually, they're going to be tied for 3rd place in points from what I'm able to see, as we're going to be moving on to 79-79. Yeah, indeed. They're going to be tied for 3rd place, all things considered, in the sum of points being collected. But yeah, Binks having showed up, Shay being showed up, I gotta say the sort of running order that we were kind of expecting has been kind of like respected. It's been pretty much what we've been kind of waiting for and kind of expecting. But we did see a few surprise hiccups along the way, including that little ejection from Binks on what was it? It was on. Interdiction. There you go. I was trying to find the map. No, it was not on interdiction. It was on the. I can't remember. It was on switcheroo. There it is. I found it.
It was on switcheroo.
We got it.
We got it. And yeah, now we have a small clip to play.
Yeah, I feel like we do have a little bit of a clip to that. So we'll be back after this little bit of a video that we have to show you.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
And we are here at the caster couch, and honestly, what a fantastic match. Honestly, I think everybody kind of knew how Binks was going to perform in that match. But Snow, I have here with me for the interview at this moment. And Snow, I mean, you're 2 fellow countrymen going through the round and everything. And I mean, I guess for you, you've also done as well, good as well. You placed 2nd in your match with Mime finishing ahead of you. And how have you been feeling so far with the matches that you played so far?
The matches was really hard, but I managed to keep the 2nd place. The 2nd place was hard because if Mime don't crash, I can take the 1st place. So I need to wait the Mime crash.
Right, for sure. And I mean, that's one of those things where Mime is a very consistent player, and he's very difficult to go against and everything. But, I mean, you have been able to hold up on your own. And, I mean, another question that comes to mind is, how have you prepared for this event? Did you do a lot of training beforehand?
Yeah, a lot. But not like another competition. But I'm prepared.
Okay, perfect. All right. And then since you've been at this competition and everything again, you've gotten to play a couple matches so far. How do you have anybody that you're looking out for? Do you have anybody that you want to play against potentially as you go into these coming rounds?
I need to play versus Binks because he's my friend, and I want to destroy him.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Binks definitely in the last match, definitely stomping, I would definitely say. And it would be cool to play against your friend.
Yeah, of course.
And I mean, that would be fun. For me, if I were in a tournament, I want to play Deska because that's like my teammate, that's my friend. But yeah, I definitely understand that. I mean, France has always had a large presence in the Trackmania community, and definitely in this tournament. Do you maybe have an idea as to why France loves Trackmania so much and why they perform so well?
Because it's a long trip, so I need to practice for not lose, of course.
Yeah. That is the best way I can describe what I call Korean advice, which means basically we practice, we play good. That's how we're the best. But yeah, definitely. And before I let you go, I guess I do have one final question. Did you have anybody that you wanted to shout out? Your mom, your dad, a friend, like anything, or
Like
your
a big
social?
up?
Huh?
A big up?
Like who you want to shout out, like your stream or
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand.
it's okay. It's okay. So if you don't know who Snow is with BS Plus team. And if you want to check him out, he is always around in Trackmania. And we are going to go to a short break before we get to the next set of matches in the round. I believe that is the finish of top 32. And we will continue with some more matches in the future. I believe one of our casters is going to get a finally get a nice break, and I think Boney is going to be coming in here pretty shortly for the next guest. So we are looking forward to that. Thank you again so much, Snow, for showing up and doing the interview, and I hope you guys stay tuned. Thank you so much. welcome back to Trackadia here at Arcadia Hotel in Hamburg, Germany. We are getting into the upper quarters for the bracket so far. And we want to thank you so much for hanging in with us. We have been having some technical issues in between the rounds, so we apologize for the long delays in between the breaks and everything. But I want to thank you so much yet again for hanging with us, and I hope you've been enjoying the matches so far. Big shout outs to our sponsors, Vibroacoustic, the Noise, Vibrations, and Harshness Auto Solutions Company. Also to 28 Black, the official energy sponsor for Arcadia Hotel. Also OPL, the bracket software that we've been able to use. And also finally Arcadia Hotel, the largest gaming house in Europe. A fantastic place that we all have been enjoying. And the energy and the positivity that everybody has been expressing to me, even in some of the interviews and after the interviews, has been a fantastic event. And if you're in Hamburg, you should definitely stop by at some point. And there will be a cool black, white, pink party sponsored by Unicorns of Love here that are going to be after the matches today. So with that being said, we are going to get right into upper quarters. And with us for this match, and who is going to be casting this match, is going to be G-Geek and Boney. And they are more than excited to bring the next couple matches to you. So we're going to head over there now.
Thank you very much, Import. Once again, welcome back to the Trackadia tournament here in Hamburg, Germany at the Arcadia Gaming House. I'm Thomas Mengozi, aka G-Geek, of course. And this time, joining me in the booth for the first time today, Ryan Boney Galt. I hope you had a good day, man. You were lurking in the shadows, waiting for your time to shine.
I was. I've been enjoying the matches and the atmosphere here at Arcadia, but I've been excited and just ready to get into the casting booth. Obviously, due to the delays, it took a bit longer, but finally here. I'm finally ready to check out these matches, and we're getting into the quarterfinals of our winners bracket right here with some great players.
Yeah, you know what they say, the good things do come for those who wait, and I feel like that's a perfect case in point. You're going to be witnessing plenty of really great Trackmania action in a little bit because, yeah, we do have the upper brackets round 3, or like upper bracket quarters, that are going to be going underway in a little bit. We're still waiting for the players to join. With the current lineup, it will be Kiro from the Czech Republic facing off against Feed from France, Deska from Poland, and another Frenchman to round it out. It will be Snow. That's actually making for a pretty interesting lineup, I gotta say, with the one clear favorite, Feed from Hominotsun.
Definitely. They've been playing great throughout qualifiers right now, obviously fighting hard to get to this position.
Indeed.
And Feed, for me personally, is definitely one that I have been enjoying to watch. But we also obviously have Snow coming in as a TMGL player, just hanging out and showing the ropes.
Showing the ropes of how he's been going through. We had him on an interview before the break. If you were there before with us, having a little bit of his, giving a little bit of his insight of how his event went so far. Apparently went pretty good. And from, I guess we can just talk about the players a little bit because we got 3 very key contenders and only 2 spots. Of course, we mentioned Feed. I feel like we should do a little bit of a crash course on this particular player, hailing from the southeast of France, if I recall correctly, having joined Hominotsun pretty recently, formerly a part of Crazy Esports Région Bretagne, which was a regional team with the backing of the Région Bretagne, of course. And this year he has showed up in a big way by winning the Gamers Assembly Tech Tournament against Tween. That is no small feat. Quadruple World Championship runner-up, of course, for the Slovak player. And yeah, he defeated Tween in a very intense final match, which was very amazing to see. Then 2 weeks after that, he won the F-Ray Trackmania Cup, and he's been performing very well subsequently throughout. And it's been very much like a player that people tend to sleep on very much. Here we can actually see a few of the how the players are lined up. On the right-hand side of the screen is Feed that we're talking about with the glasses. Then next to him on his right will be Deska. Then we see Snow on the left-hand side, and then way far on the left will be Kiro, which will be our last man. So we talked about Feed. I think we can talk about Deska. Deska, a bit of a mixed map god, as Turbo was referring to. Very well-known mapper as well in his own right. Has mapped quite a bit as well for competitions, and also a very skilled player. He has participated in the Comic-Con Baltics tournament a little bit earlier on this year. Well, at the beginning of the year, way back in the spring, and finished in 3rd place behind Mime and Forever, I think it was, no less. I can't exactly remember the exact result, but yeah, that was a 3rd place finish for Deska. And then took it through the Arctic Gaming Experience, won the Open Qualifier there, booked his ticket to Melee through that way, and was that close to actually reach the playoff stage. He could have reached day 2, but still had a really, really strong performance on his hand. And I guess the final man we can mention, sorry if I can kind of rambling on, but
I feel free.
I mean, we got to talk about Snow, Mathieu Barthélemy of his real name, from Bureau Plus competition representing France, and he is also a player that you should really consider really himself, because he's been like very much showing up in various competitions over the years, and he has of course been taking part in the Team GLC season a little bit later, earlier on in the spring, and then ZRT Cup along with Glass representing Bureau Plus competition. He took it all the way to the final and finished the runner-up to a very strong duo of Gwen and Afi back in Bercy, and I guess it's still very much going to be a big memory of his being able to make it through to that particular event. With that kind of stacked field of players. It's going to be a memory that he's going to cherish. In the meantime, though, I feel like we are going to be getting in-game. We are going to be starting off on Oxygen, the Kisla map that was played as Cup of the Day, with the very interesting risky strat that we've been talking about with Turbo a little bit earlier on. It will be interesting to see if we're going to see that particular strat being employed throughout the match. So far, we haven't really seen anyone go for it in the live round. We've seen Shay, I think, experience it once during the warm-up, but that was pretty much the only extent that we got in terms of actually getting that risky strat done. It's going to be interesting to see how other players fare.
Yeah, I mean, during warm-up, you can get away with a lot of things. Because it's warm-up, you can play around, you can crash, and it's, you can get all those jitters out. You don't want to be that warm-up hero who gets the perfect run-in, and then during live, everything goes wrong.
Crash.
Like, that's the worst thing that could happen. But I would be surprised to see... if we never see that happen throughout the entire tournament, as we move forward and forward throughout the tournament itself, I expect players to risk more and more just to get higher pace and really try and get those 10 points per round as we are live right now. Taking a look from V's POV, right now, everybody very close together. Nobody really giving it away an inch. We can see Feet going in for the attack, taking that inside line as Deska then overtakes. Anybody going for the outside? No outside lines whatsoever. Deciding to go for the inside, keeping it safe, making sure to stay close together. Right now, Kiro falling behind just a bit, but you can see the difference between these players, just 0.2 of a second, as Feed and Deska are starting to get away from Snow and Kiro, but this drift could give him some more speed, and you see Snow just accelerating forward. Deska with a little bit of a clip, very unfortunate, not really able to get anywhere closer in the meantime. Feed, Snow, Kiro setting up for that final third turn. Feed is way ahead. He can take it pretty easy on the jump. Snow and Kiro in between. Snow with the snipe, barely just 0.02 of a second between the two players as Deska crosses off fourth on the safe finish.
Quick look at the times, 1:12.481, which is a pretty decent time, like as a first round on Oxygen at the beginning of a match. Reminder, the real record is still courtesy of Dexter, 102.121. And mad props to Kiro, the man from the Czech driver from Team Wumbo, having done a pretty solid running. Was in with a shot of actually booking second place for himself, but in the end got sniped at the ending and the final jump by the player from BS Plus competition. As we had a mistake already, it was I think it was Kiro indeed who touched barely. I think he barely grazed the wall as he was trying to get some more speed out of it. And let's go back with Snow, who's currently sitting in third place. Again, no one going for the risky line, but trying to optimize the exit as much as they can to try and carry a bit more speed, keep ground contact, and also have a much straighter line through the chicane. So far, so good. And it's Deska versus Feed. It's a pretty interesting battle up front. Let's switch to the perspective of Feed at the moment, who is going neck and neck with the Polish driver from Team Evo as we head onto the dirt uphill, which can be a little bit tricky. It certainly had strapped Deska in the previous round. So far, so good, though. Deska keeping himself just ahead of Feed, just right up until that particular bank turn where Feed was going for a really aggressive entry, but Deska is coming back right there. They're still wheel to wheel coming up into the finish line. Does Feed have a much better dirt exit? It seemed as though, oh my god, Deska sniping him for 6,000. I thought it was going to be a done deal, but Deska had so much more speed through the dirt. We didn't even catch him on camera. 0.495. It's still a very respectable time. That's a great race between these two, and that is going to be still Feed leading the charge with 16 points, 13 points for Deska, who's getting himself back in the groove.
Definitely back into the groove. What a tight round from both players, just exchanging blow after blow and just trying to stay in it. Though right now, Feed and Kiro the ones in the lead. Deska unfortunately falling behind by a mistake at the start. So we have a three-way fight, though. Snow at the moment playing from behind, just a couple of tenths. Perhaps go for the risky line, maybe try and catch up to these players, but perhaps feeling a bit more safe about the inside. Yeah, I think we're sticking with the inside for now. Feed using the dirt phenomenally there. You can see him getting away from Kiro, and because of Kiro not going as wide, Snow as well taking advantage of that situation, puts himself into second place, but both players right now fighting to get Feed from that first place and making sure he doesn't get as much of a lead as he is building up at the moment. But that means Feed needs to make some type of mistake, some type of error in his line. You can see right there, just holding on firm and just not giving away that first place. Snow is getting close, though, going very far into that inside line, but Feed holds on. No changes made in the words.
No changes being made in the top three, in the top three positions.
Yeah.
Feed winning with a 102.6. Still really respectable, running within half a second of world record. And Feed very much putting his step already very early on, despite that little bit of a snipe from Deska on round 2, as we're getting started with the fourth and final round of this first rotation of Oxygen. It's a map that we're going to be about to see maybe again. Kiro, unfortunately, the transition to the dirt was not exactly that particularly great, so he finds himself down in P4. Let's get a perspective of Snow, who's at the bottom end of the leading group right now and getting left behind a tiny bit by the top 2. You can see it's always a bit of a rift that goes on between top 2 and bottom 2 on really close round, but so far Snow is actually holding on pretty good. Nobody going for the risky strat. It seems as though it's going to be a recurring theme right up. I feel like we're going to be seeing maybe risky strats coming up on the Sunday. There's a bit of a graze, a little wall brush at the apex. Yeah, very unfortunate for Deska, and that promotes Snow automatically up into second position and potentially Kiro into third place as well. No, Deska is able to rely on a mistake from Kiro a little bit further behind to keep that third place for himself. Feed going really close to the outside wall in the middle of the dirt uphill there, and it looks as though the man from Huminitsun is not going to give any kind of breadcrumb for Snow to actually munch onto and try to catch up time back. It's going to be another time for Feed that's going to be very exciting to watch. What is it going to be? It's going to be another 0.484, just a few thousandths away even from his time on round 1. And you can see the players now on stage. Both are just, everyone is just slowly concentrating. No, not really any kind of all smile and giggles that we've seen in the previous match here. It's a lot more of a focused and studious ambiance here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Feed right there doing a fantastic job right there on the first track, getting first place 3 times, second place once. I mean, 36 points going into map number 2, which is going to be banners. I think is a great way, great confidence booster, and giving himself nice leeway into these next rounds. We can see Snow on 22 points, and Deska quite close with 20 on third place. Kiro at the moment on 14 really has to get some, some more speed, perhaps more luck, who knows, right? Bit inconsistent in the previous round, having some issues with the start. Hopefully banners will be more in his favor as the players are warming up at the moment, making their way through banners and challenging one of the trickier parts of this track, this bobsleigh section.
Yeah, the bobsleigh section can definitely be very, very damaging to someone's run. If the lineup is ever so slightly wrong, if you get a little bit too much speed, you run the risk of actually clipping the right-hand side wheels, and it completely tanks your run. And I'm wondering if we're going to see people trying to go, well, we saw this guy try and attempt this a little bit in a few seconds, but he tried to go for that little bit of road patch that's next to the scenery block on the grass spot that we've just seen. That's a very interesting shot, but as I said, it can throw you off very quickly if you're not used to actually going for those tiny margins and trying to go for the tiny amounts of the tiny bits of grid that you actually want to be able to go to. So it will be interesting to see how people kind of get on with those particular sections. But yeah, this map, along with Ytelski, can be extremely punishing if you're not careful.
Definitely extremely punishing. It's any slight error, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a position where you're unable to continue. You might even have to DNF if it's a bad crash, as the players are kicking things off. Again, Feed in the lead, both in the race and also in points right now, with Snow, Deska, and Kiro forming a pack, trying to catch up to him. We'll see if they're able to do so, or perhaps a mistake on the bobsleigh section. Everybody doing a fantastic job. Snow not the fastest throughout, dropping down into 4th place. Ooh, getting very close to the checkpoint. You can see that does not pay off at all. 3 players remaining at the top. Feed still leading. Kiro going a bit lower than Deska, but you can see as he goes outside, it doesn't really help him out. As we get to the final jump, let's see if everybody has the gears, has the speed to make the risky finish, and they do indeed. Feed clocking in a 51.0.
That is a stout time. World record for reference is a 50.823 courtesy of Masa. I think that hasn't budged since basically we started the competition yesterday.
So, yeah.
And yeah, definitely a really strong opening round here on banners from Feed, who continues to convert his advantage. 45 points, 46 points. You can see it on the right-hand side of the screen. Well, in terms of points collected, 20 points ahead of Deska as we head into round 2 already. Kiro having a bit of a mistake on the start, might not have made one of the jumps, presumably. Snow going too wide and hitting the outside wall as he was trying to widen his exit and trying to make it a little bit smooth. So we're down to a 2-horse race between Feed and Deska for the lead of the race as we head into the bobsleigh part. Feed, that looks pretty good, but look at the entry from Deska. So much more tidy and so much more speed carry through the bobsleigh turn that allows him to move up into the lead of the race as we now move on to the perspective from Feed here from Homie soon. Still keeping close distance and close contact with Deska. It's going to be all down to the final section. Feed within a more aggressive inner line, trying to carry a bit more speed and more direct line through. Is it going to be enough to dislodge Deska from first place? Deska is going to be getting overhauled. No way! Man, look, Feed is lucky to have made the finish there. I feel like that was going to be a big catastrophe that was going to happen. Deska can thank his lucky stars that in the end, Feed ended up going that little bit too wide at the jump.
Definitely. I mean, this also was very beneficial for Deska. Deska and Snow very close together, fighting for that 2nd place in the overall rankings, and him being able to pick up those 10 points while Snow gets 4 puts him in a more solid position for 2nd place. Snow is going to have to try and get some good rounds in to make sure that he is able to catch back up, because, you know, it's 1st and 2nd place that'll move on to the winners semifinals. If you do not get in there, you're 3rd or 4th, you're going to drop down to the lower bracket. So still a fight for everyone, though at the moment Feed clearly in the lead with 52 points at the moment. And right here, a crash from...
oh my god.
Deska out, Feed out, Kiro at the front right here.
Kiro at the front, and what's the gap? The gap is, it's not that significant because Deska is still very much... No, Deska hasn't faltered. It was only the 2 Frenchmen. It was Snow and Feed that one after the other faltered by the wayside at the entry to the bobsleigh part, and even the reactor part with the triangle line. So far, Kiro looking pretty good. Is he going to make the risky fin? Yes, he is, but although barely. You you saw him basically had that little bit of a board bonk moment and full stop picking completely. That could have yielded a snipe for Deska, but still 10 points for Kiro. That is very valuable. He's going to put himself back in the groove and back in the game in terms of points for that 2nd position.
Definitely starting to challenge Snow, in fact, for points. Just 1 point away from that 3rd spot, and you know, obviously 3rd spot is not enough to move on, but you know, if you're in 3rd place, you're that much closer to getting into 2nd, and 2nd is good. We'll see if he is able to keep up the momentum, or perhaps the consistency of the other players might falter a bit more. It's really been that bobsleigh, right, where things have been quite tricky, whether it's because of a mistake, whether it's because of players having a cleaner entry, and due to that, overtaking other players right now. Everybody doing a great job. No real differences in terms of speed, and Deska and Feed fighting for that 1st place. Snow clipping into the checkpoint. Very unfortunate crash, having to respawn from there. No way for him to have a running start there, as we are left with 3 players, Feed, Deska, and Kiro. Kiro following from behind, but the fight between Deska and Feed very close at the moment. We'll see, will there be any snipe? Feed very close, but Deska holds on, holds firm. 0.03 of a second between the 2 players. Yeah, great time with a 51-1.
Yeah, 51-1 is a very good thing. Man, you can feel Deska has kind of stuck his tongue out to actually get to the finish. Like, okay, I got it. it kind of felt like that going for the snipe right there. As we're going to be moving on to our next map, you can see the players still very much feeling in a bit of a serene state, but still at the same time very much focused. It's a very kind of particular ambiance and particular state of mind that these players find themselves into. As we're switching maps to, we were talking about it, we are the 2nd, probably the most difficult map of the map pack that you were actually qualifying as such, Ytelski by Agent Whiskey and Ski Freak.
Yes, it's one of those tracks where you get rewarded for beautiful drifting, but that start and end can make or break your run. It's so easy to have a bad start, and even when you get to the end, just getting into that risky finish, you really want to line up your car, getting out of the little bobsleigh block at the end. There are some players who have been able to do that quite fantastically, just shooting forward as an arrow, but it's as easy to fling around a little bit, your car goes a bit off, and you might hit the finish instead of the finish line, as hitting the finish isn't good enough.
Yeah, hitting the finish isn't good enough. Hitting the finish arch could be good, but only if you then have the back cross the trigger of the finish line. That particular is what we're currently referring to. It's easy to go a little bit low and have your car flat, but still miss the finish. But, or, like us, doing recce, try to flatten the car, but in the end having a little bit of a spin to it, and that completely wrecks your momentum and makes you, well, basically full stop in the finish, and that's over.
Yeah, exactly. As we get ready for our third map, Feed at the moment in the lead, only 10 points separated between him and Deska with 52 points. Third and fourth currently tied, Kiro and Snow on 35 points. Both of the players are, well, either one of them will either have to try and get into that second place, or it's going to be a Feed and Deska party. We'll see what happens as Deska does crash that inside line. Kiro going for the outside drift as Feed and Snow go for the inside. Interesting setup. We'll see if it pays off as he does stay close to Feed and Snow. It is a three-way fight with Feed in the lead. I feel like I've said that once before. It's because Feed stays in the lead. He's doing a fantastic job throughout this series at the moment, and he is really looking to hold on to that first place. The Snow attacks on the dirt phenomenally. Will he be able to carry that first place as we get into the risky fin? Feed exits a bit earlier. It's not enough to overtake Snow as he clocks in a 49.3. Feed 49.4, 49.7 Kiro. Deska in fourth place. What a good round, though, to kick things off.
Yeah, Kiro holding his own, by the way. 49.7, 4 tenths behind the winner. That's not bad. But yeah, Feed and Snow. I was actually thinking, yeah, there's going to be a snipe from Feed. He's got a bit more speed, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be for the man from Hominotsu. Deska having touched a little bit before even the first drop down, so the pole driver from Evo is not going to be in the running for the big points. Meanwhile, Kiro having a pretty good start so far in this round. At the end of the first second, he finds himself locked in a battle with Snow for second position. So far, this map has been pretty, been ridden with good luck for him, trying to get some solid points for himself, trying to catch up to Snow in third place, even though Snow has got a bit of an advantage here in this particular map compared to Kiro. Let's go back to the perspective of the man from BS Plus Competition. Feed up ahead of him, just 1/10 ahead, but we know that the jet park can be a little bit tricky. We saw Feed flounder here at this particular moment in the previous round, but so far so good. He is continuing to lead by around 1/10 of a second. He's going to keep that gap right up until the finish line, and it's a 49.2. Pretty good improvement from the 0.3 that we saw a little bit earlier, and it's very much in the range, kind of in the range of what we saw in the qualifiers yesterday, with 49.1, of course, being one of the ultimate times being driven by Barbos, but it's still very much a very good round pace that we got here.
Definitely. It's a pace that I expect to go even faster as we move through the tournament itself. Quarterfinals winners at the moment already showing some great consistency from the players. Deska at the moment struggling a bit with this map, seeing his lead shrink as Snow gets closer and closer. Starting off the round right on 35 points, Deska was around 52, and you can see just 7 points separating the two players as Deska right now trying to get some more points, and with that mistake coming in from Snow, I think that's going to help out a ton. Feed not really caring about anything that happens behind him. He's just happy to be here driving, you know, having a good time, working on his PB and whatnot.
Yeah, I feel like he's in a bit of a race of his own. He's racing against himself. It feels like very much like it as we're heading towards the finish line. Feed will win ahead of Deska. It's going to be a 0.3. He's very much finding himself that particular zone where he's feeling consistent and he's feeling confident with the lines that he takes, and that's definitely something that he can take in his stride. And whilst still having a leg up on the rest of the field as he continues to lead firmly, continues to extend his advantage over Deska. He's already more than two-thirds of the way through to the finalist status. He's on 88 points. We need 120. Kiro having a bit of a sluggish landing at the first ramp. Oh, Feed actually clipping on the inside of the circle. We see it at the bottom of the screen there. Snow and Deska are locked in the battle head-to-head for the point of the first place. Deska got forced to release a tiny bit to avoid hitting the outside pole, so he will fall back behind Snow just a tiny bit, but he still finds himself just within 1/10 of a second of the Frenchman as we're heading into the second half of the map, and soon the finish will ring the bell for both these players as we're heading into those final few sets of corners with the dirt corner, the plastic part that's going to come up. Here we go with the transfers through to the dirt corner. So far, no players are actually losing any amount of speed. Deska maybe a tiny bit faster than Snow, but Snow so far pretty good as we head into the plastic. Deska trying to make a move, a late charge, a bit more speed for Snow, a bit more airtime for Snow. They're tied, and Snow was actually taking the tie, because I think the tie is determined by whoever is first at the previous checkpoint, and in the case it was actually Snow who was ahead. Thus, the 10 points go to him. Deska will have to be content with second place and the 6 ones, as we're going to be switching maps and head over to Switcheroo by Funny, if I recall correctly.
I mean, that was quite close and definitely very, very useful for Snow right there to be able to pick up that first place. It's been Snow trying to claw back into that second place. Deska trying to hold firm right on 70 points at the moment. It's definitely a fight for second. Feed at the moment. You know, he made a mistake at the end of the round, but still with a lead of 22 points, 92 in total, is doing a fantastic job this race so far. Getting into Switcheroo. Interesting enough, during one of the matches, we actually had Mime break the world record, improving Barbos's earlier 56.684 to a 56.568. So that's a full 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, that's considering how maxed out some of the maps are, it is a very significant improvement when you think about it. And to think that this time was only done a mere half hour ago. I mean, we told you we were getting ready for some records to be broken. They didn't get broken on camera, but they did get broken nonetheless. So there you go. New world record happened here at the Arcadia venue in Hamburg as we're getting ready to and getting saddled up for this map from Funny. Switcheroo, 4 rounds coming up. Feed on 92 points can conclude on this map here. He just needs 3 victories to reach finalist status, and then after that, 1 victory to actually conclude his match and get seed 1 at the end of it. This guy's on 70 points, so he has a little bit more road to cover. Snow is just past the halfway mark at 64, and Kiro sitting on 50. Still has a bit of time to grind as we're currently underway. We're going to be focusing on Kiro for a little bit here, going really close to the inner pole. That's too close for Snow. Oh, that's really unfortunate. He managed to get away with it, though. That's actually what's amazing. He managed to cross the checkpoint and not lose that much time, considering how monumental the crash was. Just 1.2 seconds lost as we're going to be following along with Deska. Currently battling with Kiro for second place, but Kiro has a really, really slow grass exit before the reactive boost, so Deska will move at least temporarily into second position. That was a really close clip as well from Feed, so it's going to be very, very close right up until the bitter end as we're heading towards that dirt corner that has been plaguing so many different players over the course of the matches. Feed trying to go for the outer line, trying to carry a bit of speed on the way out. It looks as though it's looking pretty good for the man from Hominotsun, and it's going to be a very clear-cut win, but to the line for second place. Kiro will snipe Deska by just a few hundredths of a second, and in the meantime, the first time to be driven in this match will be a 57.0, which is still a very respectable time.
Definitely a great time to put down on the board, and that's the first of 10 points that Feed needs to put himself into finalist mode on this track. If he's able to do so, he can even close it out, but that will require him to win back to back to back from this point on. I do have to say, though, I don't know what it is with checkpoints today. I think Snow hates them because he's hit a checkpoint, I believe, 3 times so far, if not 4.
That could be.
It's been
I haven't really been keeping track on my head, let's be honest. I'm just too like taken by the race as we unfortunately witnessed the demise of Deska on the transition there.
Very important.
And that is going to be promoting Snow up into third place and Kiro up into second position. Kiro does need some really big points now if he wants to keep himself in the fight for those, because he still has a remote shot of being in second place. He's not that far off of Deska, so he needs to get a little bit better in his game right now, a little bit better in his comfort zone. Actually moves up to second place, but Snow with a bit more speed before the jump will take to the challenge as we head into the final part. Actually, Snow catching up to Feed. This is going to be interesting. Maybe to the line, this is going to go down. Feed, is he going to be able to hold on? Look at Snow catching him back up, and it's going to be Feed still holding on by just 1/100th of a second. Just a lower line, and that would have been it potentially for Feed. He still continues the 10-pointer, continues the streak. He's almost been undefeated throughout the entire match so far. He's on 112 points. He needs 1 more win to get the finalist status.
Finalist status, and considering that all the other players aren't evil in triple digits, Feed must be feeling great about the match right now. He could even mess this up, right? But I can't imagine that is the situation he is in. He's clearly coming in here to win and set up amazing times, amazing racing, while he leaves the rest of his fellow colleagues, players to their devices as Kiro flips out on the checkpoint. These checkpoints have been brutal so far.
Yeah, they're murderous.
Leaving us with 3 players, Deska in the lead, Feed and Snow following behind. And Deska could really use these 10 points, as Snow has been getting ever so closer to that second place. Just 4 points separating Deska and Snow. Feed and Deska very close together. Feed might actually be able to overtake as he gets a bit more of an inside line, and you can see him ever so slightly inching forward. That last checkpoint going to Feed, so if we do get a tied time once again. Oh, sorry, that one was the last one. I mean, it could be Feed, though. No, I think it is Feed.
It's pretty much cemented its zone, and the times are very good, both for Deska and for Feed. Same for Snow. Look at the times. 0.8, 0.9, 0.9. This is very, very stout from what we're seeing here. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for Feed to try and conclude his match. He's in finalist status. He's got the red trigram on his car, as you can see on his skin. That's actually a really good contrast with the black of the car that he's actually running. But yeah, one more round win for Feed, and he will be able to take Seed 1 at the end of that third map. That's going to be pretty early to close it out, for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the
wait, third or fourth? I can't even recall. But yeah, he
got
got it pretty quickly. That's what we're at. That's what we're getting at.
We should be. I mean, it really comes down to the. I mean, everybody right now doing great, and the moment I say it, unfortunately, Kiro does have an unfortunate line through that small area past the water. The grass line right there. Deska and Feed fighting for the first play. Deska gonna have to do a lot if he wants to deny Feed over and over and over, as again, this point differential is massive at the moment. Deska losing a bit of speed on that jump. Feed.
The line from Feed is beautiful.
Great third line. Is it gonna be enough for that first place? Taking over Deska with a great inside line. Just has to close it out right here, and he does so indeed with a 57.0. That's gonna be enough for him to move on to the winner semifinals in first place.
That is a big GG. You heard my reaction there. I was like, I can't believe you went that far inside. When we saw Shay not that long ago, just clip that edge once he was leading and throw it all away. That is a very risky line to take there. And the lineup, like the exit from the backed corner before the drop down into the dirt, that was so beautifully executed from Feed. That was what won him the round and the game. All full stop, as we're going to be moving on to Interdiction by Uze. A map that is pretty interesting. We've kind of been talking about it. There's not really any particular parts to stress about, but it's more like a very good example of what a multi-style map, a very balanced multi-style map is, and it really requires a lot of engagement from the driver and for the driver to use his entire skill set to actually get a good time out of that.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of gear management as well, right? Going into this, whether it's on the plastic, you drop it into third, usually here, but from that point on, you want to accelerate forward, bringing it back into fourth, and have some great drifting. It's one of the things that I do like a lot about this track. There's not a lot of space for these drifts, but you can have some amazing lines if they do work out, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the key for some of these players to overtake their fellow competitors, as we are getting ever so close to kicking things off with our three players remaining: Deska, Snow, and Kiro. Deska and Snow very close together. Deska's been holding on to that second place throughout this entire series, despite Snow getting ever so closer.
Yeah, Deska doing a really, really good job. He's been clinging on for dear life on that second place. 89 points for Deska, 81 for Snow. There is still just one round win and one round finish, and it could really flip on its head. So it's still very close for that second spot in the semis, as unfortunately we witnessed the demise of Kiro with another checkpoint, claiming another victim. Man, I said they were murderous. I didn't know they were this murderous. So we're back down to a two-horse race between Deska and Snow. So far, it's pretty roughly even between these two as they head into the plastic part. A little bit of an advantage for Snow. He gets a much better transition through the plastic, actually, compared to Deska. But through the dirt, no, he actually hits the outside wall. The Polish driver from Team Evo. He managed to clear the jump, but not as smooth as Snow was able to do. So he's going to enable the Frenchman to pull away as he actually hits the pole as soon as I say that, allowing Deska to move up into the lead. I might as well just sell for the rest of the round now. You take it over.
I mean, it's definitely a back and forth, one mistake for the other. And I usually say if you make the mistake early on, you're going to be in a better spot. As the later you get into the map, the less chance you have to actually catch up, as Deska taking advantage of that mistake from Snow a bit bigger, and with that 10 points inching ever so more away from Snow. He might be able to get into finalist mode, though. I mean, he would end up in 119 situation, right? It's definitely one.
No. He could still definitely reach finalist mode.
Yes,
He's on 99, and there are still 3 rounds, including this one, to go. So.
Exactly. Not able to close it out, though.
Yeah, not able to close it out. They would have to wait until the next map switch to actually be able to do so. So, round 2 out of 4 underway here on Introduction. Snow and Kiro having a pretty solid start. Kiro so far not being taken away, not having his life taken away by a CP. That's actually a pretty good thing for a change. But yeah, P3 right now for Kiro, who's continuing to close tabs on Deska at the moment. Although, yeah, the Leading Joe is not really able to pull that much of a gap on Kiro unless there is a bit of a lack of confidence in the lines more than the mental health, than the mental aspect of it to Kiro. So he's dropping a little bit of time leaving a little bit of time on the table for Snow and Deska to actually pull away, as we're currently going to go back with the perspective of Deska. Snow a bit further up ahead, 1.5 tenths ahead as we head into the final plastic part before the dirt, with the entry that can be extremely tricky, as we told time and time again. But Deska has a really wonky line, allowing Kiro to move back up into the frame as we're going into the final dirt corner. It's very close, too close, and he touches, and that's going to be gifting the point to Snow, and Kiro gets himself a valuable 6-pointer, and Deska P3 will see Snow close that tiny bit back up, 97 to 103.
97 to 103, 6 points separating the two players. If we have another lineup as we had in the previous match, we would see Deska and Snow tied at 107 points. Will it happen? We'll see. We'll find out as right now. I mean, Deska has been doing great on interdiction, just ever so closer. And with that respawn along on that checkpoint, you go over the checkpoint, but you hit it. It's just
it's probably one of the worst things that can happen to you in a live round, hitting the checkpoint side on and then still crossing it, but it deviates your line so much that you can't exactly save. That's going to be one of the worst feelings that you can experience as a Trackmania player, for sure.
It's got to be devastating, just hitting it over and over and over. So it definitely is that mental aspect, right, of this of a tournament sitting where you have to keep it together. You can't lose your focus despite knowing the lines. As we do see the line from Snow right there being enough to catch back up to Deska, fighting side by side, two players getting ever so closer to the final corner on the dirt. We'll see who has the better line, who uses the space more efficiently, as Snow moves on forward, leaving Deska behind in his dust, shooting into the finish. Not quite enough to catch up to Deska in the rankings, but just 2 points separating the two players, as Deska, he could come in first, but no finalist mode.
No finalist mode, indeed, yeah. And yeah, he would end up on 119 at the end of that round. Yeah, that's a big slap in the face. In the meantime, Snow driving a 0.2, which is a very respectable time, considering that the world record is a 102.865, courtesy of Barbos. That one hasn't budged from the beginning of the day, unlike the one on Switcheroo, of course, as we're already heading into our final round on Interdiction. After that, we're going to switch again, Matt, because this is far from being over right now. Deska's still on 109, and Snow just 2 points behind, taking advantage of the stumbling from Deska here in the previous subsequent rounds to try and get himself back up the order and back in with the fight for second place. Kiro also getting a pretty good solid round, so though it was a little bit close for comfort here to the outside wall before the drop down. And Kiro, Deska, Snow, yeah, it's pretty packed. A lot more packed than I expected. Just a 10th between first and last at the moment. Kiro not having the best of lines through the tech section before the grass, so he's going to drop down to P3, but still keeps himself within reaching distance and contact distance of Deska. Snow still leading. It's going to be all down to the ending to the side. Let's go back to the perspective of Deska. You can see Kiro right behind on the bottom of the screen. Snow still leading. Is he going to get reeled in by Deska? Kiro tries to reel in Deska. It's not going to be enough for him to snipe. 0.198 for Snow at the end, which is a very respectable time again. Deska second and Kiro in P3. And Snow will go ahead of Deska with 117 versus 115. Kiro on 80 points, as we're going to be switching back to Oxygen. And we're back with the second rotation of Oxygen for potentially the conclusion of the match. This is a little bit of a presumptuous assumption that I have, but I feel like Snow is going to be a tough man to beat unless this guy shows up on this map. He's actually done pretty well for himself, I think, on that first map, if I recall correctly.
Oh yeah, no, he was able to get some points. Obviously, we had Feed coming in, bringing in first place three times and second place once. So with Feed out of the picture right now, I'm curious to see how these players will deal with that. But look at the points as well. I mean, Snow, doesn't matter which position he ends up in. Finalist. Deska, though.
Second place
Something
required.
was wrong.
Second place is required for him to actually get the finalist status. But yeah, we kind of mentioned that in the break as well. Once the Scarecrow is away, once the favorite has validated finalist is actually out of the match, it's very much sometimes the gloves are off, and it looks as though the gloves are off right now. It looked as though Deska had a bit of a leg up on Snow, but in the subsequent maps he was able to claw that gap back up, and now we're back in with the fight for the last spot in the semis coming up in just about 10 seconds time. At the end of the warm-up, we're getting underway very, very shortly here on Oxygen by Kisla, which could be the final map of proceedings, or maybe we could see Kiro spring a few surprises or two, play a little bit of Troublemaker, try to keep the dream alive for that a little bit longer. It could happen.
Definitely. I mean, that's a fun part as well. Like, you know you're in last place right now. You know you need to make something happen. You might as well go all out. What do you have to lose, right? You're already in a position where you can just do everything you need to do. And right now in second place, seeing Deska in front of him, Deska crashes into the wall. That that grass right there. You know, having to adjust your car for that. These players are used to it at this point, but it's still quite easy to just enter the grass in a bit of an awkward angle, and you just barely clip the wall, leaving Kiro at the moment in the front, perhaps setting up for that first of 4 victories and getting himself into
this
the
is gonna be
never mind.
Yeah, never mind. I think we should have shut our mouths about that, and that's going to be gifting Snow the first place on the silver plate and finalist status on the silver plate as well. He didn't even need to go for the win. He's currently just sitting chill. He's just sitting on 117. Even just a finish, which was rewards 4 points here with 3rd place, was enough for him to back finalist. But he's going to go it with style and with the art of doing it, currently sitting in 1st place. Despite the trials and tribulations of others, he has not faltered one bit so far. Let's see if he falters at the end. No, it's not going to be the case, and he will take to this checkered flag with a 102.808 at the end of that round. The good luck, the chat is currently saying good luck in the chat. Actually, Deska finished in 2nd as well. I completely caught that and didn't even catch that. So we're in double finalist.
Double finalist mode.
Indeed, yeah.
It's make or break. I mean, it's either Kiro having to deny both Snow and Deska.
That's a tall ordeal.
And otherwise, if we see a crash from Kiro, right, or falling behind, then...
that's the final round for sure.
Definitely getting into it right here. Deska initially taking the lead this time around, not hitting the wall, doing a fantastic job getting around the bend, keeping both Kiro and Snow away from us. Kiro right now trying to stay alive in the winner's bracket, as if he does lose, that means he will drop down to the loser. So not quite out of the tournament, but still, you want to make sure you make your path as flexible as possible, right? There's more matches in losers, requires more stamina, requires more energy, more focus.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a premature end because Snow is completely out, unfortunately for him, and it looks as though Deska has got this win on his hands, unless there is a bit of shenanigans coming up at the ending. We're gonna have to wait and see, but yeah, Kiro, whilst he keeps himself close, I don't think he's gonna be having enough pace in the back in order to catch up to Deska, unless there's a big blunder at the ending right there. Deska so far controlling this round beautifully, and that's gonna be it. You can say GG to Deska, who wins by around less than a 1/10 of a second still, but it is good enough for him to bag that spot in the semifinals alongside Feed. And you can see a little bit of relief as everyone just undo the headsets and get their hair a little bit. And yeah, I gotta say, big up to Snow. Like, he gave it everything he could. He could have. I think either of those guys would have been a solid candidate for like a semifinal spot.
Definitely, but I think the Polish crowd will be very happy with seeing Deska pick up the victory. It's been a very, very hard-fought battle for that 2nd place. Deska was holding on to it quite a long time and was starting to look like Snow was finally getting back into it, but...
He was slowly getting back into the game, getting back into striking distance of Deska. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be in that final round. Even though Kiro was trying his best, there was not really any space for like a super denial, like somebody to keep the dream alive for that much longer. I know this is a bit of a wishful thinking, but we always love whenever it goes down to the wire here on Trackmania. You guys know that we actually like a pretty solid match for ourselves. Right, this is the end of the match, but definitely not the end of the action and nor the end of the show. We're going to have an interview lined up for a little bit, but first, we have a few words from our sponsor.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
And we are back here at Arcadia in the couch area, the chill lounge, where we are having our interviews at. And I have a crowd favorite with us for this interview. I have Grenadi with us, the wheel driver himself, here representing the pride for, I guess, Germany at that point. I mean, there's Massa as well, but you are definitely another person that Germans are looking to potentially win this event throughout. How have you been enjoying the event so far? How have you been feeling so far regarding the event and everything?
So far, I'm pleasantly surprised, honestly. Like, I didn't really know what to expect. Also, like, from the actual tournament. But the whole event is good. The tournament is... I mean, we had some delays, happens. But overall, it was really, really nice. And so far, it's going well. We still have, like, a lot of matches to play, I think. But I'm ready, and I'm really looking forward to it. So far, it's really fun.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, for you and your matches, because you are a skilled player, and I mean, you do play in Team GL and everything. So, I mean, there is... I guess from maybe your perspective, the matches haven't been too difficult so far. But I mean, eventually we're getting to the point where now you're going to start coming against some recognizable names, some people that are your competitors in TMGL. And so definitely those matches aren't going to be easier for you. So in regards to this tournament, did you do any preparation? Was there anything that you wanted to do before you came to Arcadia?
Not really, actually. Like, I mainly went here for the event,
right?
So, like, to meet the people, etc. Like, that's what I was mainly looking forward to. But I mean, I kinda had to also go practice because people also expect me to perform. So I tried my best, and yeah, I don't know. Otherwise, I didn't really I played like each map for like 4 or 5 hours or so. So like the kind of usual practice. I think it's also it was the same for Massa, for Barbos, etc. So we're all on the kind of same level. And as you already said, like already this match that I just played was really, really stacked against Banks and also Elcon. Like those are two really, really good players, and it was super, super close. And next match is going to be even closer. So the races are actually really well. And also like the general level is way higher than I had expected. Like I thought it would be kind of like not easy, but like some good players and yeah, kind of casual. But there are so many good players. It's crazy actually.
Yeah, and I have to tease you a little bit about your preparation before because you did forget your foot pedals at your house. So now you're dealing with foot pedals that you weren't necessarily accustomed to. So a quick question about those. Was there like a difference in pressure with the foot pedals? Were like they completely different from the ones that you normally use? Did that matter to you at all? Like that situation?
Yeah, first of all, it's really stupid forgetting those. I don't know how that happened, but I mean, I don't know. That's just how I am, kind of.
Yeah.
But luckily, the Arcadia guys, they helped me out and gave me a stream deck pedal. So it's like, it kind of works the same way. The only real difference is that it's laying like completely flat on the ground, while the ones that I have at home are like slightly angled, sort of. But I mean, I can play like perfectly normal, so it's fine. And I'm really glad that I have anything. Like I already was scared that I couldn't really play normal at all, but like this it works really well.
All right. So at least it's working out for you. So you're not having too much of a struggle now at this point. And I mean, you have had some time to get used to them after some practice with them. I guess the next question is, and you kind of already mentioned it a little bit. But I was wondering, I mean, are you looking for watching out for anybody in the competition because you are like we've been talking about getting into some more difficult matches? Is there any like specific player that you're worried about, or is it a group of players?
There are a couple of players. I think the one I'm the most worried about is currently Feed because I faced him in the second match today, and he was like unbeatable. Like I had no chance. He was so fast. Like it was crazy. And other than that, also like Banks. In case I meet him again, he's really good. Then of course Massa, Barbos, Mime, like. There are a lot of people I'm kind of scared about, and I will probably meet 3 of them in the next match because next match already going to be top 8 players basically, and I don't know. Like if I play really good, I can do good, but it could also be like full troll and last. Like I don't know. It's gonna be interesting for sure.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, going off of Feed, I mean, he did just recently play in that match, and he was out. He was out very early in terms of points because he was doing so well. He did have some competition with Deska and Snow because they aren't players you can forget about. They do well on their own right and everything. And unfortunately for Snow, I just had him an interview with you before, so that's an unfortunate result for him going down to losers bracket.
Yeah.
But I hope I didn't caster curse him with the interview or anything like that. But you know, sometimes it happens that way. But in regards to that, yeah, Feed has been doing really well for himself, and he's been performing extremely well. And he's definitely another player to be looking at during this tournament. But I do, final question for you. Do you have anybody you want to shout out? Do you want to say something to the fans, to the people that have been watching this event so far?
Yeah, first of all, of course, hello to all the people that are usually watching my stream. I guess some of them are watching. Some of them are also here, so that's kind of cool. So massive shout outs to them, and thanks for the support. And yeah, it's just cool having so many people here. Like,
Yeah,
it's
it
crazy.
is. It
It's
really
crazy,
is.
Yeah. So
And-
shout outs to everyone.
Yeah,
Also
and I
to
mean-
Lacquer's Turbo here.
And I mean, I guess I do have a small extra question because we do have a little bit of time in between. You just mentioned how cool it is to be here and everything, and every single person that I have talked to, I've talked about how extremely special the experience has been here at this LAN. And thinking about it, there hasn't really been a major international LAN yet for Trackmania 2020 because we've come from Corona, the pandemic, and now majority of the LAN tournaments have been in places that are not necessarily were intended for international crowd per se. So now we're at an actual international event. How has that been for you? How have you perceived that so far?
Like first of all, it's absolutely true. Like we had the World Cup, we had Malloy, but World Cup was, for example, only 16 players. Malloy was like kind of hard to get to, and it really is like kind of the first like big LAN event, like community LAN basically. So that's already really really cool. And yeah, it's crazy. Like it's hard to explain. Like it's also like it's only my second LAN tournament ever, and I didn't really know what to expect or how it will be. But like the community here is like exactly how you know the Trackmania community. Everyone is like super chill, super nice. We can easily talk to. We can talk about Trackmania stuff. We can talk about everything, and that's like I'm blown away by the experience. It's really good.
It is fantastic, and thank you so much to Arcadia, who is the major host. We are at Arcadia Hotel, the largest gaming house in Europe, and they have been fantastic hosts for this event, and they have given a fantastic opportunity to the Trackmania community for this tournament. But we are going to go to a short word from our sponsors before we head back into the other matches. So you stay tuned. We got some more matches coming up for you really shortly. Thank you so much to Gennady for the interview, and
Thanks
we
for
will
having
see
me.
you guys shortly. Welcome back to the studio here in Arcadia, the largest gaming house in Europe. And we are back here to do some more matches for you. And it is still going to be that winner's bracket. We have one more winner's bracket, and then we will go into a loser's bracket match for the remaining of the day. And before we go to that, we do, of course, want to thank our sponsors. First, Vibroacoustic, the Noise, Vibrations, and Harshness Auto Solutions Company, as well as OPL, our bracket software, and 28 Black, our fantastic sponsor, the official energy sponsor of Arcadia. And then, of course, again, Arcadia for hosting this wonderful event for us. Don't forget, there is prize money to be played for here. There is a $2,300 prize pool for the mixed tournament that we've been streaming, and there's also another separate prize pool for the tech tournament that's been going off the stream on the side of the event. But there is more exciting stuff to be coming your way as we get into the next winner's bracket match, and we will send it over to G Geek again and Boney. And G Geek, try to hang in there, okay?
Don't worry about it, Import. I feel like I got plenty of energy in me still left for the remainder of this day. And yeah, I'm still here with Boney for another round. We're going to go again. And this time, yeah, we're further and further up into the winner brackets round. And we're heading into the semifinal with a pretty stout lineup. We've got Feed lined up against Mime, Masa, and Binks coming up. This is going to be pretty exciting.
I mean, it's especially exciting considering these have been 4 players that have been performing phenomenally throughout the tournament. We've seen Binks crushing it in the qualifiers. We just saw Feed doing a fantastic job in the quarterfinals. I'm excited to see Mime and Masa come in and duke it out. We know Masa has been setting records on these maps and has been, really preparing for this tournament throughout the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, he's been gearing up slowly but surely for that particular tournament. You've seen some of his streams. You've probably been catching up with some of his training that he's been doing over there. And yeah, Mime and Masa, Battle of the Internationals is going to be pretty exciting to follow. But the Battle of the Frenchmen with Binks and Feed, both very, very strong players in their own right. Binks having said a statement of intent on day one, and Feed slowly coming into his own and actually showing what he's truly capable of. This is going to be a titanic fight between these two.
Definitely. I am very, very curious if the French will be able to hold on. Mime and Masa, just titans, right? We've seen them so many times. Mime, for example, has had an enormous rise throughout these past 2 years. Initially coming in, at least from what I remember, during the early days of TSCS, coming in for Team Poland and setting up in the spring 2021, winning that tournament, and from that point on, getting into Challenger TMGL, coming out of Challenger into TMGL main. He's had such an enormous uprising, and I, for one, am excited to see him in the semifinals.
Same thing.
Only 2 can move on.
Yeah, same thing. I'm very excited to see him move on and see him. The progression that he's had over the last year and a half has been absolutely exceptional. We're on the left-hand side of the screen, as you can see here, we have Masa from Berlin International Gaming with his big hoodie. Then next to him will be Mime, repping the colors of Into the Breach. Then we have Binks, the player from Israel, which we saw a little bit earlier. And of course, the Hominitsum player from France. Feed is on the far right of the screen. This is how they are set up, of course. In the players area on the little stage with the 4 separate computers, you can see the admins making sure that everything is actually honky-dory and trying to sort out last-minute gremlins that could potentially arise between the different setups. And yeah, as I said, very interested to see how these players get on. And we've been talking about Mime. We've talked about Masa plenty. Like, it's a bit of a do-or-die attitude sometimes that we've seen from Masa. I don't know if it's actually changed that much, but so far he's actually been coming into his own pretty well.
Definitely. I think this is also going to be the first time we're actually broadcasting a match
of
him.
Of him and of Mime as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got 2 recurring players and 2 new players. Like, between tradition and modernity. That's a bit of a cliche phrase, but it's kind of like the case in this particular broadcast.
Definitely.
As, yeah, we do have some 2 new players, 2 new perspectives to actually witness.
Definitely. I just noticed just real quick, because the players are busy setting up in the server. Bing's just setting a local record with a 48-9 on Utelski. This is very, very promising.
Okay. For context, world record .920. So yeah, just in the warm-up, we're less than a 10th away from world record here in the warm-up. Just to give you a little bit of an update of what's going on, players are slowly but surely arriving and in their setups right, and we're gonna get started in around 3 to 4 minutes time from what we are being told over the course of the preparation phase. We do have 3 out of 4. We're just missing Masa at the moment, and once Masa is in and everybody is ready, we will will, of course, get started very soon with the match. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far. We, once again, thank you for sticking with us throughout the various trials and tribulations with the various delays in like the bracket generation. But yeah, we've been hanging on. I hope you guys have been hanging on, whether you're at home, in your bed, in the couch, and sitting at your desk, witnessing the stream, or if you're on site at Arcadia Hamburg and actually seeing the stream from the bar area, enjoying a drink, or even better, in the little cinema area that we have. It's actually pretty, it's a very, very cool experience to be able to watch esports, like even racing like that in that particular space. This is actually pretty cool.
I very much agree. And just being together as well, cheering the players on, seeing the mistakes, these oohs going and ahs going throughout these crowds is definitely a joy to behold. And I think that despite the issues that we've had so far, this has been a phenomenal first edition of Trackadia. And I mean, if this is the way things have been going, we can learn and move forward from these mistakes for hopefully a next edition. I have no guarantees of that, but I personally would be very happy if we do get into another one of these editions, because this has been a phenomenal land to see everyone.
It's been very, very great from the beginning, from the get-go. Even despite the issues, the vibe is just, it's something else. It's just something that you have to experience for yourself here at Trackadia.
Missing out if you're at home.
Yeah, you're missing out big time, and I feel like you really gotta come in to experience it. If you're in the Hamburg area, or if you're in Hamburg, make sure to pop down to Arcadia. Closest station, of course, is Nettenburg on the S21. If you're coming from the Hauptbahnhof there, we'll have there. The entry is free. You can actually come in and just say hi to some of the community there, grab a drink, and actually just sit back and kick back and relax and watch on the big TV in the bar, as we are going to get started very, very soon here. Masas just joined the server. He had a few issues that he had to suss out, as we're going to get soon started on the first map, which is going to be Switcheroo by Funny from the looks of things. And yeah, this is actually going to be a pretty interesting starter map.
Definitely. I mean, this is also one of the maps where we saw the world record. Well, we didn't see, actually. We know the world record has been broken by Mime just an hour ago. And he's in a match right now.
He's in the match right now. 56.568 as a reminder. The current world record, improving the previous mark from Barbos by 0.08 of a second compared to the previous world record, as we stated, held by Barbos. As you can see, players are slowly but surely getting themselves ready. Masa just joined in. We do have a couple of rounds of wait between before we actually get ourselves really ready to gear up for the match. You can see Masa on the left-hand side of the screen, slowly making sure that everything is right, trying to get the feel back in the fingers. And yeah, everybody just getting themselves into that sort of mental butter zone that we were talking about, trying to find themselves in the right mindset, the right headspace to award the match.
Exactly. And I mean, we also have to consider that the point total is higher for the winner semifinals.
Indeed, that's something we completely forgot to mention.
120 to 140. I mean, especially when you're talking about this headspace and, you know, being in that Zen mode, right? Zen zone. You have to hold on to that even longer, right? Because, yeah, technically you could say, oh, it's just 2 more wins. That's 2 more wins against amazing players.
Exactly, yeah. And there's only that, but also, like, there's also going to be the fact we mentioned about map order, right? It can be in your favor or it can work against you. Here, given that we're having a few more points, we're going to have a bit more of a rotation. We're not going to see just the first map on the second rotation. We're going to see a few more. And sometimes, some of these times are like, oh, goody, this is definitely not my favorite. This is going to be what some of the players are thinking whenever there's actually going to be a map switch that was a little bit unexpected for them. So it's going to be very very interesting to see how players cope with that higher point limit. They're not like strangers to that concept. They've done those kind of matches before, but it's always interesting to see who can actually handle the best that hike in terms of like the point threshold.
Definitely. And I think one of the things that's important to note as well, obviously these players come in prepared, having practiced these maps, but you might not be feeling a certain map. And when you know it's the first or the second map, you know it's coming back. You have to take that into account. You need to build up that lead in those maps coming afterwards, because otherwise, we're pretty much guaranteed a map 6, a map 7.
Sometimes that you get into the groove and it works, but sometimes when it don't work, it don't work. It's as simple as that. Like you can't exactly do anything about it, and you just have to work with it and try to prepare in advance for what could be a terrible map coming up. So yeah, this is very much going to be an interesting match with pretty much all around powerhouses. Like all of these players are outstanding.
Oh yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you who would be taking it from all these players.
Yeah, it could be a toss-up. It could be a real toss-up, this one.
It might be that LAN experience, right? Because that usually brings out some other talent because it is LAN. It's about adapting to a different environment, still being able to play at the level that you normally do. And so far, I mean, Masa obviously being one that's pretty accustomed to it, but I can imagine perhaps Mime not so much, you know, relatively new compared to. Whereas Binks, you know, having plenty of experience in these TMGL situations. And I wonder how Feed will manage as well in this...
in this particular context,
he's been great so far, so I can't imagine it going wrong.
He's been soaking up the pressure very good as we're getting ready to start our match here, of course, on Switcheroo by Funny. I think we can go fully in the game screen now as, players are just in the warm-up. 30 seconds left until we get started with the match. Mime, Feed, Masa, and Binks all contending for a spot in the winner bracket final that will be played out tomorrow, if I recall correctly. And, as I said, very excited about that particular map. World record was beaten, I think, during the warm-up. Yeah, it is the same. You said 0.568? Oh, it's just 8 thousandths away.
Yeah,
sorry,
very close.
Very close. I was a bit ahead of myself, but
still has it.
0.576 is very, very fast.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, as we get closer and closer to the grand finals happening tomorrow, the pace is going to be high. The pace has already been amazing. And
right from day one, it's been amazing.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to what these 4 players will do right now. I'm looking forward to... And, you know, I'm just shouting it out right here. Quadruple finalist. Give me quadruple finalist.
I'm with you, but really? Okay, fair enough.
Who knows? Tiebreaker, all coming down to the final round. I am all for it. As we are live with the match, starting things off on Switcheroo. We do see a mistake coming in from Feed, unfortunately, falling back, leaving Mime, Bims, and Masa currently fighting for first place. Mime taking the lead by about 1/10 of a second on the Frenchman Binks, as he is slowly but surely trying to make his way back to Mime. Mime with a great inside line. Binks hits the wall. Masa instantly taking advantage of that as he shoots into second place, with Mime is quite a ways away and using the space available to him on that dirt, looking phenomenally fast. And let's see the time he's about to clock in with a 56.1. That's a good start.
56.791 as a matter of fact.
Sorry, 791,
57.1.
Imagine.
But still, like, imagine you're doing a low 57 and you're still coming out, got 4/10 behind the leader. That is pretty. That just shows you the level that we just reached at in the space of the second day of action here on the Trackadia tournament. And yeah, Mime drawing first blood, taking the 10 points for himself in this match as we're moving on to round 2. And so far, good stuff from Masa. Nobody having been left behind so far. It's very easy to be caught out by these transitions. As we said earlier on, the the transitional maps, we've been pretty familiar with those in Trackmania, but done in this way is pretty special, especially for a combat like this. Ooh, Binks very close to the inside wall. Mime going very close to the CP, very aggressively trying to make a move on Binks, moving up into P3 and actually catching up big time on the top 2 through the grass. Moves up ahead of Feed into second position. Masa also having a bit of a slow exit there. They're all neck and neck. The top 3 are regrouped within one singular ghost as they head into the final part. Going back with the perspective of Binks. Now moving up into P3. Mime is forced to release in order to avoid the outside wall, and Binks is going to be all over the back of field and actually moving in front of Feed for the lead of the race. He goes very close to clipping the inside. This is very good from Binks. What's the time going to be? I'm very curious. It is going to be a .941. Very, very respectable in the face of the field that we're facing here.
Definitely. You can see just the exchanging of back and forth, and it's very noticeable as well how much they are risking right now. They're trying to reduce as much airtime as possible, and we've seen in the previous round checkpoints being the bane of these players' existence, and especially with some of these transitions leading straight into a checkpoint. They're ever so close to hitting that, but none of them do so far, and I think this is pretty much the level that they need to show, that they need to bring. It can go either way. Binks might have to lead at the moment with 14 points, but I could easily see that flipping back as 4 players all side by side, extremely close at the moment. Nobody really giving away an inch. Masa trying to step away, get away from the pack, but everybody is in hot pursuit. We'll see what it will do in the second half of Switcheroo, as nobody giving it away. Binks exchanging first place with Mime. Mime shooting forward once again. Masa just a tiny bit behind his feet, gets the inside line, but goes a bit wide, sliding back into third place. Mime and Binks so close, but Mime with a greater third line. Can he finish it off? Can he clutch the victory as he gets ever further away from Binks? He does pick it up with a 56.681.
All right. The Mime guy, the Mime machine is definitely on now.
Ooh. just switch on, right? Just
Yeah.
competitive mode activated.
Yeah, just the keys, and then the engine just started, and that's over.
Exactly. Oh my word! It's that was an amazing round as
Very,
well.
very, very
so
good
so
round.
close to call. You could see the first places being exchanged, and everybody just driving amazing times right there.
Yeah, it only separates like very much at the third sector in those final few corners where the differences are very fine, but this is what makes the difference between first and second at the end of the day here on this particular map, as we're already on the fourth and final round, and unfortunately for Mime, that's the first mistake. He can't really afford too many of those. I mean, he can afford a few more, but he doesn't really need to slip into the bad mindset, but so far so good. I mean, Mime is used to soak up the pressure really well. He soaked them up in the first 9 events that he's attended. So far, meanwhile in the round, it will be Banks leading Feed. Who's going to get the best line feed? Not as much speed as Binks, so Binks will retain the lead as we head into the dirt part. That was a bit of a trap for some people. Feed managing to catch up to Binks. He goes just over the clip area. It's not enough to prevent Binks from winning the round. That will be an easy round win for Binks with a .798. This is still very, very respectable here. Feed second, Massa and Mime third and fourth. And those 10 points from Binks actually allow him to take the lead in the standings with 30 points versus 26 for Mime.
Yeah, and that's 30 points in the lead for Binks as we close off Switcheroo, heading off to our next map. One of the difficult maps in a map pool, as we've called it, Banners.
Yeah, second most difficult, I guess. We can
For me,
arguably
yeah.
for you, we could arguably say that I can actually somewhat see it. But yeah, Switcheroo maps, another map that can be very unkind, especially with that double speed check start, the 2 jumps that you have to negotiate at very precise speeds. Otherwise, you're just gonna lose a metric ton of time trying to navigate those particular sections. And also very important to keep the gears on certain dirt parts. Also, through a few transitions that are very tricky, such as the triangle transition, if I recall correctly.
Yes,
the triangle into the bobsleigh, which can be a little bit of a hot time to call. And then, of course, the ending, where you absolutely need to pop it into 5th gear before you actually turn, because otherwise you're just going to lose a ton of speed and you will be denied the risky finish, which even then, even if you have the speed, you might still screw it up with a slight misalignment. We've seen that Feed actually almost fell victim to that. He still crossed the line in 2nd place, but he was very close to catastrophe for the man from Homino 2.
No, exactly. It's a it's a block placed just high enough to feel treacherous to actually go for. We've seen the wall bounce ever I think twice, I want to say, to then get into the risky fin if you don't happen to have enough speed. But you got to know in time if you can actually go for it. But I believe that these players are very confident in that, and I think it would be a surprise and something to really take note of if somebody were to miss that risky fin, as we are live right here on Banners, kicking things off. Binks at the moment in the lead with 30 points as Mime Chan is on 26. Feed and Massa at the moment share 3rd place on 18. They're going to have to pick up the pace if they want to get back into contention for the winners final. Right now, everybody very close behind except for Feed, about 0.2 of a second, which is massive in this field of competitive Trackmania. Binks taking over the lead as Mime does catch a bit more speed out of the drift as we get to the final jump onto the plastic. Players gearing up to 5th, going for the jump. Mime holds on to 1st. He does. Massa was trying to catch up to Binks, but it's unfortunate for him that he's have to settle for 4 points. But look at the time difference between these players.
51.0.1. Imagine you're just 2/10 behind and you finish in P4. That's insane. 51.008. The time actually must be noted because the world record held by Massa is a 50.823. I think that one hasn't budged since day 1. And this is still very, very competitive times that we've seen from Mime at the moment. Same for Feed, same for Binks. Everybody's. You can see the top 4 is regrouped within the exact same 10th almost in the local server, so they're showing plenty of pace right now.
Definitely. I love the fact that they're trying to reduce as much airtime as possible out of the sausage block jump, and beyond that as well, that next transition, getting so close to the pillar right there, but all just avoiding it as Mime gets into the bobsleigh. Unfortunately, his back wheel going over the edge, having to respawn out of it, leaving Massa, Feed, and Binks in contention, as Massa really would need these 10 points. He could very much use those. Currently on 22, it would allow him to catch up to Binks, who is currently holding 2nd place. I mean, 1st place, in fact, with Mime. Feed getting pretty close, losing 2nd place. Binks shoots forward. 0.3 of a second, between the 2 players, as Massa does clutch the first 10 points of the match.
Yeah, for first 10 points for himself in this match. And a very close race between the three Frenchmen, Binks and Feed. Binks managing to edge ahead with that little bit of a tidier line, able to carry so much more speed through compared to Feed in the jump towards the ending there. So far so good for Binks, who continues to lead, albeit with a bit of a slender margin compared to mine, with just a 3-point advantage over the Polish rival into the breach. Very, very hard-fought battle so far on banners. And we head into round 3. Everybody navigating the leap of faith speed checks pretty nicely as we see Feed, Binks, and Masa in that order 1, 2, 3. Let's sit through the perspective of mine for a little bit. He's just a tiny bit behind, maybe like 1 to 2 tenths behind in P4, but gives us a good overview of what's going on up ahead. Here comes the bobsleigh part. Is there going to be anyone going too high? Yes, Binks will clip the right side wheels and will be out of the running for the big points, enabling Masa to take over the lead. Feed in second position. Actually, Feed now under threat from Mime with the aggressive inner line from Mime through the grass part onto the platform, heading towards the final few corners. Mime versus Feed. This is a really heated battle for second place as we're heading towards the final part. Mime with a bit more speed on the entry. Is he going to be able to make that blue stick? Yes, he is. Masa manages to make it through, but barely managing to clip it through, and he also signs a 50.9. We're dipping into the 50-second range, and he's within almost within just over a tenth of his own world record.
Amazing time from him. We see Mime, because of his placement there, tying up the score once again with Binks, but look at Masa getting ever closer. He is feeling great on banners right now, just 3 points separating him and the shared first place, Mime and Binks right here. Feed does need to make up some ground right here if we want that quad finalist. I'm praying, I'm hoping for it at the moment. Feed in first place as Mime clips the inside. You saw him do that the last round, and he was able to manage that corner right there without clipping. But this time around, unfortunately, it does happen as Masa also crashes right before the bobsleigh section, leaving just Feed and Binks at the moment, duking it out for first place. Feed could definitely use these 10 points, and he's having a nice lead right now. It would be quite an odd situation for Feed to lose this lead as he sets up for the risky fin, gets on in with a 51-0, picking up 10 points of his own.
Yeah, taking 10 points with a sick front flip at the finish for Feed as we ended that rotation of banners by Berserk and Rioter. 51.043, still a very respectable time as we are soon going to be switching maps towards Interdiction by Öze. And yeah, those 10 points are very valuable for Feed, moving up to 39 points and moving back to within 6 points of Masa, and more crucially, within 10 points of Mime. So still very much within contention for that winner bracket final spot as we're currently having a little bit of a look at Interdiction by Öze. And as we said, it's much more of a balanced map, this one. There's not exactly a particular section that you actually have to be very careful about. You got to be very much aware pretty much everywhere in the world of Trackmania. That's basically how it is. But this map, there isn't really, it's, as we said, fairly balanced, and it really brings the best out of the player who can actually get all of his brain power to actually navigate and place his car pretty much at the perfect moment.
Definitely, there's just some beautiful drift lines to be taken right here. Not a lot of transitions to necessarily worry about, but it's mostly taking advantage of all the space that is available to you. This section right here is a good example of that, where you just have to drift between the poles and having that 180 turn and just keep up the speed.
Yeah, the thing is, the tricky part in there is that you absolutely don't want to have a downshift, because remember, with Trackmania, it's a bit of an automatic gearbox situation. If you fall below a certain range in the revolutions per minute of the engine, you're going to be into a lower gear. You're going to drop down from 4th to 3rd, for instance, and that is what kills your momentum. So keeping the car in the right rev range, sometimes on the limit of downshifting, is really the trickiest part.
Definitely, as we are gearing up to our first round on Interdiction, map number 3. And in terms of points, it is looking like a nice competitive match right now. Binks in the lead with 51 points, but ever so slightly off of Binks right now is Mime with 49, Masa on 45, and Feed currently on 39. Definitely anyone's match at the moment, as we do have an early crash right there from Feed. Definitely something he cannot use right now, as I just mentioned, in 4th place. This will hurt his comeback as Mime, Masa, and Binks very close together. Masa having to slow down just a tiny bit there, falling behind as Binks and Mime fight for first place. Binks shooting forward on the plastic, looking to carry this momentum and solidify a first position. Mime, though, getting pretty close, getting a bit more exit speed out of the dirt, and we are tied up once again. Is it going to be Mime? Is it going to be Binks? Or is Masa going to come out of nowhere and shoot forward past these two amazing players fighting for first place? We're going to have to find out as we get to these final few turns over the plastic, trying to hold on to that 4th gear. All of them doing a great job. Mime taking the lead just a tiny bit more over Bix, trying to get away from him, but it's going to come down to this third turn. Will they be able to use the speed? No! Mime unfortunately hits the wall. Bing shoots forward, takes advantage of that. Oh my god.
I think we had the same kind of reaction. Yours was a bit more violent.
Yeah.
You nearly had a heart attack.
Oh my word.
Someone said help. We're about to have
Oh,
a freaking someone fainting over here. But yeah, Binks managing to win with a 103.192 despite a very close call at the ending.
Definitely.
But yeah, that was a bit of a closer call than he would have liked himself. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some medical staff on hand in the player area after what happened.
Binks, are you alright?
Yeah.
You okay?
You okay there, dude? But yeah, Mime and Banks very much going nip and tuck against each other in that first round. And I feel like it could be a very much a recurring theme, as they are very much the best protagonists right now in the battle for like the top 2 seeds and the places into that winner brackets final that we are going to have tomorrow. So far in the round, it's Binks leading, but the group is still very much tightly knit. Just a tenth of a difference between first and last. Masa dropping down to the bottom of the field after a little bit of a slow dirt section. Feed now this time having a bit of a moment of his own, trying to manage a wonky transition and a crash into the pole for Mime, one of the key contenders out of the running. Feed and Masa promoted to second and third. Binks will retain the lead. He has not been disturbed up front. Masa making the move onto the plastic compared to Feed, but Feed has got a much better, tighter line through there, although Masa has got a bit more speed, so it's going to be still neck and neck. It's all down to the last turn to decide. We're not far from his points as well. We're not that safe. It's going to be Binks, Feed, Masa in that order. 1, 2, 3. 103.008. Very, very good time as well from Binks. For context, the world record is a 102.865 courtesy of Barbos, and still very good race up front. Just 2/10 between first and third. Not first and last. First and third, indeed.
Exactly, and you can see right there, because of that mistake happening from Mime with the crash, Binks shoots forward in first place. 71 points versus 58. All of a sudden, Binks is getting away with it.
Yeah, and mind you, we're barely halfway there.
Yeah, true. 140 points. It's not 120, so definitely plenty of room for these players to start playing catch-up. We unfortunately did see Masa make an early mistake, falls back in 4th position. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of that one unless some other mistake might happen from these other players. But I just love seeing these dirt lines from Binks. That final dirt turn, he's been clutching that ever so cleanly all the time, and it's really been helping him out in getting the big points. Mime and Binks right there both showing off amazing dirt lines, as well as Binks unfortunately hits the same pole that Mime did the previous round. It's not going to be enough for Masa to take advantage of that. It was a slight bonk, but it will be beneficial for Mime, who wants to claw his way back into first place. Feed at the moment in second place. Definitely could use those 6 points. Let's see if he's able to hold on to that and solidify the second place, or perhaps even overtake Mime. No, with that line from Mime, there is no way that he's going to let go of that first place with a 102.9. Our first 102.
Yeah, dipping into the 102 for the first time. Very good time from Mime, getting close to the WR, almost to within a tenth of a second, and Mime managing to keep himself in the fight for first place. But most importantly, the differential of points in this round between Feed and Masa means that there's still a little bit of a fight up ahead. Even it takes just one slip up from Mime in one of the subsequent rounds, and they can still find themselves in the shot, with a shot of a place in the winner bracket final. But of course, as soon as I say that, unfortunately for Feed, it's an early demise for him with just a tiny brush on the inside wall before the grass part. So we're going to be moving back into the order with Masa, Mime in first and second, then just a bit behind we find Binks in third. And we know that plastic part, he's able to manage it really well, able to keep the speed, just 200 kilometers. That's just borderline the range of shifting down from fourth to third. And you can see Masa and Mime trying to compensate, going for a really wide line on the dirt there. They're trying to get this really smooth, and they're actually branching out up front. Binks is currently out of touch. As I say that, Masa unfortunately getting a little bit too close to the apex and doing the pinball machine, hitting the pole on the outside. So he's going to leave Binks trying to catch up to Mime. Mime so far having a pretty solid lead. He's going to be relishing the challenge of actually taking those 10 points and actually catching back up. He has a bit of a slowdown through there, but so far so good for Mime through the last dirt part. Is it going to be good enough? Yes, it is good enough for Mime. He will be able to take the win with a time of 103.028, 2 tenths ahead of Binks in second place. Feed and Masa third and fourth to conclude interdiction. And you can see everybody's still very much very much looking forward and very much focused into. They're still very much in that butter zone, trying to find themselves a little bit of a rhythm, as we're soon going to be switching map to Oxygen.
Moving on to Oxygen. I mean, Interdiction has been quite a troublesome map, I would say, where we initially had some nice lines happening in the first two maps. This one has been
this one's been a little bit of it went a little bit haywire. That's it. That is very true. As we're currently moving on to well, Kisla's Oxygen. You might have been familiar with it if you played Cup of the Day recently. This map was featured in the Cup of the Day, a regular competition happening every day at 7 p.m. Central European Summertime, where a new track is unveiled to the public, and you get to partake in a qualification run and then a knockout style competition, with divisions of 64 players, and then last man standing wins. That's basically the rule of knockout, baby. And yeah, this is very much a very enticing competition. So if you want to actually take part in it, I'm pretty sure you can actually take part in it in any kind of tiers: starter access, club access, or standard access. 7 p.m. CET, actually. Yeah, very, very soon, in less than an hour, COT will be able to start if you want to actually try it out for yourself. But yeah, here's a little bit of a look again at Oxygen from Kisla as we're getting started with this particular map. Quick recap of the score: 81 points for Mix, who leads 3 points ahead of Mime in P2. Then very close fight for third place between Masa and Feed. 59 for Masa in third, and 58 for Feed in fourth place.
Fortunately, third place is not going to cut it. If you want to get into the winners final, it's going to be up to either Masa or Feed to start breaking into that second place. We did see just a map ago Masa getting very, very close to Mime, but unfortunately Interdiction just not really panning the way that he would have liked, and finding himself a bit further away from second place than you would have liked. As we do get started off on Oxygen. Unfortunately, a mistake from Masa. It's very, very unfortunate, right? Interdiction was not going his way, and now Oxygen already throwing a wrench in his plans right as we get started, leaving us with just 3 players. This mine goes to the outside line so clean, so fast. You can see him just shooting forward. Though Binks' inside line is very, very refined as well. Mime does hold on to first place, but it's beautiful to see that happening in rounds.
Yeah, this is the first time that we've seen it happen live. We saw it in the warm-up once, but no one actually went for it. This time Mime went for it, and it's paid off pretty good. He's able to catch up big time to Banks, and he's able to carry that subsequent speed forward through the next section. That's what Mime is able to do best, and that's enabled him to take the lead in the last few stages of the round as we're heading towards the final part of the map. Trying to go for a bit of a nosedive there. Mime trying to go for contact a bit earlier. Banks trying to catch him up, but it's no use. It will be Mime winning with the 102.311, 2/10 away from the world record, courtesy of Dexter, 102.121.
And with that, Mime actually shoots forward into first place by just 1 point. It's been a real back and forth between Mime and Bings throughout this match in terms of points. Again, we're going for 140, so we're still not quite there yet, but it's very, very exciting to see this back and forth. Well, again, third and fourth, tied up at 62. I don't know what it is, but Feed and Masa just constantly on the same level in terms of points.
And they can't get away from each other, can't they?
No, not at all. Right now, you can even see it happening in the race itself as they are tied for first place. Feed and Masa just exchanging it, as at the moment Mime and Binks are going to have to play second fiddle as Masa and Mime both try to go to the outside line. Mime unfortunately doesn't get it. Masa also slowing down, leaving Feed and Binks for first, as Feed has quite a lead at the moment on Binks, 0.3 of a second. That is massive when you look at the competition that is currently on the field, and Feed could definitely use these 10 points as we get towards these final few turns. We're coming up with a very tight drift right here. Let's see if the players are able to keep up their speed and the pace throughout this section. Looking great, and as Feed keeps the lead, all he has to do is get this final third turn and jump into the finish line. No crashes happening. Gets in. Binks with a crash, allowing Masa to overtake, bringing himself 6 points. And so we have the tied third place players, Feed and Masa, picking up first and second in the second round on Oxygen.
I felt that. That was painful from Banks. Just enough to clear the risky fin, but unfortunately for him, that was very, very, very unfortunate. Oh, okay. We just got a little bit of a word in from our staff back there. We do know now that there was actually a new world record that was driven on this map a little bit earlier on by Mime with a 102.097. We're getting so close to the 101 range in terms of pace alone. That is actually very good.
And at the moment, unfortunately, Mime not having a great time, making an early mistake, finding himself behind by 3 seconds. So we're left with 3 players currently at the front. Masa taking the lead, going for the outside line once again. Hopefully it'll go well. We can see him shooting forward as Feed and Binks are in hot pursuit. Binks does get a little bit of a clip, slows down 0.3 of a second behind, and it's a fight between Masa and Feed for first place, but Massa really could use these points. Currently in 4th overall, feet shooting forward, but at the same time, I mean, both players could really use those, and I could really use those if my dream of quad finalist were to come true. So right now, feet, be sure to hold on. Massa, if you want to overtake, that's fine as well.
Ooh, that was really wonky in terms of landing for Massa. Feet is going to have this one under lock and key, as some people would say. 0.521 at the end. Massa will reach 2nd place regardless. Mime in 3rd, Binks in P4 with that unfortunate clip of his. And yeah, Binks unfortunately losing out to Mime in that particular round. Still manages to reach the finish line in time, though. That's better to finish last than to not finish at all and not score any points whatsoever. So Mime, 1 point of a lead ahead of Binks, 95 to 94. Feed moving up into 3rd place with 82 points. Massa, 74 points. And quick correction on the new WR that we were noted. I said 102.097. It's 102.091. That was actually driven by Mime a little bit earlier on. So there you go. As I said, very much close to dipping into the 101 range here on Oxygen on Pace11 as we're already into the final round. Let's see if there are going to be any more takers of the risky line. It's going to be outsiders for Massa and for Mime. Massa a little bit further behind. Actually, Mime, that has really worked out really well for the pole from Into the Breach, moving up into the lead ahead of Feed and Binks. And actually, Binks trying to make an assault up front, but he has a bit of a wonky landing onto the grass, and that means he's going to be dropping Dak down to 4th position. Feed moving up to 2nd. Massa in 3rd, having a bit more of a speed into the entry of the dirt right now, so he's still very much nicking neck and neck. Binks is also not that far behind. You can see he's very much within touching distance of the group, but Mime has completely checked out up front. Let's hope for him that he's able to retain the lead all the way up until the end and not flounder the end. It's going to be, it should be good for Mime. It is good for Mime. 102.277. That is still a very good time and a great statement of intent from Mime as we're done with Oxygen here. And yeah, everybody just keeping themselves cool, calm, and collected as we are gearing up for our next map, which we're going to be going to the hardest map of the map pack here. Well, I said arguably, without a doubt, one of the hardest maps in said map pack. Ytelski by Agent Whiskey and Ski Freak.
Definitely, and this is going to be the final map, as you said. So after this, we'll be rotating back to our first map. And yeah, this is what I was talking about at the start of the match. Right now, you have to think about, okay, how do I feel on Ytelski? Can I pick up some points here? Because my first map wasn't going too well. So I need to make sure I can solidify some points and make sure I don't, you know, build up enough of a deficit, because at this point these players are aware of the pace that they're all bringing and how they are feeling. So they need to take that into account and perhaps adjust their strategy based on that. Perhaps risk a bit more on Ytelski so they can give themselves that room on map 6, which would be, if I remember correctly, Switcheroo.
We will be back on Switcheroo then for our first map, if I recall correctly, indeed, as we are getting closer and closer to the start of that final map. This is like the fastest map of the map pack. The average round times are hovering around the low 49 range, with the very good times dipping into the 48 range even, with the world record, at least last time that we noted, was courtesy of Feed with a .920, 48.920, as Mime seemed to have signed a pretty good time, .311 at the moment in the warm-up. Still pretty respectable time, all things considered, as we're getting underway for the first round of 4, and we're starting off with that killer start right there, the jump of the sausage block. So far, everybody managed to negotiate that cleanly. We've seen plenty of damage by this particular part, and then Massa, unfortunately, clipping just the edge of that little hole there, and that's enough to throw him off of the round in contention for good rounds. And again, we're trying to see if people are managing their speed a little bit better, because there were some pretty wide lines going up there. We were very close to hitting poles on some players' ends. Meantime, it's going to be Mime, Feed, and Binks. Feed going really close to the outside wall there. Had to kind of correct it a little bit. Mime and Binks. Actually, Binks taking over the lead from Mime. This is very much an interesting battle transpiring up front. It's still the top 3 very much close together as we're heading towards the plastic part and the ice part. The ending is very close. Binks versus Mime. Who's going to get it? Who's going to have more speed? Binks has got a bit more speed. It's going to be to the line. Mime has got the lower line. 49.171 to kick things off. Just a 10th ahead of Binks. Feed and Massa 3rd and 4th. Very close race between these two.
Beautiful, beautiful round to kick things off in Ytelski. And I mean, this has definitely been pretty much the trend that we have been seeing throughout this match. All these players are just neck and neck, and you know, while we do see Mime and Binks taking the limelight a bit more often, Feed and Massa are bringing their own weight into this match as well. Unfortunately, Massa, early mistake, as mentioned, right, that jump from the sausage onto that ramp can be quite an issue, as we do see him, unfortunately, crash there. Feed at the moment in the lead, Binks and Mime following behind. Mime having a very unfortunate entry into that third section, hitting the wall. So we're just left with a 1v1 between Feed and Binks, and Feed could definitely use these 10 points, but at the same time Binks as well, because he is 11 points behind on Mime at the moment. And, you know, asking, you shall receive. Binks shooting his way forward, doesn't have to risk too much, obviously going for the risky fin, unless he flips out wicked strats, and Mime actually retakes that first, and Binks ends up in fourth. Jinxing, caster cursing, anything you can really name, I just nailed it.
Yeah, that was pretty much picture perfect. I was like, oh, hello, that's an interesting thing right there you're doing, Binks. But yeah, also behind that, Mime and Masa catching up very much big time on the very ending. That could have led to a snipe by the German. Wasn't meant to be for a couple hundreds, but still, that yielded a pretty interesting order at the finishing line, as we're already onto round 3 out of 4 on Yitelski. So far, so good. Nobody making any big blunders, any big contacts with the wall, any big slowdown that has been avoided. That is pretty nice. Very inside line from Binks. He has a little bit less speed as a result of this. Masa takes over third place. In the meantime, it's Mime and Feed who are neck and neck battling for the lead. And then Masa and Binks in hot pursuit, just 1/10 to 1/10 and a half between first and last as we head into the final sector of the map with the final few corners and the ending coming up right now. Mime trying to make a run for freedom up ahead. In the meantime, we got the top 2 through 4 regroup within each other. Binks forced to actually go a little bit wide and release a little bit. Mime has got this under lock and key. It seems like what's the time going to be? 48.966. Feed managing to retain second place ahead of Masa for just 0.08 of a second. Binks managing to move up into fourth at the end and cross the start finish line.
Loving the 48.9. I mean, that is just solid. And I mean, the point limit has gone up, as you notice. Mime is still gaining points. This is because we're at 140 points for the semifinals, and with 135, Mime needs to get first or second place to solidify his finalist mode. But he's going to have to cash it in on Switcheroo. We do see a crash happening
Feed,
right
unfortunately.
there. Yeah.
Feed, unfortunately, went a bit too early to the apex and hit the inside wall pretty harshly, so he will be out of the running for big points, which is not necessarily what he was needing right now. Masa currently right within the top 2 of Binks and Mime. This is a very, very close race right now to call. We're going to switch over to the perspective of Binks from Easy Dream, trying to battle Tooth and Nail versus Mime. So far, slight advantage to Mime. Then he tries to recoup that advantage back with a very aggressive inner line. Moving on to the dirt turn. Who's going to get the best lineup? Mime. It doesn't look too brilliant. How is Mime faring? He's currently down to P3. Masa moving up to second position. Binks, will he be able to close this one out and take the win? Yes, he will, with a 49.103. Masa second, Mime third. Feed will reach the finish line and take the points for fourth. But yeah, we were talking about P2 mandatory. Didn't happen. 139 out of 140. Another slap in the face for another player.
Nah, that's got to sting. That's got to hurt. While there is still quite a buffer for Mime at the moment, and he's been able to get away from the rest of his competitors on Yitelski, really benefiting from you know, these points, and the mistake, unfortunate mistake from Binks.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Doing a flip on the.
Unfortunate. it was very great for us to watch. But very unfortunate for him. That's for sure.
Definitely.
So we have done one full rotation of the map pack. We're going to be heading back to Switcheroo, which was the map we started the match on, and here it's a bit of a different ball game compared to what we had a little bit earlier on, because earlier on was basically the match start. Everybody starting on the clean slate. Now it's going to be a bit more high stakes. If you look at the points, 139 points for Mime, just 1 point ahead, just 1 point away from finalist status here currently. Just need to finish the run, and that's basically it. Binks 2 wins away from finalist status. Feed 4 wins away, or like 3 wins and 1 second place away, mathematically speaking, from that same finalist status. And Masa has got a long road ahead. He's sitting on 96. He has quite a lot of time to catch up, and I feel like those opportunities are going to be few and far between.
Yeah, he's going to really scale up the pace right here. It's perhaps, you know, like these last couple of maps, he's found himself making, you know, a mistake every now and then, hitting, you know, just a wall here, a pillar there, and it's really been hurting his fight, where, you know, during map 3, he was getting very close to second place, but now finds himself in a solid 4th position. Definitely won't feel right, so hopefully now in Switcheroo once again, he can maybe find himself getting back these points. But previously, it was Binks, the one who was able to get a lot of points in this one and end up on 1st place. place as he does hit the checkpoint, having to respawn from there as well. Unfortunately, having some speed to still move forward, but that's going to be a 4th place for now. Right now, Mime looking to solidify his finalist state by getting not 1 point, but 10 points if he hold on to his 1st place. Feed and Massa in hot pursuit, just trying to catch up, really looking for some more points of their own. We'll see if they're able to do so as Mime does hold firm. Great inside line. Feed going a bit far to the right, can readjust, getting onto the third line. Not using the space as much as possible, but still keeping up with Mime. But keeping up is not going to be enough if you want 1st place as Mime shoots his way forward and solidifies it with a 56.6, 10 points going his way, and finalist mode achieved.
Yeah, and most importantly, denying big points for the key competitors that were behind him. Feed and Massa only have to be content with 6 and 4 points respectively. So that gives you a little bit more of wiggle room and a few more rounds that are uninterrupted, as we see on the first round right now. Red Tragam kind of blending in with the skin that he's currently repping for Into the Breach. And yeah, he does have a few attempts before he has to worry about anyone else joining him and forcing the issue into a double finalist situation. So Mime on that quest to actually get that winner bracket final ticket. Here we go on board with the pole, and he's looking to be pretty good into the transfer there. Going back to Binks, who had a bit of a blunder in that very same jump on the previous round. So far, so good for the Frenchman from Team Easy Dream. Just 1/10 behind. Again, that's a very, very tightly knit pack, all things considered, with all the skill level that we have. It's a bit of a wide exit from Binks, but manages to keep it under control. Tries to go a little bit low to compensate here on the wall right part. Feed in Mime. 1st and 2nd, Massa and Binks. 3rd and 4th, Binks trying to move up into 3rd place. Mime dropping down to 2nd. This is definitely not what he wanted, and that's exactly what Feed wants. He's currently sitting in the lead. Can he hold it on to the end? It looks as though it will be the case. Mime does not really have any answer to that, and that will be a win for Feed with a .744. Mime gets denied for a 1st time. Massa and Binks 3rd and 4th, and Feed, it's exactly game plan. He finished 2nd on the 1st round, won the 2nd round, just 2 more, and he's in finalist.
Definitely. It's getting a bit more dangerous from Mime, seeing the other competitors start to move up. Binks on a 126 and Feed on 121. But definitely beneficial for Mime that it was Feed who denied him and not Binks. If it were to be Binks, he would be ever so closer to finalist mode. And right now, none of the other players are in that position to solidify that. So they're going to need at least 2 more denies on Mime to get a hold on that 1st place if they're able to do so. Right now, Binks and Mime, the ones fighting for 1st place, and Mime could really use it. Just, you know, get the pressure off of him, make sure that he solidifies himself a spot in the winner's final. And at the moment, he does start to take quite a lead on Binks as we get into this grass turn. Everybody doing a fantastic job holding up the speed. Massa falling behind on 4th place as Feed tries to shoot his way forward into 1st and does so indeed, leaving Binks and Mime behind him. Will be able to hold on to it? Not quite. Binks overtaking him. Mime in 2nd, and that's what these players want besides Mime. Keep Mime from 1st place, and is Binks going to be able to do that? Not quite finalist if he does do so, but make sure that there are at least 2 spots remaining, and he does indeed with a 56.7. All these players, every single time 1st place, you need at least 56.7.
Yeah, and most importantly, he has actually locked out Feed from the possibility of reaching finalist by the end of this match. So comforting himself a little bit more, Binks, as he finds himself just on 4 points away from finalist status. At this point, he can have either Massa or Feed deny him, and he finishes in 3rd. He's good to go. He will be able to reach a double finalist situation for the first of 2 spots that are up for grabs for the winner bracket final coming up tomorrow. And so far, it's been a pretty interesting match. 140 does throw up a bit of a curveball, and so far the curveball has been a little bit difficult to catch for Mime. Currently in a bit of a spot of bother, so to speak. Currently finding himself in finalist status. Feed, unfortunately clipping at the edge of the CP, so he will be dropping down the P2, and Mime making the move on Massa for the actual overall net lead of the round. Binks is 3/10 down. He's going to have to do a lot of catching up if he wants to be of any force to be reckoned with. Finds himself in that right butter zone, 3rd place to actually reach finalist, but he needs Massa to deny Mime if he wants to force the issue into a double. Into the dirt part, it looks as though Massa won't be able to catch Mime unless there's a catastrophic failure at the end. Doesn't seem to be the case for Mime. Massa was very close to catastrophe himself, and that is the GG. You can give a round of applause in the chat and in the audience for Mime, who secures his spot into the winner bracket final for tomorrow, and doing it respectively with a 56.821 for his final round.
Definitely. And right now, Binks, I mean, Feed is the one who could be in position for 2nd place. I mean, initially, right now, we're looking at Binks, right?
Yeah.
Binks, he's in finalist. He just needs to get 1st place, and it's just a matter of holding on. But if Feed denies him, all of a sudden, it's a different ball.
Yeah, Feed Feed is definitely a really hot contender, and Masa can still very much be in this fight. He's gonna play the troublemaker big time. Mark my words. I feel like we can see something special from Masa. I feel like he's gonna have that fire within him to try and keep himself from dropping down to the lower bracket and having a bit of a longer day ahead of him for today or tomorrow. So it's going to be very interesting to follow Masa along, as we are already moving on to banners by Berserk and Rioter. Definitely not the easiest map to kind of conclude the match, proverbially speaking, on, because no matter what, we could very well see the end of the match by the 4th round here on this map, or even earlier, given how close those people are to finalist status. And we are already on finalist for Binks. 130 for Feed, 114 for Masa. Just 3 wins and he's in.
Yeah, I mean, just 3 wins. I mean, it's 3 wins against amazing players, so definitely an uphill battle, but I think banners would be a map for it. We've seen how this bobsleigh section can lead to situations of players overtaking each other, because if you do end up clipping that, you're pretty much out of the running, and it's either Feed or Masa just having higher pace than Binks, and Binks' pace has been amazing, or hoping for a mistake somehow, as we do kick things off on round 1 on banners, with Feed currently taking the lead, Masa and Binks trailing a little bit behind, going through these first true transitions beautifully, reducing the airtime as much as possible, and we'll see if they are able to maintain that as we get closer and closer to the bobsleigh section. Feed holding on, Binks trying to catch up, trying to solidify that finalist spot. Let's see how these players do. Let's see the speed. Feed wiggling just a little bit, but still able to keep Binks away from first, but we can see a little bit more speed coming in from Binks, and slowly but surely overtaking, shooting forward into first place. Feed overtaking him once again. Masa not the one to be able to deny with a crash right there. Feed going quite high. Is he able to convert that into a first place as Binks does shoot forward? It's going to come down to the risky fin. Binks has it. Binks has it with 1/10 of a section, actually. It was looking a bit closer than that, but just 1 round is all he needed to cash in his finalist mode, and we have Mime and Binks move on to winner's final.
Mime and Binks move on. I gotta say, you gotta give it up to Feed, because he gave it everything he could. He was really coming into his own in the final stages, as he was able to carry a few more points in and collect a fair few more points in right there. So, yeah, it's very, very well deserved, of course, from Mime and Binks. They've been showing very, very strong pace, especially Mime, after what we've seen early on in the rounds, and the info that we had a little bit on the backstage here at the casting booth with the new WRs that have been driven a little bit recently. But yeah, we're done with the winner bracket for now. We do have one more match coming up next, and it's still going to be pretty exciting. We're going to have a little bit of a glimpse of the lower bracket next. Exactly. I don't know which match just yet. We'll keep you updated on that, of course, whenever we actually get the information. But yeah, I hope you guys are still enjoying the show. The show is still not over. We do have an interview for you lined up in a moment. But first, a message from our sponsor.
Move it, feel it, drink 28 Black. 28 Black, der Energy Drink. Stylisch, fruchtig, vegan.
And we are back, and what a fantastic match that was. Seeing the best of the best kind of go against each other for this match. And Barbos, you were actually against Mime in your previous match, and unfortunately him and Enner sent you down to the losers bracket. However, I mean, this match just shows that Mime is clearly here to win it all, and he's really here to make everybody look his way. I mean, having played against him, how do you feel actually, before I ask that question, let me introduce who it is. This is Barbos from Schweine Aim. He just recently got picked up by Schweine Aim. Congratulations on that.
Thank you very
I
much.
still recognize him as a shift player forever and always. But yeah, congratulations on that. And yeah, going back to my question, you were playing against Mime earlier. How was that? How did you, what have you noticed during that gameplay?
I noticed that I started my first 2 matches. It was like, okay, I knew I had the pace and the consistency to win the first 2 matches. And against Mime and Ena, it was pretty hard for me, because I knew they have a fast pace. I have to risk every round. And yeah, since I crashed 2 or 3 times, my consistency was completely gone. And they're pretty strong. Also Mime, for me, clear favorite for the win.
Right. But I mean, in your own regard, you have been doing really well recently. You have been making a name for yourself in Trackmania, and I mean, getting picked up by a team is perfectly part of that. I mean, it is Trilux's team, right? So kind of a German picking up another German. So there is some helping in that, but overall, you have been proving yourself. I mean, G Geek was talking about Cup of the Day and how we have it every 7 o'clock during Central European time. And honestly, you have always done Cup of the Day. Your name is constantly up there. I mean, you clearly know what you're doing, and you're clearly doing well. And I mean, especially competitively, you've been doing extremely well, climbing up the ladder and everything. And I believe you made it to Grand League, or
I made it to Grand League Challenger. And yeah, it is actually that I can improve, and I'm improving. But it's still a different thing to be on a LAN event and
Right.
play offline against other people. So it's different to like Cup of the Day, where you have to fast learn a map 15 minutes and then go in rounds. That's what I'm known for, that I can or that I can be a good fast learner, and so yeah, that's
Yeah, no, I mean, you're definitely right on that. You're capable of picking up maps really quickly. In a competition like this, there's a lot of training involved, right? And especially at a LAN event, it's even with all that training, if you have nerves or you have anything like that where you're not used to having a setting that just isn't sitting in your room, right? It can be very different, and it can be very nerve-wracking and cause a lot of distractions. Because I mean, going into the main hall, there's a lot of people talking, there's a lot of lights going on,
a lot of people walking
just the
around you and
atmosphere
behind you.
everything.
Yeah.
But going more on that, I mean, you have been here for about a day and a half now, or 2 days almost.
I arrived at Thursday.
Thursday, yeah. So how have you enjoyed being here at Arcadia? How has the entire experience been for you here so far?
It is, and it was a pretty nice experience for me to meet so many people you play with for many years, to meet them in person and to speak to everybody. I like everyone here, so it's pretty much fun, and yeah, for me it was a very good choice to come to Arcadia, because the event hall, the people, the tournament, everything is fine, and it's a lot of fun here.
Yeah, for sure. And I agree too. Everybody has been saying, and I've mentioned it multiple times already. I'm sure the stream is definitely annoyed by how many times I've been saying it, but there is a positive energy. There's an insane excitement to finally meet everybody, being the first real international event that everybody's able to get to and meet each other in person. We've been playing in lobbies with each other for over
for
2
many years.
For 2 years. I mean,
Yeah.
Trackmania 2020 came out in 2020, if that wasn't obvious already. But being 2 years now, we finally all get to meet up in a place that's centrally located for Europe, and even we have Americans coming out and everything. It's amazing.
That's pretty amazing.
And it's fantastic that we've been able to do that. Focusing back on to the task at hand, the tournament, you are in the lower bracket, unfortunately,
Yes,
but you still have plenty of chances to get back up to that grand final. And only so far, you don't know who you're going to completely go against, but you do know an opponent that is Razg. That is going to be one of your opponents, the Belgian. How do you feel that you were going to fare against him? Do you have any insight of how you play against Razg?
The problem is I never saw him playing these maps, so I didn't saw what he's doing, what times he can drive. I will do it like I did my first 2 matches. I play my consistent line, and let's see how fast my enemies are. I always decide what a pace they have to know what I have to do. If I not have to risk every round, I can consistently drive my good rounds. But even if that is not enough, then it will get hard, and then my consistency will maybe go a bit away. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that I can make the next match, and yeah, my new goal is to play tomorrow again. So I mean that's for sure possible for me.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll definitely be seeing you tomorrow for sure, as your match is going to be played tomorrow, from my understanding. So we'll definitely be seeing you tomorrow. In what capacity, we're not exactly sure yet whether your stream is your match is going to be picked or not for the stream. Hopefully, it does. I would love to see it. But yeah, I mean, like you said, consistency is going to be the big. That's what Trackmania is,
That's
right?
what
It
it
is
is, and-
literally just consistency and your ability to have that fast reaction time. Whenever you make a slight mess up, you have to make those small micro adjustments. But yeah, I'm rooting for you. I know that you could do it.
Thank
I've been cheering on for you, even though we've never really ever talked before.
no,
I've
it's
been
the first
cheering on
time.
for you because Evo and Shift has always had this like kind of like mini brotherhood because of the full speed and everything.
Full speed.
Yeah.
Full speed. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, that is going to be it for our interview. Thank you so much, Barbos, for joining me. We are going to be coming back. I believe our next matches, our final matches of the day, are going to be beginning at 1900. So we have about a 17-minute pause, and we will be back with a short little ad break, and then back to us in about 17 minutes. Hey, guy, we have no time for this. We still have the rest of the cup to play. We got one more match left here live at Arcadia Hotel in the caster's booth and the Couch and Cast as well. And we have, again, one more last match for you in the losers bracket, and we are going to be getting to that shortly. But before we do that, we do have to mention our sponsors one more time for the evening. We are going to mention, of course, we are going to go to Vibroacoustic. Vibroacoustic is the auto solutions company. They do cool things like dampening, what is the thing? The thing is a thing. But do you know what? It's okay. They reduce noise, vibration, harshness in your vehicles. They've been a fantastic sponsor and a big contributor to our prize pool for this event. And then on top of that, we have the 28 Black energy drink, the official energy drink for Arcadia Hotel. And on top of that, OPL, our bracket software that has been wonderful in the qualification phase. And on top of that, Arcadia Hotel, the largest gaming house in Europe. What a fantastic space that we've had. And we've heard from multiple interviews that everybody has been having an amazing experience. Such positive energy has been shared around throughout the building, and it's been a fun experience. Now, we still have one more match to go, like I've mentioned, and we are going to get to that right now. And to that, we are going to head over to Turbo and Boney to finish out for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Import. We are back once again for the final match for the day at Trackadia. I am Boney, and with me for the first time this event with Turbo.
Yes.
Very happy to be casting together you.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to that. Both of us casting together. I think we casted one match in the past before, but I'm hyped for that. I'm stoked. We're going to have the match Coco, Lumar, Jake and Goldus that we're going to be covering. There are also other matches that are looking strong. Of course, Barbos that we've seen the interview from is also he's also playing, and I hope that he's going to make it. But yeah, what is your prediction to that? We have some like black sheep in there in this match. I mean, we have seen Goldus already. We have seen Coco as well, and Lumar as well with a second place yesterday in the qualifier.
Exactly.
But yeah, what is your what do you think about the match? Do you think it will be a clean sweep from Coco?
I think, Coco has been very strong. And obviously, as you go through these tournaments, fewer players remain. And it's to be expected you have these strong players, even in lower bracket. And I do think that Coco would be one of these players that could definitely make his way all the way through the lower bracket. So definitely one of the favorites, along with Lumar, who did amazingly in qualifiers. Not a name that most people will know, but he has done a fantastic job. Obviously, it's one loss. That's all you have to deal with to drop down to lower, but definitely a player to contend with. We haven't seen Jake Ray just yet. Amazing campaign player. Has done great in the campaign tournaments that have been going on as well. So also want to definitely look out for. And finally, Goldus, who we did see on stream early on and getting very close, but not quite moving on in winners, finding himself in this situation.
I mean, he won his match against Speedself, actually, in the loser bracket, where he actually got that second place just behind Javzo. It was a very close match, as you can see. Krakus also with 111 points. You can see it here in this first match here. That's where Goldus has advanced. So he goes into the match like as a kind of like maybe a maverick, maybe he can be underestimated, but he can surely take some of those 10 points away from Coco or from Jake Ray, who might be the favorites here, but don't underestimate Lumar in this match. Don't do that.
No, exactly. I mean, it's definitely the land setting that might change things up, right? And I again love the fact that seeing Lumar a bit of the dark horse, right? The dark horse coming in. Nobody doesn't really know who he is, but the people who do know him know that he is a force to be reckoned with. I personally, obviously, will be very biased, being from the Netherlands, but that is to be expected. I'm hoping he will do great in the lower bracket, because this is no longer a winner's bracket, which we've been covering so far. It's win or go enjoy the cinema, go sit there, have fun, but you're not playing anymore.
So those players have already lost one match, and now it's do or die for them. So the bottom two of those players will get eliminated from this competition, and the other players will be playing tomorrow. And yeah, we can definitely go into the game now, as players are slowly but surely joining the server, I assume.
We have Jake Ray already?
Yeah, Jake Ray is already there, but it still takes a little bit of time, so we're gonna start very soon, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's obviously a bit more time to make sure everybody is set up on the stage, right? We've got all the players lined up in the spotlight, and I hope they'll deal with the pressure. I mean, it's different from sitting in the crowd and just focusing on your game to knowing there's a camera pointing at me right now, and everybody is looking at what I do. At home, I mean, if you played in tournaments before, you're somewhat used to it, but it's a different ball game when you know there's a moderator there, there's a camera there, obviously people
Everyone
watching
is
online.
watching, yeah,
Everyone
exactly.
is watching. You're there, and that might cause you to fibble and fumble throughout some specifically tight lines, but I do expect the pace to be high. We will have a lower point limit once again. We had 140 in the previous match. We're going to have 120 for this one. So we most likely will get a 6th map, maybe a full rotation, depending on how things go, but it could have easily been 4 or 5, as we've seen in the past few matches.
I mean, if the point limit is 120 and we see 4 rounds per maps, that equals 20 rounds, and that's usually like the threshold of how long a match will actually go. But I assume that this match will be tighter than some others. And yeah, the map order has been shuffled around right now. It is, of course, always the map order is always random.
Yep.
For every match, and Jake Ray standing in the water, but
enjoying a nice bath.
Maybe we can talk about the other matches a little bit. Like we have match 1, Elcon, then there is Kireo, Javzo, and Golden Nugget in there. What do you think? Is Elcon gonna win? I think so, but who's gonna come after that?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Seeing Elcon move on, it's. I haven't seen all his matches, but I can imagine an encounter with like other great players, and it's quite unfortunate if you don't end up drawing the short end of the stick. But Dylan Kirio, Yafso, and Golden Nugget. Yafso, familiar with, great Dutch player. Kirio and Golden Nugget, myself personally not too familiar with, but if you are able to reach it to this point in the tournament, you're clearly a great player to come in. But it will be definitely a challenge for them to deal with Elcon. I think he will be the favorite, and I wouldn't be surprised if he were be the ones to move on. Any from you? You might feel like who's number 2? I would say Yafso, but again, this is bias.
I would also say that I have played with him together, and he comes from a tech background, so he's more like a technical player. He didn't play the tech competition, and
he's too good.
Yeah, he's too good. I mean, he has also branched out into the multi-style environment and has also become much better in that. And I think he's good. But one thing that I want to mention is that he is very, very. Like, he's prone to make mistakes when he's in finalist mode. Like, he cannot really cope the pressure, and I think that's why Golden Nugget will take it in this match instead of Javzo, because he might not make it after.
Right, you gotta close it out.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta close it out. If you have surpassed the 120-point threshold, you have to win one more round in order to be through.
Yeah.
And you have to reach, of course, top 2. Then we have the second match, Snow, Stufts, Astronaut, and Radiance. Snow, the clear favorite in this match, of course. And other than that, I mean, Astronaut and Radiance are veterans in the community, and Stuft has improved a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So for me, it's a no-brainer and say Snow and Stuft in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Radiance, Astronaut, both great players. Astronaut usually does great in tournaments, but isn't able to really get that deep. I think right now the result he's been able to book is definitely great. Radiance, great Danish player coming in, who also is very familiar with the campaign maps. Not quite at the level of Jake Ray, perhaps, but still a great player to be looking out for. But I would agree with Snow, also seeing him earlier on, just barely not making it into that top 2 in his match earlier on. I think for him, it's a matter of fighting back and finding his way into the grand finals. Definitely one of the contenders to be looking out for.
He looked really strong. Also, his interview, we've seen that he's ready, and also he's one of the players that can make it into the loser bracket final, if not even make a rundown through consolidation final, then into the grand final, where the loser and winner bracket will be merged together, and we're gonna play for a prize pool of €2,300. First place goes home with 1,000 euro. Then we have 600 for second, 350 for third, and 200 euro for fourth. But also there's 100 euro for fifth place and 50 euro for sixth position. So every player that makes it to the consolidation final, which will be played tomorrow, it's the second to last match, will just go home with some money.
Exactly. You know, it might be a little pocket change for those in consolidation, but I think, you know, like, it's still nice to know that there is stakes on the line, right? We're playing for something that perhaps in the future may grow higher. But I think in terms of what we've seen in tournaments in the past and whatnot, I think this is definitely something that people are very happy with to know, like, hey, there's something to be gained. Maybe go up in the prize winnings.
Yeah, and the esports earnings, exactly, or just bring yourself on the scoreboard. I remember back then when there were Trackmania competitions and only the top 3 have gotten themselves prize money. Imagine you make it to a grand final of like a very prestigious tournament and you get 4th and you get nothing.
Yeah.
Wow, that
would be unfortunate.
I would be gutted because of that. That is a bad feeling, and here it's not the case, so you at least get something, and that's great to see. All players have joined the server, and it seems that some players are not ready just yet. They have some issues, so they have to be fixed, because of course you play on a different setup there. The PC has to be installed on stage, and of course they have to just make their controls or set them up. And right now they're just checking that.
Yeah, just need to make sure. Again, because you're switching PCs a lot. I mean, that's also part of the LAN experience. You can't just expect like, oh, this is my PC. This is where I sit down. I install everything and no problem whatsoever. No, you got to take that into account. And that also adds to that stress of like, it's not your setup. You're coming here to play in a tournament, right? You're out of your comfort zone, and it's making sure you have that mental state right, despite things not being quite the way you want it to be. Maybe even the chair you're in isn't that great. To be honest, the chairs are pretty good, so I'm not.
Yeah, the chairs are great.
But these are just things to keep in mind.
Just small things that can really just mess you up.
They're looking very comfortable right now. If you're looking right there.
But we are live after the warm-up, actually. So here you can see the players who are right now focusing. You can see Coco on the right side. Then there is Jake Ray left to him. I think this is Astronaut next to him. And then we also have the remaining player, Lumar, on the left side. I think I nailed it.
I'm so good with faces. This is part of
the
the
Coco's on the right. That's what I know.
That's what I know. Yeah. Then Jake Ray was right next to him. I
talked to Astronaut today, but man, I met so many people, and that's like, it's a bit,
Yeah, it's part of it all, right? It's part of it all.
But I think maybe I've nailed it. But maybe Twitch chat knows it better. They're probably gonna love. They're probably gonna laugh at us now. But it's always like that. We love the chatting, the XCD chatting in the chat. It's always good to see that. But we are actually starting now. Yes.
Just finished up our warm-up, kicking things off in Yatelski. In my opinion, the hardest map in the map pool, and so far these players conquering this hard start with the sausage block jumping onto the ramp. Interesting line right there. Coco going for the outside at the pillar, whereas all the other players decide to go for the inside. And unfortunately, we see a crash coming in right there from Coco. So he falls back from his first place, leaving us with Guldis, Jake Ray, and Lumar at the moment, duking it out for first place with Guldis, the one in the lead. Though an unfortunate drift from Jake Ray. Coco trying to go for the attack. Guldis with a crash. What is going on? Lumar, are you going to do the backflip? He might pull a Binks. I don't know. We'll see. No, he's looking good. He's looking clean. A 49-5, losing his competition along the way to various miscalculations, banana peels put on the road. I think there was a blue shell at some point. Oh no, wrong game. But no, 10 points. A bit of a messy round to kick things off, but still potential for comebacks. And I mean, I'm happy Lumar picked up his first 10 points. Let's go, Netherlands.
Yeah, Lumar with the first 10 points here of that match. Quite unexpected. Coco only, quote-unquote, on the 3rd position. But, man, 3 mistakes from the other players except Lumar. Lumar made such a good job, but now the castle curse is kicking in. So Lumar with a mistake, and we have Coco and Jake Ray now leading the race. Guldis with a very tight line. They're not really gathering up too much speed, and it is Coco leading. Jake Ray and Coco both bumping there, but getting themselves a very nice approach over that 3rd section. And also Guldis is not out on that one yet. 0.6 of a second. Jake Ray with a great transition over that part, touching the snow a little bit, but minimizes the airtime quite accordingly. But it seems like Coco is going to win this round, looking really good, but of course the ending is there to be cleared. One of those 2 ice sections that we have in the map pack, and Coco has a good approach, and he will jump into the ending. Great time as well, 49.3. Much faster, like 0.3, but in this scheme it's much faster because it's very hard to push like that than the previous round, and Coco takes home his first 10 points after a 3rd place in the previous round.
There you go, tying things up with Lumar. We got tied first place, Jake on third, Gouldis on fourth. Unfortunately, 2 fourth places in a row. Not going to do well for your scorecard, so hopefully this time around he'll be able to pick up some more points of his own. At the moment, in third place as we kick things off in round number 3. Lumar with trying to get an early lead, but Coco overtaking him. Jake going quite wide, manages to save the line. Great control for him to recover right there at the end. As we get into this dirt turn, players going nice and wide. Coco and Lumar using the space to its full potential. Gouldis not quite as much, perhaps allowing J-Cray to catch up and get into third place as we do see him slowly but surely creeping up to him. And he does overtake. In the meantime, at the front, we have Lumar and Coco. First, 1 versus 1. Who is it going to be? Let's take a look. Coco, Lumar, Coco starting to take a great lead, and it benefits him tremendously. 49-6 Lumar. Unfortunately, I think he might have hit something on that jump. You do have to worry about the wall from that bobsleigh, right? Because the players are jumping as far left as they possibly can. But if you don't have the right angle, you might accidentally clip the wall, lose some speed. You might still be good enough for the risky fin, but you can see 0.4 of a second, despite the fact that they were so close getting into that final turn.
I mean, the problem of ice is the more you steer, the more speed you lose, and also the more uncontrollable the car is. And in this case, you really want to approach from very far left to have a good angle for this tricky jump. But once you figure it out, you will hardly fail it. Coco now, however, fails this part on the map, and it's Luma leading. So Luma off to a very good start into the race, unlike Gouldis, who is at 9 points. That is not looking good, but right now he's on that second place, so he can finally bring himself on the scoreboard after not getting himself a top 3 position. Jake is a little bit behind. Gouldis just has to survive. Not the best line. They almost touches the wall, but it looks like Luma's going to win yet another round. Looking good. Jake also with a good line, but Gouldis will stay in there. And Luma just plays the consistency game. A solid 0.5 and gets himself another 10-pointer.
Exactly. Very respectable with that, shooting himself into first place at the end of Yatelski, but not a big lead as we see Coco on 27, J-Cray on 20, and Gouldis finally on 15. Gouldis definitely needed those 6 points right there. Unfortunately, having a bad map, and hopefully for him, the next couple of maps will be better, because if we get into a situation where the players really start to compete with each other, we're going to go back to Yatelski.
That's true, and it looks like that Luma was very strong on that map, and also now leading the race as we go to the next map here that you can see, Interdiction by Uzai, which is the longest map out of this map pack, and we have one warm-up before we're gonna kick things off. There you can also see the map preview, the tight start here, where you really want to tell yourself through those turns, and then you have like the overview here. But I'm looking forward to that because the ending on this map is quite difficult. This dirt transition into the outside, as we call it, Karlberg dirt turn, where you can just maximize your speed. This is probably for me the make it or break it on this map.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've seen it many times already, that final turn, if you are able to use that space that is available to you and at the same time not hit the wall, because there is that risk as you're pushing those outside lines to hit your back wheel onto the wall and lose all momentum. But it is essential to hold on to that fourth gear, keep all that speed and shoot forward to solidify that first place if you're in that situation. Very curious to see how these players will manage these dirt angles as we do kick things off on Interdiction round number 1.
Let's go ahead and see what the players have up in their sleeves. Right now it is Jaker with a good start. Goes very wide to gather up as much speed as possible. You also want to stop steering just when you hit that transition point, when you go from grass to tarmac, because you don't want to slide on tarmac due to you just losing much more speed. Good round though. Look at that. 0.05 of a second between all the players. Good line from everyone. Now the uphill dirt turn where you want to lose again. We see the first mistake of the round managed by Lumar, so he will have a rough time here, 0.5 behind. And also Coco here with a quite conservative slide, hits the wall, was a bit too inside. I'm not sure if he got a nose slide or something like that, but now it's between J-Cray and Gouldis. Let's go ahead and see what Gouldis can do at this ending part, as J-Cray is still leading the race, but only by 0.12. Gouldis with a quite conservative line, almost hits the pole there. Luma is coming closer though, but both players in the top 2 with a good line, and it will be J-Cray winning with a time of 103.45. We have seen slower times, but we also have seen faster times. It's 0.6 behind the world record, so a good time, and he also didn't have to push because he was just ahead.
Yeah, I think he definitely was aware of what was going on with his competition, knowing that he wasn't tied as much as possibly could be. Just a couple tenths of a second is enough to know, like, okay, I don't have to go all the way out, and he could definitely use those 10 points, tying it up with Coco at the moment, tied for second. Loomer still holds the lead at this point in time. Guldas on 21 points, still a bit of a travel, bit of a journey for him to get back into the match right now. J-Cray with a nose slide. Oh, that is brutal. That is fatal, in fact, when it comes to the pace that these players are showing at the moment. Coco leading, Lumar right behind, Guldas also following suit. None of them really giving away an inch, and we'll see if they're able to hold that on as we get into this tight drift. Let's see inside into the pole. No one crashing in and just holding on. Guldas starting to get away. You see Coco and Lumar just really managing, really knowing how to tackle that right here as they get through the plastic section, getting ready for that third turn. But at this point, you can't be too casual about this. Coco and Lumar both are going to have to push it all the way outside, and as Lumar tries to do that, Coco is the one who gets away from him as Lumar hits the wall. Guldas takes advantage of that as well into second place and picking up some 6 points. Definitely needed for him, but with that, Lumar drops down to second place.
Also Coco here with a very good time, 103.13. And the nose slide is usually something that you hardly see because usually players are doing a so-called neo slide. That's what you have to do when you're not that fast. I think you need to be in third gear to slide. Or your car also has to steer for, or you have to steer for a certain amount of time in order to execute a slide. And that's just what happened there, that maybe the player didn't really turn for too long before he wanted to enter the slide. So that's what happened here, and usually this happens not too often, but it can happen also to the best players, as you can see here. However, in this round, no player is getting himself a nose slide as Lumar is leading. Coco with a wide approach. There has a lot of speed. Look at that, 3 players inside of each other. What a fight do we have. Also, J-Cray is not all on that one yet, has a bit more speed than the others, comes closer. But who's gonna get it? Guldas falls behind. Now it's Coco versus Lumar for the ending. Very important to stay in that 4th gear on this upcoming plastic section. Also set yourself up for that uphill, because if you go too wide, you will have an awkward line and an awkward entry into the 3rd section. Coco is leading though, and this could be another good time. J-Cray with the attack can maybe overtake Lumar, yet the ending for the 6 points, and this will be enough. J-Cray with a lot of speed, and he will take it. And look at the time from Coco again, another 0.20, just being a little bit 700s behind his time that he has driven beforehand. So Coco with a great performance, and now he's up to 50 points already.
Definitely great attack from J-Cray there as well. Really knowing, like, okay, now I really have to push it on the dirt and take that outside line. Great strategic play coming in from the Danish player. And Wally at the moment is in 3rd place, only a few points away from Lumar, who had a great start on the Yatelski, right? And started off great on interdiction, but needs to pick up the pace if he wants to get close to Coco. Coco at the moment in 1st place, and if he's able to get this, he has a bit of a buffer going into the next map as we are on the final round on interdiction. Everybody holding on to their 4th gear onto the plastic, into this dirt section, going nice and wide, drop into 3rd, make sure you are at 170. There you go, J-Cray does just that as we drop down into the 2nd half of the map, and everybody doing a fantastic job. Great round at the moment. Guldas does tend to overdrift that section right there, and we can see at the moment he does stay in 2nd place, but it has been costing him some speed and allowing the other players to overtake. In the meantime, Coco still holding on to that 1st place, keeping everyone at bay right behind him. Lumar, J-Cray, Guldas all trying to attack, going hard for it. Coco though, great 3rd line to finish it off, and a solid performance to bring in 1st place with a 1:03.0. The way he was driving,
that is a great time, 0.15 away from the world record. Great time, but also a good round from all the players. Luma with a 0.37. Guys, that is 0.5 away from the world record on last place. That shows that the players in the loser bracket are ready. And I've seen a lot of people actually yesterday say, oh, the level is not high. Guys, this is right now the loser bracket. It is day 2, and we still have a lot of matches that will be coming tomorrow. So the level is great, and I was expecting that the players will push it even more. So very nice round here. And we go to, in my opinion, one of the harder maps that we've also mentioned beforehand. It is Banners from Berserk and Rioter that will be played right now. So we have 4 rounds on this map and 1 warm-up beforehand.
And we've seen Banners put a spanner in the wheels of these players, in particular that bobsleigh section. More often than not, it is the bane of this map. We have a couple of transitions at the start, which the players have been managing beautifully so far, but it's really this turn right here. Get into the drift, make sure you use the space, not wiggle too much with the car, and most of all, do not clip your back wheel over the wall right there. So I think that's going to be the main concern alongside the risky fin. The players have been using the wall whenever they do find themselves. What was that?
Wow,
Lumar just knows.
Lumar, it's warm up.
He's skirting the edges. He's like, no, warm up. I don't care. I'm warm. I'm already warm. Let's go.
Yeah, that was like improving by 16 minutes and 35 seconds,
Oh,
or 16 hours, I think.
Might have been.
That was a good PB. You've seen it down there. Maybe he joined the server and the server was just on and he just finished around, something like that. But that was a good run here. As we go into the first round on banners, it is those 4 players fighting out, of course, Coco after this great performance here on the previous map, up to 60 points, and we have Jake Ray and Luma tied for second place, 45 points, and then Guldas falling a bit behind at 34 points right now, but Guldas shows that he has something to offer on this map. Lumar has made a mistake. Guldas right now in second position, also touches the booster accordingly, gets to have a good line, maybe a little bit of an overslide, but the angle was there, so he's not out on that one just yet. Guldas, however, loses a little bit of speed, is 0.4 behind now, behind Coco, who's on a great run. But of course, the ending will decide. You have to be in 5th gear, else you will have a hard time and not make the jump into the risky ending. Jake Ray doing the line that Luma has done in the warm-up, but now makes that mistake. Who's going to win this round? It will be Coco, barely making it to the ending. 51.19 is the time. That is also 0.3 away, 0.35 away from the world record. And it is Luma not able to finish in this round, Boney.
Oh no, that is extremely detrimental. It's already unfortunate if you end up in 4th place.
The warm-up.
The warm-up. He went hard on warm-up. You're the warm-up king. Unfortunately, that might. We've seen in the past proves detrimental when you enter rounds, and not getting any points, going from tie with Lumar to no points at all. That is extremely painful. Where you might say, oh, it's just 3 points. Those 3 points could matter.
Yeah, exactly.
At the end of it all, at the moment though, Coco firmly in the lead in the match with 70 points. The rest of the players all around 40, 49 for Jake Ray, 45 for Lumar, 40 for Guldas at the moment. Coco once again in the lead. He's been really coming into this own throughout the match. Yutelski has been missing both players.
2 mistakes!
Resets. Oh my word. Guldas and Lumar both exactly the same mistake and pretty much exactly the same spot, maybe, a couple of inches, centimeters here or there, allowing Coco to run away with it right now in first place. And Jake Ray probably not minding too much that he gets himself 6 points with this. He's maybe not able to keep up with Coco for this round, but if he just hits the risky fin, he is A-OK. Lumar on number 3. Gould is quite close to number 4, but my, oh my, that bobsleigh.
Yeah,
what a killer.
That bobsleigh is crucial, but what I really want to stress here is Coco's performance. Once he has arrived in a match, he is unstoppable. He has shown that in so many matches, also when he's behind, when he's like 20, 30 points behind the already finalist, he just becomes unstoppable, wins a round, and then just wins 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row, and that is what Coco is doing right now. Great mentality, and he's starting again as he stopped like that in the previous round because he's leading yet again. We have Lumar and Guldas behind him, Jake Ray on 4th position right now, but it's actually a good fight for that first position because Coco is nowhere safe. Lumar with a very aggressive line, but it will be hard to control. Had to oversee a little bit in the bobsleigh, thus lost a lot of speed, but now Guldas is leading the race. That is a great round here, Boney. Only 0.4 is tearing those players apart. Guldas is risking it a lot. Maybe we can take a look onto the POV here from Coco as he can maybe win another round. Goes so close to the barrier. He almost clipped. Who's going to win this round? Coco looking really strong. Guldas can't push it yet at the ending, but Coco with more speed, and Coco will win yet another round. Only with a 0.60 though, but still, this guy is crazy. He's just winning everything right now.
He's not letting go of those first places. You might overtake me for just a little bit, but then he decides to ride the tightrope right at the end. It was that final turn that really solidified the first place, because if he didn't do that, it definitely would have been Guldas who picked up the first place, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. He is on 3 wins so far on banners. He's going for number 4 with the way he is driving right now, with the lines he is performing, and if he keeps it up, he might be able to get finalist in the next map. 100 points?
Yeah.
That is a good situation to be in. All he has to do right now is overtake Lumar, who is at the moment in first place and has dropped down.
Oh, you jinxed it.
Ay. I mean, we never know, right? We never know. Coco might have learned a new teleport ability. No, that's not it. Wrong
Maybe
game
you've
once
looked
again.
into the rule book. Cheating is not allowed.
No, exactly. But that does leave us 3 players at the front with Guldas this time once again in first place and no Coco in the way to stop him, though. Is it going to be Lumar who's going to do it? He does the same line, not as tight as Coco, but might be enough to overtake Guldas. Does get a bit closer. It's going to come down to the risky Finn.
Oh.
Bit of a lower approach. Does it help? It was close, 200ths of a second, but Guldas finally cashes in those 10 points that he's been looking for. He did a phenomenal job in round number 3 and round 4. Finally paid off for him, allowing himself to shoot forward into 3rd place, overtaking Lumar, who had such a great start, but now finds himself in a, I mean, barely 4th spot. It's just a point, right? Just 1 point. 59 for Guldas, 58 for Lumar.
Yeah, 58 points for Lumar. He's doing a great job there. It's also only 5 points between the bottom 3 players. So we not only have a fight between the 2nd and 3rd place that we've had in a lot of matches, but also the 4th player is coming into play now. And we going to the next map now. Switcheroo. We're switcherooing to the next map here. Switcheroo by Funai. And of course we have again one more warm-up, and it could be the one and only Coco closing it out, not getting the perfect map in previously after not winning the last round. So let's see what he can do on this map. Now up to 93 points, and then the other players are at 63, 59 and 58 points respectively.
Yeah, I mean, Coco, if he was able to nab that 1st place, he would have been in the main spot right now to pick up finalists in Switcheroo, right? But it's not guaranteed. You're not guaranteed those 10 points, and it could be any slight error, any slight mistake, and you end up in a bad spot. We have seen Coco do phenomenally on dirt, and this is another map where you've got that dirt line at the end where you can pick up a lot of speed towards the finish, and we'll see if that's going to be the thing that's going to help Coco really crack down on this match, or if any of the other players, Jake, Ray, Guldas, and Lumar, who've been doing great as well throughout the match, are able to take away this lead that Coco has built over the past 3 maps and put themselves in a grid spot for the 5th track that will be coming up after this one. We will be going into round 1 of 4 of Switcheroo, kicking things off for Coco in 1st place. Let's see if he's able to pick up those 10 points.
Yeah, those 10 points will be important for him to come one step closer to make it into day number 3. Right now, Guldas is leading. Also a very low jump for him as he finds himself in the lead. Still also great transition. He bumps there a little bit, so Coco overtakes him. Also Jake Ray with not the best speed outcome after that turn. So it is Guldas versus Coco right now. A very close fight. Coco got so close there to the wall or to the barrier. Let's say like that, the limitation of the block. But now this slide is very important to set yourself up accordingly, and then also hit the apex. Coco, beautiful slide. That's a prime example how you do it. Also Lumar comes closer to Guldas. Coco so close there to the wall. It is Lumar making it, and Guldas with a mistake, and Coco is on a great time. Let's see what it will be. It will be a 56.88. Oh man, he's just on a roll there. World record is a 56.8 by Mime that he has actually set today. So beforehand we had Barbos with a world record, but good time from Coco, now up to 103 points.
103 points, 17 points away from finalists. Possible to do in 2 rounds. He's going to need 2 first places to make it happen. At the same time, though, we see 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Jake Ray, Lumar, Guldas, all within 5 points of each other. So definitely a race for 2nd at the moment, and all of them most likely trying to stop Coco from getting an early finalist mode. Ooh, we see a crash from Guldas, going quite low on that transition, and unfortunately not quite paying off. So we're left with Coco, Lumar, and Jake Ray, with Coco at the moment in the lead, trying to get to finalist as soon as possible. I can imagine he might be wanting to avoid a revisit to Yatensky. Well, words. And right now he's doing a fantastic job of that as well, setting up for that 3rd turn once again, getting quite the lead on Lumar, getting more and more away to Lumar. More speed over the dirt, but is it going to be enough towards the finish line? Doesn't look like it. Coco holds on to that 1st place and drives a 56.9 to pick up another 10, and potential finalist mode could be happening for him in the next round.
Yeah, he's now up to 113 points, so he needs a 1st position. 2nd place will put him up to 119 points, and that's what we say, every point matters. Even if you get 3rd instead of 4th, this is 1 point, and as you can see here, can really matter, because you can just be in finals or not. And sometimes matches have been decided due to those facts. And yeah, great consistency here from Coco on this map, doing a great job and winning 2 rounds in a row. Let's see if he can make it 3, as Jake Ray falling a little bit further behind. Then we have Guldas Batting now with Lumar, but Coco's leading. Had a very good section here. Didn't really bump too much. Gathers up a lot of speed in this sector. And also here, he just tries to do it great. But we have one player who has made a mistake, unfortunately. And we're only down to 2 players now because only Guldus and Coco have survived. Lumar and Jake Ray unfortunately made a mistake, and it seems like this is a gift here for Coco as he is 0.5 ahead of Guldus and might be finalist in the next round.
Yeah, the way this is setting up, he has a clear shot at it. He doesn't have to risk too much, though he does still do a fantastic dirt line right there, bringing in a 56.7. Yeah, he was on good pace. You could, obviously by the fact that he was so far away from his competition, with Jake Ray and Lumar making some mistakes, it probably still would have been extremely hard for them to keep up, if not overtake Coco. A 0.7 is amazing pace. Once again, beating the local record on the server right here for himself, which is always a good feeling. And with that, finalist mode is his. 3 players are able to possibly deny him, but they would have to deny him for a long time if they are aiming for first place. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard right now. It's looking somewhat potential for them as Coco is in 3rd place. Guldus in 1st, getting very close to the checkpoint right there. I'm not quite sure if he actually hit it, but despite all that, he is still in the pack. Coco getting into those first 3 players. Jake Ray, unfortunately, having to play second fiddle at the moment. Falling behind. Hopefully this time around, no odd clips from him on the grass. Does not indeed. Keeps up the pace as we get to the final few turns of Switcheroo, and at the moment Coco has Switcherooed his first place with Lumar as Lumar starts falling behind more and more, getting into that third turn once again, and a crash. He could have closed it out there. His dirt lines have been great so far, but mistakes are can happen, right? They're always in a small corner, and perhaps the added pressure, being on stage, being in finalist mode, even though you have that big of a lead, could lead to that turn that you would normally make 99 out of 100 times. That could be that 1 out of 100 where it goes wrong.
Yeah, maybe you will just overthink it, or you are overthinking it there at the end, and Coco has had it there eventually. But of course, the players behind you have nothing to lose, and then of course will push it even more because this 10-point is just super important for them. And now we're gonna go to the last map, and then we're gonna go to map number 1 again. We have a very close match so far. Coco leading with 120 points, of course, being finalists, and then there's 6 points still between Lumar, Jake Ray, and Guldus, so they're bringing up a great fight. And we have Oxygen now from Kiesla as the last map of this rotation. And then we, of course, go to map number 1 again, which I think my theory is that Ski Freak and also Whiskey put that name in to just annoy the casters.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's one of the hardest things, in my opinion, when it comes to casting. It's not like keeping an eye out on all the hard-fought battles, the tight turns, keeping an eye out on all the gear changes, whether or not they have the right lines. It's names.
Yeah, names of players. You butcher them so often, and also from maps.
You get called out, like, oh, you're supposed to pronounce it like this or like that. Sometimes I wish I had like Liquipedia database in my brain and I could just say everything correctly. Maybe we should add pronunciation to the Liquipedia page. Just have somebody, voice
maybe the player itself just pronouncing that name. Because I recently also learned that it's Bunks and not Binks,
Bunks,
there's a different pronunciation in that, also where the players, of course, from. But this map is the next one. Also on this map we have seen a new world record from Mime as well, a 1 minute 2.091, so beating the world record from Dexter by 300ths of a second. And let's go into the round. Coco is of course still finalist. Luma right now in 2nd position, 4 points out of Jake Ray. And let's see what Coco does here. He can close it out. I mean, he has a comfortable gap of almost 40 points. So it looks good for him, as we also predicted him to perform like that. Great line from Coco. Let's see if he goes for the outside approach here that he can do, but I think he still should not really push it. I mean, it's not really worth too much. It's like 500s, maybe 0.1 if you execute it well, but no need to risk that. Coco's still leading by 0.2 of a second. Luma, however, is chasing him, as well as Jake Ray, who's not out of that round just yet. One bad gear or one awkward turn, and Coco can drop down to 2nd place. Luma is attacking though, but he is losing a little bit of ground. Now, important to hold that gear. Jake Ray with a mistake. Luma, however, is not on this one yet, but he still loses more and more of ground. Gradually, Coco is making it into the next round into day number 3. And yes, that's the case. 102.24. Also a great time from Coco, and he is through. But we still play for the second position.
Second position is still up for grabs. There's still one more way for these players to stay alive in the tournament and move on to Championship Sunday. Coco is in. He can definitely prepare, take a bit of a breather, and has to...
It was a long day.
It was a long, long day for these players. It's definitely an exhausting day with everything going on, but it's congrats to him, and it's up to these 3 players to now close it out. Lumar at the moment in the lead in both the race and also points with 89 right now. He was in 4 for just a little bit, but started to get away from Jake Ray and Goldust once again. And with the lines he's been showing right now, it looks like he might be able to get 10 points. We're only halfway through Oxygen, so never say never, but at the moment he is in a solid lead. Already almost 0.3 of a second ahead of his competition. That is extremely good when it comes to the level that these players have been showing. It's just not giving away an inch, making sure, you know, no problem. Let's see how he does on this drift right here. It's quite a tight drift. You want to keep the speed all you have. Jake Ray did drift a little bit too much, I would say, and it loses the gear. Goldust, you know, like still quite close, but Lumar in a world of his own right now, clocking in a 102.3. 10 points going his way, 99 points, and starting to get away from his competition and perhaps be the second player to move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that Luma also with a great time of 0.35. That was 0.1 short of Coco's time. So Luma shows that he has the pace. Also maybe to proceed on further in day 3 for the Championship Sunday, as you were calling it. And he comes closer to the finals mode. Also now Jake Ray making a mistake. It's 87 and 86 points for 3rd and 4th position. And Luma, he's at 99 points. So 12 points of a gap for him. So he can afford like a tiny mistake. But of course, he should take that 10 point every day of the week, because then he would be up to 109 points. And it will be even easier for him to claim finals mode firstly out of those players. Luma, great line here as well. Goldust overdrifting just a little bit, didn't really gather too much speed, so he lost 0.1 of a second from checkpoint to checkpoint. Also here, going a bit wider. You don't want to get up into 5th gear, else the turn will be very awkward, but Goldust was barely able to not do that. But Luma looks very strong. This could be another great time. Just hold that gear and make the ending. Great turn there as well. That was great from Luma. And yeah, he seems to be very good on this map, and he will win yet another round. Oversteers a little bit at the end, but it's still a 0.63 and 0.4 ahead of Goldust. So Luma up to 109 points now.
It's been a great recovery from Lumar so far, but I mean, this is also something to go back to. We're going into round 4 on Oxygen. We're going back to Yatelski after this one, guaranteed.
Yes.
Lumar picks up 1st place. He's 119 points. Could have been finalist.
Yeah, he
could have been finalist, but unfortunately,
again,
those 3 points come into play. You might say maybe it doesn't, matter at the end, but it does give these players one extra opportunity to get into 2nd place.
And every opportunity matters.
Exactly. Yeah. You gotta take advantage of all of it. There is no room at all at this point. If you don't win, you're out of the tournament, and you're gonna have to watch from the sidelines. Fortunately enough, it's fun enough around here. Goldust right now, unfortunately, hitting the wall right there and left on the back end with Jake Ray trying to chase on Lumar, but you can see the lead from Lumar at the moment, 0.4 of a second. Lumar has quite some room right here to play it somewhat safe, not push the outside lines as much as possible. And it's really up to Jake Ray, right? You're putting the ball, you're putting the pressure on Jake Ray to make something happen. Lumar knows he's ahead. Almost half a second at this point. All he has to do is cross the finish line and let Jake Ray do the heavy lifting. As we do get to the finish, Lumar just holds on, no problem, no sweat, brings in a 102.4, great time, and almost finalist.
Almost finalist. There's only this one, one little point missing. So 119 points. We call it the face slap in the Trackmania community, and we will go to the first map again from Ski Freak and Whiskey. I'm just gonna call the map like that now.
Yeah, the Whiskey Ski.
Yeah, the whiskey. The whiskey.
There you go. It was right there.
It was right there. Thank you so much. The whiskey. Oh man, I thought I'm gonna make terrible jokes, but
you got it.
All right.
You gotta sneak him in from time to time.
So this could be the last match. As we see Jake Ray and Goldust also at 97 and 96 points, so they're also training into the 100-point barrier. And then, of course, Luma only needs one more finish in order to activate the finest mode, and then, of course, he has to win one more round in order to make it to day number 3.
Exactly. And again, because the points, right now, Jake Ray and Guldas have an opportunity to pick up 10 points of themselves, right? Lumar needs any finish, really.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. He will be in finalist mode next round, ignoring any possible mistakes.
But he can, of
I
course,
hope.
deny points from players, yeah?
Exactly. But it's then, Jake Ray and Guldas, because of this, have been offered an extra opportunity, to pick up more points, to make sure Lumar doesn't have as many free shots, if you will, without someone else getting into finalist mode. And if it's up to Lumar, I'd say, take it easy for this round. Just make sure you finish and then focus on the second one, right? It's depending, obviously, on how you feel as a player, if you feel the pressure, and at the same time, these players are competitive. So I might be saying this like this might be the best strategic way. Do not focus too much. Focus on the next round. But I know these players want to drive fast, let's be honest.
Yeah, but who's surely not
never
driving
mind.
fast in this round is Lumar, so...
Taking it easy.
Yeah, he's just taking it easy, just cruising it into the ending. So all that prediction from you, all the theory crafting for nothing, but also Jake Ray now is getting some points denied. Guldas with that is leading by a comfortable 0.6 of a second, so he also comes closer than to the finest mode, but of course, well, what is happening?
There's a lot of space.
Yeah, well, there's so many mistakes that have happened. Only Guldas has survived. Of course, Luma...
Oh, and that,
yeah, all right, yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, I have to keep going, but because Jake Ray now coming in, it's a complete carnage in this round. So it could have also been Lumar winning this round, but Guldas is still leading the race. Jake Ray is behind, but only by 0.4 of a second. But it will be enough for him to survive 51.8. Luma also finishes, so he is in finalist indeed. So good luck to him.
Good luck indeed. I hope he makes it, but at the same time, I kind of hope for triple finalists as well. It's a mixed feeling. It's mixed feelings, but it's so far throughout the maps we've been going through, Yekatelski really has been a tricky one for the players time and time again. I mean, we started off the match with a bit of a messy round one. Once again, coming into it, and we get another messy round. We see Guldas there not getting the jump quite right, clipping and losing a lot of speed, leaving Lumar and Jake Ray right now to fight for first place, and Lumar a chance to solidify his second place. He just has to beat Jake Ray right now. Is he going to be able to do that, as they are neck and neck, exchanging first places everywhere they go, going through the third section, no problem. I mean, they're driving inside each other, but Lumar with an amazing inside line. Jake Ray unfortunately unable to keep up with the Dutchman at the moment, but will it be enough to close it out? This is the shortest track in the map pool, so it could be over in a flash as we get to the final plastic turn. Just got to jump over the bobsleigh, over the wall, into the finish. Is Lumar going to close it out right here? Oh, so close was Jake Ray, but Lumar clutches it out. First round in finalist mode,
and he takes it.
That's all you need to do.
Great performance here from Luma. This last round looked very clean, very confident driving from Luma, and he's accompanying Coco into day number 3. And we have Jake Ray and Guldas, who unfortunately have to say bye-bye. But as you said, they have good company here. There's a lot of great people that you can chill with here and all of that. So yeah, that was it. Those were the matches of day number 2. I had a lot of fun also casting with you for the first time.
Finally, it's been ages.
On this event today. But yeah, tomorrow we have also a lot of matches that will come into play. But we're gonna see you in a second after a short clip again.
Welcome back to The casting couch here at Trackadia, here to round it up for the rest of the evening. And guys, honestly, what a fantastic group of matches that we've had today. Ending it up with Coco, not Cacao, Coco, and Lumar as well, going through the next phase of the losers bracket run. So big congrats to them. But I mean, I'll ask the casters since these casters, right? So I'll ask the casters, I mean, you've already kind of given us your opinion about how the match went, but how do you really feel the match went? How do you feel like Lumar and Coco did for the final match?
I mean, it was close. It was Coco dominating the match, just becoming unstoppable after map number 1. He has really done a great performance, but it was very close between the last spot, and you could really feel, for me, the loser bracket vibe that it's do or die, you know? The players have nothing to lose, they can't just risk it, but eventually Lumar just really held his composure and eventually won deservingly. He played really well and also very confident, so I'm looking forward to see him tomorrow as well, maybe even making it further than the next match as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I called him out as the dark horse, right? He's a bit of an unknown for most people who follow Trackmania in general, and it's great to see him coming in his own in this LAN event. He might be in the loser's bracket, but he is still fighting strong and making his way, as mentioned, into Championship Sunday. I am super happy to see a Dutchman just, making it as far as he is, and I'm looking forward to his performance tomorrow.
Well, let's ask our resident French guy here as well, or French speaker.
We're pretty happy to see, and of course, I was kind of awaiting Coco to make a pretty star performance, but yeah, he held his own very well, and we gotta say, like the last match that we casted with Boney, with Mime and Binks, was especially close. Those were like some of the two key favorites that were actually facing off against each other for the first time that we've seen them on stream, and it was a very close battle, nip and tuck. And we gotta mention also Feed, who had a little bit laid the groundwork, but had also a little bit of too little too late case trying to come back. But I feel like on the lower bracket run today, tomorrow, he's going to be really strong. He's going to be one to watch out for.
Yeah, and let's go off of that. I mean, let's talk about predictions for what match we want to see tomorrow, as well as who do we think is going to impress us tomorrow. I mean, we've seen quite a few matches today. I mean, unfortunately, Feed made it to the bottom bracket, but he's still in the tournament, from my understanding, and he has impressed quite a few people. Coco as well has impressed people as well. I mean, we've had the people that we expected to go forward, such as Binks and Binks Mime. Masa unfortunately had a difficulty in his match, and that, I mean, it was a difficult match for sure. And we have others like Enner, who has also done really well at this tournament. But Shay as well, of course. And I mean, let's talk about that really quickly, and I'll go back right to you, Geek. Do you have a match or a group of people that you are still looking at for today?
A group of people I'm still looking at. This is still very much a tough one to call because of how tied the pack has been towards the top. But yeah, I'm kind of looking to see how Granadi fares in like the later playoff runs. He's had a pretty nice run throughout. Also, Shay, I had a bit of a talk with him a little bit further down. He was a little bit disappointed in the way his match ended versus Granadi. So I think I'm going to keep an eye on those two players, Granadi for like the run that he's having, and Shay for the potential of comebacks potentially on Sunday.
Yeah, and then Turbo, you're next. So who are you looking at, and what match are you looking at?
I mean, I'm definitely looking onto Binks or also someone like Mime, because Mime has set 2 new world records today and also a second world record. So my guy definitely has a lot of pace, and he has also shown that in the match that you have casted. That was a great performance from Mime. But also Granadi, I mean, the wheel player, he is just infamously known for that. Also to see the wheel on stage then, I mean, it will be great to see that. And there's a lot of players to mention. Also in the lower bracket, we have someone like Barbos. I mean, I don't know the other results from the match, but I assume, I hope that doesn't age well. I hope that does age well, that Barbos has made it. I
believe he has already. From last I saw that he was like right at the end. So
yeah, and also Barbos and Elcon as well. Also another ITB player who unfortunately dropped down to the loser bracket. They could also run far and spring a surprise, and also mess some of the clear favorites maybe up in the loser bracket semifinal or in the consolidation final.
And to bounce off that really quickly, I mean, for me, having interviewed both Granadi and Barbos, they kind of stole my heart for sure, because like just seeing you always see like the streamer personality, you always see the person who is in Trackmania and not the person in real life, and having been able to meet those individuals in real life, They've definitely like wooed me over personally. To see Grenady be such a chill guy on in person and everything, and how he's been so excited about this event in Sanford Barbos as well. I mean, definitely looking forward to their matches for tomorrow. Boney, I still haven't asked you the question though, so you were the last person.
Ask me the question. I mean, we've had a lot of names already come by. I think one that pops in my head is Snow, for example, who dropped down to the losers bracket after a hard-fought battle. We haven't seen a result from him. He was obviously in losers round 5 as well. Going to presume real quick that he did make it. Just blindly trusting on that. So very much looking forward to him fighting and clawing his way back to grand finals. Deska as well is one of those players that I'm curious about if he is able to fight forward as well. I think also one of those players that people will know, right? But maybe not a favorite for most. I think Mime, right, is a favorite. Perhaps Barbos coming into the tournament as well, despite him being in lower bracket at the moment. I think Deska also is one of those players that I can imagine could really impress people and players alike.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as that goes, that's kind of what we got so far. Unfortunately, we're going to have to see the matches, how they turn out, whether our predictions are going to turn out. I still have the blind faith in Deska, and now I have blind faith in Grenady too. So if Deska doesn't make it, at least Grenady will be my last hope. So with that being said, does anybody else have any? I don't think anybody else has anything. I think we've been going nonstop all day today, and we thank you guys being so patient for all the delays, the technical delays that we've been going through. But thank you so much for sticking with us for the day that is going to end day 2 of Trackadia. We are going to be back. The most important day, that is going to be the day of the grand finals, but we got a couple matches before we get to that point. So definitely tune in tomorrow. The stream should theoretically start at noon tomorrow as we get underway with the matches. Assuming there's no delays. We're hoping so. Yeah, well, sorry?
Don't cast a curse it, all right?
I cast a curse it, all right. Yeah, well, what can I say?
Exactly.
Big shout outs to our sponsor, Vibroacoustic, the NVH Auto Solutions Company, NVH standing for noise, vibration, and harshness. I've remembered this so well now. 28 Black, the official energy drink of Arcadia. OPL, the bracket that did and has been a good sponsor thus far. And also, finally, Arcadia, the largest gaming house in Europe. Right now, the Black, White, Pink party is happening at the moment. So if you're here in Arcadia, definitely head over there, as they will have a lot of fun stuff to do, and drinks, of course, as everybody enjoys that. Multiple EVO members, I'm looking at you, who have been going a little bit too hard on some things. But do you know what? I love you regardless. Anyways, we're going to end the stream right now. Thank you guys so much once again, and we will see you tomorrow.